Chapter 10. Kierkegaard, the task of being a religious existentialist. In this chapter, investigating Kierkegaard's notion of the self, analyzing despair, or the failure to be a self, discussing Kierkegaard's three main spheres of life, exploring why Kierkegaard believes only the religious life is truly authentic. One of the easiest misconceptions to fall under when you encounter existentialism is to think that it's incompatible with religion. If you've been thinking this very thing, it's understandable, especially given some of the strong anti-religious attitudes that many of the existentialists display. If you're religious, Kierkegaard is your guy. He believes strongly that existential concerns and religion are strongly connected. Like all existentialists, Kierkegaard argues that striving to exist in a passionate fashion, by making real individual choices and commitments about the direction of your life, is essential. Kierkegaard also shares the key existential belief that real authentic choices about the big questions in life require risks, because you can never be certain that the path you choose or the answer you embrace is the right one. His reason is typically existentialist. The world itself contains no truths, values, or signposts that can tell you what to do. Questioning life and choosing a path to follow must be performed alone, as a solitary individual. Existentialists believe that an awareness of this radical freedom to choose among different paths in life produces strong feelings of anxiety in people. More times than not, they try to escape those feelings by denying the freedom and responsibility at the core of what it means to be a self. People do this by turning to inauthentic modes of living that seek to blot out individual choice, commitment, or risk. Of course, by blotting these out, you also deny the core of what it means to exist as the individual you are. In this chapter, we look at Kierkegaard's notion of the self and then turn to how the challenge to be a self can go wrong and one can as a result fall into despair or sin. We then look at Kierkegaard's notion of the three stages of life, examining how each of these stages or spheres of life represents a different way in which a person can approach the task of existing. Two of these stages, the aesthetic and the ethical, are inauthentic. Only the third, the religious, allows someone to truly become a self and to authentically exist. We turn to the biblical story of Abraham and Isaac to make this point clear. Although this stance isn't shared by all the existentialists, for Kierkegaard only an embrace of religious faith can avert false attempts to hide from anxiety or from the task of being a self. True passion, commitment, and risk can be found only in a leap of faith that embraces the aspects of your existence that you can't in any way rationally understand. In short, a true religious life is the attempt to embrace the absurd, a central existentialist notion, that lies at the core of your existence, an embrace that will in the end acknowledge that your existence is dependent upon something greater than yourself. In Kierkegaard's view, that's God. Sickness unto death, to be or not to be yourself. The existentialists are centrally concerned with the self and with issues of freedom. Kierkegaard says that being a self is a task that requires embracing your freedom, something that you have to continually work at. To do this, he argues, you must make choices about how to engage with life, and those choices must express honestly both what you presently are, what's fixed about you, and what's possible for you, what's open to you. In addition, being a self requires acknowledging your dependency upon the divine. Unfortunately, people often reject this task because coming face to face with their freedom causes anxiety. Seeking instead to flee what they are, they allow the different elements of the self, what you are and what you can be, to fall into disarray, with one side becoming overrepresented in comparison with the other. When this happens, your life choices express a false view of what it means for you to exist as the whole being that you are. Kierkegaard calls this fall away from wholeness despair. From his perspective, because the various ways of failing to be a self all share a fundamental refusal to acknowledge what you truly are, which itself includes a recognition of your relationship to God, despair turns out to be a way of living in sin. The self, a tension of opposites. Kierkegaard believes that being a self is something you have to work at. It requires what he calls spirit, an effort of will directed at holding together what Kierkegaard sees as the different parts of the self. One way to think of those parts is to refer to the difference between what a person is at any given time and what that person can be. Being a self means being conscious of that tension within you and striving to grapple with, in the concrete situations that you live through, what's fixed and what's possible by working to represent them both in how you approach those situations. Clearly, a lot of facts are true about you. You were born into a certain culture with a certain history. Some physical facts are true of you. You feel pleasure and pain. Some facts are true of your social world and your position in it. You were born into a certain family. You have a certain genetic makeup with certain talents. When you think of it this way, it is clear that at any given specific time, it's true that you are a certain particular person. Being in a concrete situation involves finding yourself in a very specific, real world. Kierkegaard uses a number of terms to express this aspect of what you are, sometimes saying that it represents what's finite, bodily, necessary, or temporal. All these highfalutin terms come together to point out that you live in the real world, so they point to the need for you to acknowledge realities on the ground. But don't worry, fear not. You're not just a pile of fixed or finite facts. You're also a soul. Although certain fixed realities always make up you and your world, different paths are always open to you in any concrete situation. In other words, you have a capacity for self-determination. Part of being a self is the ability to think outside the box about your own life. After all, you always get to choose how to view the facts in your world. You're free and have the capacity to choose who you can or should be, how to carve a path for yourself within the reality you live in. To describe this, Kierkegaard uses a different set of terms: infinite, soul, eternal, and possibility, to get at this aspect of what you are. For Kierkegaard, for you to be a self partly turns out to be a way of living that emerges from grappling honestly with your own freedom, with your own ability to think outside the box about life, at the same time always acknowledging the context that forms the basis for the real, actual world you live in. The hard work of being a self, bringing together polar opposites. Kierkegaard thinks you need to work hard at being a self. Being finite means that at any given instant, some things are always fixed about you. But because you also embody the infinite, or the possible, you transcend or can think outside the box about your own existence. So although your finitude constrains you, it doesn't determine your path. To be a self means to work to keep those two aspects as close together as possible in the way you make choices or in the way that you choose to approach your life. When co-author Chris was a kid, he was intrigued by magnets. If you take two magnets and try to connect similarly charged ends, they repel each other, so you have to work hard to bring them closer and closer together. Kierkegaard thinks that the aspects of the self work in much the same way. They repel each other because they're opposites, so you have to work to bring them closer together in your choices. Philosophers think that opposites can't exist in the same place at the same time. If a person is 6 feet tall, he can't also be 6 foot 2. If an object is round, it can't also be square. You can think about Kierkegaard's task of being a self in a similar way. Can the self be finite and infinite? Can it be what's necessary and what's possible? Can it be body and soul at one time? Can you be something fixed but at the same time transcend what you are? The parts of the self are opposites, so they strongly repel one another. In the self, the temptation is always to allow the parts to come apart and become distant from one another. This happens by over-representing one side of the self over the other when you make choices. In doing so, you lose sight of what's involved in your real, concrete existence, which always includes both elements. Think of the two possibilities available for overrepresenting one side over the other. First, you can too heavily weight what's fixed in your situation to the detriment of representing what's possible. Typically, this results in living passively, as though you're a prisoner of fate who has no active role to play in your life. At the same time, overrepresenting possibility to the detriment of what's fixed means living in a daydream world about what could be. In this case, you lose touch with the real, concrete world. What you need to do to truly exist as a self is to strive to choose in a way that grapples with what both aspects reveal in a given concrete situation. Of course, the closer you bring them together, the harder it is to keep them that way or to bring the opposites closer together still, just like those magnets. The harder you try, the more you feel the strong repulsion between them, and thus, the stronger you'll feel the temptation to let the opposites become distant and disconnected by overrepresenting one to the detriment of the other. If you think about it, Kierkegaard is telling you that being a self requires living with a spirit of resolve and resistance. The task of being a self means fighting to refuse to let yourself give in to that temptation to let the self fall apart. Being a self before God. Part of being a self means honestly representing what you are and what you can or should be. Kierkegaard thinks, however, that being a self requires something more. At some point, you have to recognize that you can't fully succeed at being a self without divine help. For Kierkegaard, the ultimate goal is to become a self, or to live in a way that ultimately expresses what you truly are. It's to be authentic, being true to what you are and what you can be. But Kierkegaard thinks that this task, at a higher level, is too much for anyone to handle on her own. As Kierkegaard puts it, at some point the self, to be what it truly is, must acknowledge the power which constituted it. He's saying that you must recognize that your selfhood is ultimately dependent upon a power that's independent of you. What this means is that the authenticity you strive for in your existence is, at some point, beyond your control. Later in this chapter, we talk about the specific way in which you come to this recognition or acknowledgement. For now, it's important to see that Kierkegaard thinks a central component of being a self requires the action of reaching out and seeking divine assistance. What this means is that making real choices incorporates an aspect of submission before God. Authentic selfhood, at its core, has a religious dimension for Kierkegaard. Despair, attempting to escape your true self. People often fail at the task of being a self, resulting in despair or a condition Kierkegaard calls the sickness unto death. Despair occurs when the opposites that compose your existence, between what you are and what you can be, fall out of proper balance. One reason you may want to escape the task of selfhood is anxiety. Anxiety can be a very disorienting and discomforting feeling, one that various existentialists have described as the kind of uneasy dizziness you feel when you sense the true nature of your freedom. If anxiety is something you want to investigate further, see Chapter 4 for more. The point is simple: the more you strive to engage with life in an honest and authentic way, the more you become fully conscious of the burden of the responsibility of selfhood. That means that in striving to be a self, you become aware of your role in giving what's possible and what's fixed in your world its own proper place. Of course, you also become aware that there's no rule book to show you how to do it right. You simply must choose on your own. That's scary and is sure to cause a little anxiety. Think about your life. Every time you choose, the set of what's fixed and possible for you in a concrete situation changes. Each moment of your life, your destiny is in your own hands. Every time a door opens and you choose it, the others close forever. Now new doors, specific to the choice you've made, open. Thought of in this way, choosing is really a heavy responsibility, and the consequences of choice for your own identity are monumental. Choosing your own path is exhilarating. But it can also feel disheartening when you face the fact that Kierkegaard thinks that you can't lean on any signs or truths external to you for support. The way in which you choose to represent what's fixed or possible in a concrete situation can never be verified as being right. You'll never know for sure that the doors that open to you, which are based on how you interpreted what was fixed and possible, were appropriate to the situation. Every time you choose, you do it alone, with only yourself as support. True authentic choice, especially when it deals with the question of determining the character and direction of your own life, is inherently risky. For some, the anxiety that results from these facts is too much to take. So they let one element in the self become overrepresented in a way that makes them feel better about their situation. Say that your friends are advising you about some bad situation you've gotten yourself into. They say that you'll need to make some tough choices and try to create a different possible future for yourself. Instead of facing the anxiety that stems from taking control of your life, you withdraw into passivity, claiming that your lot is just inevitable, given the facts about yourself and your situation. You wind up overemphasizing what's necessary and fixed, and as a result, you give yourself an excuse to refuse to take an active role in your life as a free and responsible individual. You may accomplish the same aim of escaping the anxiety of freedom by overemphasizing the possible in your situation. When you're in that bad situation, you don't think about what you can do to fix it. Instead, you withdraw into a different kind of passivity, into a daydreaming kind of existence. You spend your day picturing all the people that you could be, but without ever making any of the actual choices needed to try to make one of those possibilities into reality. Either way, Kierkegaard would say that you've chosen the path of despair. You have the worst kind of sickness, a sickness of the self, one in which you desperately try to escape being who you are and thus lead yourself into a way of living that's existentially unhealthy. If holding the self together is a portrait of wholeness, despair is what happens when you fall apart. Despair, the path to sin. Kierkegaard thinks that the task of being a self requires two things. Properly holding together in a state of tension the different aspects of what you are as a self. At some point, achieving this goal through a recognition of your dependency on the divine. Although the two are closely related, you can't do one without the other. This way of framing the issue provides two reasons for you to see why a person might fall into despair. It also reveals that for Kierkegaard, always the Christian existentialist, despair takes on a religious dimension, namely, sin. Weakness. Kierkegaard says that the despair of weakness is motivated by a desire to not be the free self that you are. You realize on some level that you are free, but you give in to the weakness of allowing the oppositions within yourself to become overrepresented. Perhaps you give in to the desire to see yourself as a victim of fate or to disappear within a dreamlike world of possibility. Either way, you give in to a weakness so as not to have to face up to the conditions of your actual concrete existence. Defiance. You can also fall into despair by overemphasizing your own freedom and power. Here, Kierkegaard says that you are motivated by a desire to be what you are, you want to be self-determining. You even become prideful about it. This is the despair of defiance. You believe that you can do the job of becoming a self all on your own. You refuse to recognize your dependency on God to be what you are or to succeed at the task of selfhood. You refuse, as Kierkegaard says, to recognize that you are brought into being by that power. In fact, for Kierkegaard, the devil is the most extreme case of defiance. Although the devil recognizes the existence of God, he refuses to acknowledge his dependence on him. Both holding together the oppositions within you and seeking out divine assistance to complete the task are required to be a self. So whether despair is weak or defiant, Kierkegaard actually states that all despair is a mixture of both. It all comes to the same thing. By failing to be a self, you turn your back on God, because your true state or condition is that of being a self before God. If you understand sin as turning your back on God, it becomes clear that choosing to exist in despair is sin. Misunderstanding this point is easy. Clearly, to despair doesn't require doing anything sinful in the ordinary sense. By saying that despair is sin, Kierkegaard doesn't mean that it entails treating someone badly or causing anyone pain. Instead, saying that despair is sin is like saying that you've willfully oriented yourself toward existence in the wrong way. It means being guilty of not treating your life with the seriousness that it demands. It means choosing not to be whole. A church-going person who has never broken a law or entertained a single thought of doing anyone any harm can still live in a completely sinful state in this way. You can be in despair and still be a morally good person, a subject we talk more about at the end of this chapter. Inauthentic life stages, aesthetic and ethical. Kierkegaard says you should strive to make choices in a way that highlights the nature of your individual, concrete self. Concrete selves don't give either aspect, fixed or possible, too much emphasis. Instead, they properly represent both aspects in the way in which they make choices. Sadly, people often fail at being their concrete selves and instead live in despair, falling into one of the two inauthentic life stages that Kierkegaard calls the aesthetic and the ethical. Each stage represents a different way of failing to be a self. Only the third stage, the religious, is authentic and free of despair. The aesthetic stage, life without choices. Aesthetes refuse to pull together the opposing aspects of the self in choice, so they fail to meaningfully represent what's factual and possible within their actual lived experiences. Aesthetes avoid all commitments and simply refuse to choose a path in life. They lack spirit and direction, and thus have no self at all. They're like small children who refuse to grow up and choose who to be in life. Aesthetes don't take an active position in determining the significance of their existence. Instead, they find significance and meaning in their lives through the enjoyment of passive experiences. For Kierkegaard, it's important to remember that being spirited, which the aesthetic person lacks, requires at least the following two things. Actively struggling with the question of what and who you are, taking an active role in determining the significance of your life. Striving to integrate the status of that ongoing struggle into your life through choices and commitments about how to live. Struggling with the question of the very meaning of your own existence isn't easy. In fact, it's painful. It requires a lot of self-analysis, a lot of self-criticism, and a great deal of honesty about the role that your own freedom plays in determining your own destiny. Because this struggle with existence isn't pleasant, and because it often involves anxiety, most people jump ship and fall into a life of despair. Aesthetes jump ship by refusing to take their lives seriously. They refuse to acknowledge that they're existing beings with the freedom to carve a meaningful path for themselves through life. Embracing a life of freedom would mean making spirited commitments about the direction your life should take and holding yourself accountable to them. If you've committed to being a certain kind of person, you think of the future as composed of a set of situations in which you'll strive to remain faithful to the self-identity you've chosen. The aesthete wants to avoid all this. The aesthete doesn't want accountability or to feel obligated to any commitments she made in the past. Instead, the aesthete wants to live carefree, in the moment, with no sense of unity over time or direction or clear purpose. Spirited people take an active role in finding meaning in life. They come at life through their self-determining choices. The aesthete is the opposite, she seeks distraction. Instead of making a commitment, she chooses to be entertained by pleasure or to pursue what's agreeable or interesting. Basically, aesthetes want to detach from existence or life and watch it from afar. They're like spectators. They want to experience life like it's a movie. In other words, they don't participate in life, they want to eat from a bucket of popcorn and kick back and enjoy the experiences life throws at them, all from the safety of their theater seat, of course. The aesthetic life is inherently passive. The aesthetic life just won't work. The aesthetic life can't sustain itself. It's ultimately self-defeating. It typically posits the meaning of self-fulfillment in some form of rotation method, in learning to cultivate experiences of either pleasure or interesting possibility as a way to escape from the emptiness of not engaging with the fundamental human task of being a real self. But these escape attempts are futile. No one has the ability to keep it up. Think of how it works. You start by feeling an emptiness right at the center of your life. It calls on you to embrace your freedom and take up the question of the meaning of your life. But it isn't pleasurable. So you use aesthetic distraction, either through hedonism or mental mind manipulation, to try to avoid it. But no matter how good you are, the pleasure of an experience ends. Now you're back at the beginning all over again. Oh no. That means back to anxiety. The answer? Quick, find another distracting experience. It ends, and more anxiety follows. Aestheticism never cures or even faces up to anxiety, it just desperately works to keep it at bay. As a result, the aesthetic life just seems to burn itself out. It's like doing drugs, the more you do, the more you need to do. You always need bigger and better experiences to do the job. It's not sustainable. Eventually, you run out of gas and collapse. In addition, the aesthetic life takes self-fulfillment and hands it over to the world. No matter what you do or how good you are, the world will always hand you experiences that will frustrate your attempts to live in pleasure. You can't control the world. This will leave you bitter and may lead you to start wrongly thinking of the course of your life as being dictated by fate or destiny. Finally, the failure of the aesthetic life can simply be seen in its lack of dignity. All aesthetes, on one level or another, try to withdraw from active participation in life. An aesthete doesn't want to be a real engaged self, charting a determined course into the future on the basis of her choices. In the end, the aesthetic life just seems to reduce human existence to a type of animal life. Aren't you better than that? Isn't life more than pleasure, the agreeable, or the interesting? The unconscious aesthete, sleepwalking through life. One way to be an aesthete is to be an unconscious aesthete. This is a particularly curious form of aestheticism. This type of aesthete is unconscious because she's not particularly self-reflective about what she is. She interacts with the world, but with no real notion of self. In a sense, the unconscious aesthete is like an animal, moved in this direction or that always as a result of sensing what's agreeable or disagreeable in the situation at hand. At times, Kierkegaard uses the fictional character Don Juan as an example of this aesthete, a person pulled by the forces of his bodily needs, in this case, by his sensual impulses. However, the unconscious aesthete can also be a social being, one who lives in mindless conformity to what's agreeable and away from what's not. To understand Kierkegaard's point, think of a laboratory rat. Set up a maze, and put cheese in some corridors and electric shocks in other ones. Now place the rat inside. Quickly, the rat learns how to move through the maze to avoid the shocks and get the cheese. How? As purely natural or bodily creatures, rats are biologically programmed to avoid pain and pursue pleasure. The unconscious aesthete is like a rat, but she lives in a social maze rather than a laboratory maze. Quickly, she learns where the shocks and the cheese are located within society. If you're a woman, tan often, because then men will look at you approvingly. Buy more stuff, because you want to keep up with the Joneses, the people most approved of. You go to church not because you feel a real connection to God, but because in a Christian community, that's what Christians do. After all, what would they think if you didn't? You know, you'd get shocked by the pains of disapproval. As far as Kierkegaard sees it, the unconscious aesthete has no view of herself as spirit or as an actively self-determining being who can take charge of her own existence. Instead, the spirit in these people lies dormant and is sleeping. They live like the rat must live, moving this way or that simply as a result of the type of experiences those different paths offer up. Of course, this aesthete always has a choice, but she seems to have no consciousness of herself as a being capable of real self-direction. In a way, the unconscious aesthete is like a child, driven by what's agreeable or disagreeable. Isn't this particularly undignified? As Kierkegaard sees it, it's like choosing to live in the dingy basement of a beautiful home, the self, and choosing never to occupy its more sophisticated upper floors. Clearly, no one would literally do that with a real house. So why do some live that way with respect to their own selfhood? Living like a rat when one is capable of much more? Think of this kind of aesthete as being conscious of her surroundings. She doesn't, of course, run into walls, but not self-conscious, similar to the rat, only the rat doesn't have a self to be conscious of. She isn't conscious of the possibility of spirited, free living. As a result, she's like a zombie, the living dead. She understands what she is only in terms of what she does. As Kierkegaard puts it, the man of immediacy does not know himself. He quite literally identifies himself only by the clothes he wears. He identifies having a self by externalities. Unlike the rat, you aren't just a creature in the natural world, determined to act in accord with the cravings and desires of your body. The way of being lost in the body, or in a view of existence that values only agreeable experiences, can take different forms within society, like a slavish robotic devotion to the following: acquisition of material goods, such as money or possessions, attainment of approved social positions, cultivation of the majority's beliefs and opinions. The hedonistic aesthete, pleasure is king. Some aesthetes are more conscious of their despair, so they realize on some level, even if only minimally, that they aren't living in a dignified way. They show a glimmer of self-consciousness about themselves and so about their own condition. They know, on some level, that a spirited free component is part of what they are, and as a result, they know that the aesthetic life, which is passive and non-spirited, is undignified. Still, these aesthetes don't want to acknowledge this truth fully and deal with it, because it's painful. As a result, they strive to cover up their own lack of dignity by distracting themselves with hedonistic pleasures. When do you think the intuition that your spirit tends to become clear? Probably when you're alone, not doing anything, and faced just with yourself. You see that there's a self that you should be, a self that takes control of its own existence, chooses itself, and gives its own life a passionate direction. Of course, this realization comes with a healthy dose of anxiety, so that's not pleasant. As a result, a conscious aesthete needs a plan, a way to avoid those self-realizations and escape anxiety. The typical plan of the aesthete is to stay very busy. That allows her to avoid those painful moments of self-reflective clarity. In his work Either/Or, one of Kierkegaard's fictional characters, an aesthete amusingly called A, expresses this insight. He suggests that boredom is the greatest evil and advises what he calls rotation method as a response. One type of rotation is called field rotation, in short, learning to cycle through faster, more frequent, and more intense entertainment as a means of keeping boredom, and the clarity about the nature of the self and with it one's own despair, at bay. Life for the field rotator is about lots of distractions and pleasures. The more you can get, the better and more significant life is. Party on, dude. Obviously, the field rotator avoids commitments. Why bother? You should always live for the moment, the field rotator suggests, and at any moment you need to be on the lookout for better and more intense experiences. That means always living in the moment. Co-author Chris knew a guy who would never commit to coming to a party at his house. If he did intend to come, Chris would know it only when he arrived. As a field rotator, this guy clearly thought, why make a commitment to go to Chris's when something more pleasurable might come up in the meantime? To the field rotator, commitments are totally illogical. As an aesthete, you'd never commit to do X tomorrow when you don't know whether some other option Y might pop up that would be more exciting and intense than X. The reflective aesthete, lost in the imagination. Imagine a person who suddenly awakens from a long deception, one that hides from that person the fact that her future isn't determined. This kind of person would awaken more self-conscious than ever before and would be amazed at the new world of possibilities that emerges before her. The spirited person would learn to make responsible choices by carving out a self from the possibilities presented. But the reflective aesthete doesn't do that. Instead, when she becomes more and more aware of herself as a self-determining power, she becomes more addicted to her newly found world of the possible that opens before her. It becomes a new way to escape. Because the reflective aesthete is an aesthete, she's still devoted to enjoyment. Like other aesthetes, the reflective aesthete is also devoted to not living in an active sense. Instead, she's passive. In the case of the reflective aesthete, that passivity is demonstrated by a withdrawal into the mind and into the world of the possible that the imagination can provide. As one of Kierkegaard's fictional reflective aesthetes puts it, the essence of pleasure does not lie in the thing enjoyed, but in the accompanying consciousness. The reflective aesthete doesn't just want to experience pleasure as a result of being affected by pleasurable things in the world like a field rotator. Instead, this aesthete wants the pleasure to come from ways of imaginatively manipulating the world. The goal of this aesthete is the mental cultivation of interesting experiences. The reflective aesthete, Kierkegaard suggests, does this by using the world as fodder for the creation of different ways of thinking about things. The reflective aesthete is so interested in possibility, in thinking about things in the world, that she becomes largely detached from the way things really are. Fantasy is all that matters now. As one of Kierkegaard's aesthetic characters says, with a tinge of addiction in his voice, pleasure disappoints, possibility never. And what wine was so sparkling, what so fragrant, what so intoxicating, as possibility? It's pretty clear how the reflective aesthete fails to make commitments. To be committed to a task or to a particular identity, you have to choose a concrete identity and path. You have to select a possibility that gives meaning to your life and make it actual. In other words, possibility is meaningful when it plays a role in helping you figure out how to live in the actual world you inhabit. Real choices give you particular direction in your concrete world. But the reflective aesthete isn't interested in this because she has no desire to live in the real world at all. She wants to live in her head, fantasizing about and cycling through all the different ways that particular things could be. Kierkegaard calls this crop rotation. Instead of cycling through different worldly experiences, as the field rotator does, you take one experience and cycle through different ways of thinking about it or envisioning it. You get creative, even artistic, about the way you think of the world. You know the type. You're always saying to the person, "Hey, come back down to reality or Earth to Chris you in there, Chris." They're in there all right, in their heads, imagining possibilities, and that's where they want to stay. The ethical stage, finding your meaning within roles. After aestheticism, which is noted for its lack of spirit and its refusal to make choices and commitments about how to make something of one's life, the next stage of despair is the ethical. In this stage, a person has moved out of the aesthetic stage and is finally ready to make commitments and choices about who to be and how to live. The ethicist does this by freely electing to take her place in a larger social and moral structure, what we call the universal. The universal is the set of objective moral truths that functions as the foundation of meaningful and appropriate worldly interaction. After you choose to subordinate yourself to the universal and to accept your role within its overarching system of meaning, you have a roadmap to understanding how to engage with life in a meaningful way. Although the ethical stage is an advance on the aesthetic life, because it embraces the necessity of choosing and committing to a way of life, the ethical stage is still a form of despair, or a way to avoid being a self, for the following two reasons. The ethical stage assumes that a person can find the answer to the question "How do I engage with the world?" without the need for any contribution by the specific individual herself. Instead, the universal has all the answers and provides the rule book for living meaningfully. For Kierkegaard, however, this means that you haven't truly held the tension within the self together, because meaningful choices always come alongside the feeling of risk, to the extent that you can't tell whether you've made the right choice. The ethical life, however, seems to suggest that you can know what the right choice is, so risk as an element of individual and spirited existence disappears. Life is too ambiguous for that. Kierkegaard thinks that the ethical life inevitably leads to a return of despair because its goals are ultimately unattainable. Thus, although the ethical life suggests that we can attain happiness by subordinating our individual desires and needs and wants to the dictates of the universal, we just can't ever seem to be able to do this. The ethical life, as a result, leaves us feeling perpetually guilty, frustrated, and, in all likelihood, miserable. The importance of choosing yourself. The ethicist thinks of the aesthete as someone who wants to be free to do whatever she wants, whenever she wants. As the ethicist puts it, the aesthete is a multiplicity, or an assortment of faceless masks. She's all style, no substance. Because she refuses to choose a stable identity, one that actually makes demands on her, she's actually no one. Moreover, the aesthete secretly knows she's in despair because she can't avoid the nagging truth that she's living in an undignified way. According to the ethicist, the aesthete has an either/or choice to make. Either she can remain in this hopelessly passive life, knowing that it's futile, or she can choose herself by embracing a stable identity and committing to it. To make the choice to leave the aesthetic realm, however, the aesthete must first experience its final futility. The aesthete must separate herself from that life and judge it unworthy, as something subordinate to the ethical life. The aesthete can give up this life only by renouncing it. Are philosophers reflective aesthetes? One of the interesting claims that Kierkegaard makes is that philosophers, especially those who tend to deal in large-scale concepts and theories, are reflective aesthetes trying to avoid the world. Funny enough, this is what most people say, that philosophers live in an ivory tower and avoid the real world. Is this true? Well, the craft of philosophy does typically deal with abstractions. Philosophers construct a number of abstract concepts that they claim represent the world, and then they try to see what relationships obtain between those concepts. Essentially, they develop ideas about the world and then they just deal with the ideas from that point out. Of course, you may object that these abstractions aren't really the concrete world at all. So philosophers take a bit from reality and then use their imaginations to construct a more interesting world to play in. Ideas turn out to be the philosopher's sandbox, not the real world. As Kierkegaard might say, philosophers like to think about existence, but that's it. They're not as interested in experiencing existence. The world within the mind is so much more interesting, and as a result, they show no interest in the real world. The ethical life demands that you need to first choose yourself as a chooser. You must give up on the aesthetic method of letting experiences and sensations rule your life. You need to step up to the plate and commit to taking up the question of your existence. In doing this, the first step is to commit to not being an aesthete. It all starts with committing to growing up. The aesthete simply refuses to take herself seriously, so that's the first step in being a self, taking yourself and the task of living seriously. Only on this foundation can you begin to choose a more specific identity for yourself. Choosing yourself by embracing a system. When you decide to live in the ethical stage, Kierkegaard thinks, you can't just choose to choose. You also have to make specific choices about who you are going to be. Specifically, choosing the ethical life means making a free choice about joining a social and ethical system, one governed by objective rules and structures. The way the ethicists see it, the structure of the world, and society, is very rational. Science shows them why interaction in the physical world makes sense or is meaningful. Lucky for them, the ethicists see rules that govern the way individuals should interact with their world. Philosophy, using reason, can figure out the objective structures that govern human action. We can stamp a name on the whole collective set and call it the universal. It's universal because those structures and rules apply across the board to all individuals. The universal says that if a person is in an X type of situation, she should do Y. Because the universal transcends the particularity of any specific person, however, you as an individual get factored out. What a person should do is always a function of the social roles she occupies. Think of a math formula like x times 0 equals 0. It says that no matter what number you plug into x, you always get the same answer. Similarly, the universal suggests that the nature of the specific individual just doesn't factor into the equation. So your individuality isn't important when you're trying to figure out how to live meaningfully in the situations you find yourself in. All you need is knowledge of the universal, of the objective rules that govern human interaction in the world, and knowledge of your social role in the situation you're in. For the ethicist, because human interaction is meaningful or significant only when it matches the universal, a person who wants to have a meaningful life has to embrace the way of living that it dictates. Essentially, you must learn to subordinate yourself as an individual to the universal. We sense an objection. Perhaps you think that if this is true, living meaningfully means being robbed of individual choice, because the only way to exist meaningfully is to rigidly conform to the dictates of the universal. The ethicist thinks that if that's the way you see it, you've left out something important. You don't just fall into these social and ethical roles. You freely choose them as a self-determining being. To freely choose a role means to see the self as significant when it conforms to those roles. Perhaps that means that you choose to take your place within society as a son and a husband, as a friend, a teacher, and many other things. You decide to fulfill your social destiny, in a way. But don't forget, the ethicist says, you freely choose your place. According to the ethicist, this way of choosing to live life is a perfect way to bring together the oppositions within the self in just the right way. When you choose to submit to the universal, you freely consent to the necessity found within that life and its rules and structures, including beauty and pleasure in the ethical life. If you're aesthetically inclined, you no doubt think that the ethical life is boring. There's no beauty or pleasure in choosing to conform to the objective rigid rules and structures that govern the human community. The ethicist thinks you've got it all wrong. The ethical life isn't just beautiful, but also artistic and pleasurable. So it should be appealing to all you closet aesthetes out there. So the aesthetic life has a place in the ethical, but its place is subordinate to the ethical. Think of marriage. Although the aesthete sees marriage as boring because it demands commitment to a certain way of life, the ethicist sees it differently, thinking that true beauty and pleasure can come into being only with commitments. Is the ethicist right? When you choose to marry, you promise to love and to care for and to be faithful to a person. This vow is more than a reference to now. Instead, a marriage commitment stretches across the past and the future. As a married person, you'll see your past as a married person would. In addition, you'll see the future that way too. Specifically, you'll see it as containing opportunities to be, or fail to be, the kind of person you've committed to be. In each new situation you're in, it's up to you to succeed at being the way a married person should be, how that role is structured in that society, in that circumstance. The work of striving to become what you've committed to be is similar to treating yourself like a bonsai tree. If you find yourself tempted to be unfaithful, you learn to prune those desires out of yourself and to cultivate new ones, like the desire for fidelity. Your aim is to prune and cultivate your character and your desires so that eventually you have only the desires appropriate to being a husband or wife. Being a married person is something that you work to become. Now think of your choice to join the ethical in the same way. Basically, if you choose to take your place within the structures of society, you aim to shape your own wants and desires so that they perfectly match what your social roles expect of you in any given situation. Each time you're in a new situation, you'll want to feel, see, experience, and act, in short, exist, in the world just as those roles demand. You'll want to be the perfectly pruned social and ethical bonsai. Pruning a bonsai tree is an artistic craft, and so is the craft of pruning the self. Clearly, the ethical doesn't reject art and beauty, it transforms it. The ethicist also thinks that you'll get a lot of pleasure out of your social life. What your roles demand and what you want are in harmony if you are successfully doing your job pruning yourself, so you'll get a great amount of pleasure out of performing your roles. If the ethicist is right, the ethical life contains pleasure and beauty. So the ethical doesn't jettison the aesthetic, it contains it, but in a way that doesn't let the aesthetic view of what life is predominate. The ethical person claims to be in control. She makes choices and commitments. She chooses an identity for herself and follows through, creating herself in an artistic way to become the person she chose to be. Using ethics to hide from yourself. The ethical life has a kind of seductive quality. Come on, don't lie, we know you like it. It seems so peaceful, so pleasurable, it's even artistic. And so harmonious. You find your place and meaning in the universal ethical rules that govern the social roles that constitute your larger community. It's just like a big jigsaw puzzle in which all the pieces fit together and you finally fit your piece, namely, you, in. Yet if you're reading an existentialist, and suddenly things get all warm and fuzzy, you should suspect something is amiss. One problem is clear, the ethicist requires that you choose to freely subject yourself to a bunch of societal rules and structures governed by the universal, which is itself determined by the impartial dictates of reason. The universal contains the final answers and rules to living a meaningful and significant human life. You can have that life if you submit to it. But what is the job of the individual self here? Wherein the ethical life is the part where the individual self has to continually grapple with the question of how to engage with life, of how to exist in the world in concrete situations. Of course, the ethicist suggests that the individual plays a role through continually recommitting to living in this way. But that's it. If you look at it this way, it looks as if the ethicist has decided to hide from the responsibility that she has, as an individual, to grapple with the hard work of being an active, spirited self. But this requires grappling with situations as a particular individual in that situation. Turning to a meaning and significance found in something external to you won't do. As we discuss later in this chapter, this concern also expresses itself in Kierkegaard's attack on the ethical stage from the standpoint of religion. If, he argues, the individual's relationship to God must be central to a meaningful life, the individual herself can't be exhausted by the ethical. The individual must still have a significance outside the ethical. Of course, Kierkegaard's attack on the ethical life isn't unexpected. Existentialists don't believe that universal values and truths like the universal ever exhaust what you are. As an individual, you must continually struggle with the responsibility of finding your own way. Failing to capture the ambiguity in life. To choose to subsume the self under the universal, to strive to live life by objective moral rules or structures, really means choosing to cease to live as an individual. But here's another problem. The ethical life claims to deny a central facet of existence, that it's essentially ambiguous. Think about the times you've made big decisions in your life. Doesn't it seem that rule following fails to do justice to what you actually did when you made your choice? In really important situations, it's rare that a cookbook-like response will suffice. Somewhere along the line, you have to fudge a little to make the rules fit that situation. It's as though the concrete situations that you live in are round holes and the rules are square pegs. You need to do a lot of cheating to get that peg to fit into that hole. Kierkegaard's point here is intuitive. The answers to big questions about life, such as how should I live, can't be pre-packaged and given to you. Does Kierkegaard think you should be unethical? Much as Kierkegaard criticizes the ethical life, he's not telling you to seek to be unethical or bad. To start, keep in mind that Kierkegaard doesn't say that you should, in moving past the aesthetic stage's unhealthy attachment to experiences, reject those kinds of connections to the world. Rather, he's saying that you shouldn't define yourself and your life in terms of those experiences. Essentially, it's okay to have aesthetic tastes or to flavor your life with a variety of pleasurable or intense experiences. You simply can't make aesthetic experience a false idol, something you bow down to as though it were God, allowing it to determine the meaning of life. Similarly, you shouldn't strive to move to the woods and avoid social life and ethics. Of course, being a mom or a friend or a colleague is important. Kierkegaard just thinks that the ethical life doesn't define you or give you significance. Just as much as the aesthetic life shouldn't become a false idol, the ethical life shouldn't become one either, because it's not your final aim or purpose or meaning. So again, go cultivate those ethical bonds. But remember that you are more. In short, it may be the case that you can and should add ethical, and aesthetic, elements to your life. But don't make the mistake of thinking that the aesthetic or the ethical exhaust what you are. You're much more than either one, separately or taken together. The ethical life fails to deliver on its promises. One of the central claims of the ethical life is that it promises a kind of wholeness, or a life of happiness within the secure confines of society and the roles that you elect to take on. If you decide to be a father and a teacher and a friend, you'll find ultimate happiness and significance in life when you've successfully learned to discipline the self so that its desires conform perfectly to what those roles demand. But can that ever truly happen? It seems that this promise of fulfillment is one that can't be cashed in. As an individual, you resist being stuffed into those constraining roles. As a result, you always seem to have desires and hopes and aspirations that rub up against those categories and so cause friction in your life. As a result, the ethical life doesn't deliver on its promise of fulfillment and happiness. Instead, it leaves you feeling guilty, frustrated, and possibly even miserable. It's an unattainable ideal. When we realize that, despair is inevitable, but we have nowhere to turn. The ethical life is too full of pride. The last problem with the ethical stage connects with the next stage, the religious. According to the ethical life, self-fulfillment and wholeness, even if difficult to achieve, are always ultimately in the hands of the person. In other words, you can be a self simply through your own power, through self-discipline. If you read what we say earlier in the chapter, However, Kierkegaard believes that being a self is a task that we need to take seriously, which the aesthetic life fails to do, but at the same time we must realize that we do not, on our own, have the ability to complete the task. Instead, for that we must turn to God. Seen in this light, the ethical life contains too much hubris. It's stubbornly prideful about the role of the self in its own creation, a pride that ultimately leads to despair. Fear and trembling, embracing the religious life. Kierkegaard clearly thinks the task of being a self isn't easy. He identifies various ways in which you can fail at the task and end up in what he calls despair. He also identifies different life stages that people can wind up in and that exemplify despair. At this point, we make the turn to the final and ultimate stage, the religious. Only when a person enters this stage is Kierkegaard willing to say that she's finally succeeded in becoming a self, even if she'll have to keep at it. Consistent with the basic tenets of existentialism, Kierkegaard thinks that in this stage a person truly embraces all the aspects of what she truly is and thus lives an authentic life. That means embracing, through a leap of faith, the fundamental absurdity of existence. For Kierkegaard, embracing this fundamental absurdity can be truly accomplished only through a leap of faith into the religious life. Whereas the aesthetic stage privileges feelings and the ethical privileges reason, the religious favors faith. Theology often struggles in the attempt to understand faith. What is it? Kierkegaard turns to the Bible to help figure out an answer, specifically to what is often taken to be the ultimate story of faith, the saga of Abraham and Isaac. Kierkegaard thinks that this story hides the answer to two related questions: what is faith, and what does it mean to be a self? An analysis of that story brings us a bit closer to our answer. The strange story of Abraham and Isaac. Imagine that one day, you're tending to your job programming computers, executing stock trade orders on Wall Street, or just reading a For Dummies book. Everything in your life is going just fine. You have a spouse and a son, and you love them both very much. You enjoy your job, and you're a happy member of the community in which you live. You try your best to live a very moral life, and you contribute often to the poor. You attend church regularly and consider yourself to be very religious. And then one day, something very odd happens. You hear what you take to be the voice of God. No one else can hear it, just you. In a way, this isn't odd, you've spoken with God before. But this time the voice disturbs you because it tells you to go home and sacrifice your son to it. What would you do? Of course, as the story tells us, Abraham does as he was ordered, though God sends an angel to stop Abraham at the last second, as he draws down the knife on his son Isaac. Consequently, for passing the test with flying colors, Abraham is understood to be the father of faith. Kierkegaard wants to know what it means to say that Abraham is the father of faith. This is important, because the way in which Abraham engages with his existence is what you have to pull off to become a self for Kierkegaard. No, you won't have to sacrifice anyone, well, at least not necessarily. For Kierkegaard, the movement of faith is the final link, the final piece in the puzzle that you've been missing all this time. Authenticity isn't gained through feeling, or through reason, it's attained through faith. Giving up the earthly, killing your son. Kierkegaard thinks that an important part of Christianity, or of being a self, is being willing to give up the world. What this means is that you shouldn't think that what gives your life meaning can be found within the world. Instead, Kierkegaard thinks that life's meaning is found in a relationship with God. This doesn't mean removing yourself from the world, however. It means loving the world passionately while renouncing it for the sake of God. That's the first step. Kierkegaard doesn't deny that you exist within the world and that as a result, you have earthly or worldly attachments. At the same time, Given that Kierkegaard thinks being a self means keeping what's fixed, or finite, and what's possible, or infinite, about you in tension, seeing your significance as located solely in the world ignores one important aspect of yourself, that what you are always transcends what's given in your worldly experience. One way of being overly attached to the world is seen in the aesthetic life, where you see the significance of life in the way you're affected by things. As some aesthetes have it, pleasure is king. Kierkegaard doesn't want you to become lost in those experiences, because they become idolatrous, which means mistaking the wrong thing for God, or for what's ultimately significant. In the case of the aesthetic, when your experiences become your God, you have a problem. Instead, you need to be connected to the world in a healthy way that recognizes its importance but subjugates it to what's superior. This viewpoint can help you understand why God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son. After all, Isaac represents the object in the world that Abraham is most attached to. God doesn't oppose Abraham's love for Isaac, or the experience of happiness that it yields for him. He just doesn't want Isaac to become an idol that replaces him. What Abraham really is as a self, his relation to God, transcends the world, so he must be prepared to separate himself from his attachments to the earthly in a way that demonstrates a recognition of that true nature. Embracing the God who's beyond ethics. Abraham is in a serious pickle, he has to sacrifice his kid. Put yourself in his shoes. What's he thinking after he hears that voice? What would you think if you heard that voice? Of the many ways to respond to this dilemma, two specifically would rule Abraham out as the father of faith. One way is to simply deny that it's the voice of God. If the voice persists, you go to see a psychiatrist and ask to be put on medication. A second way is to acknowledge that the voice is God's, but to deny that God is telling the truth. Both responses have a similar foundation. They refuse to accept that God would ever ask you to do something that seemed so vicious and evil and for no apparent greater good. By thinking in these ways, you reveal that your relationship to God is mediated through an idea of God that you have. This doesn't mean you know everything about God, but it means that you do know at least some things, such as the fact that God doesn't command anyone to do evil. This is a common way of understanding God. But think about it. Doesn't this mean that you are dictating that your God relationship be conducted on your terms? Isn't part of this your claim that God must conform to your conception, funneled through reason, of what the good is? Really, you're demanding that God be subordinate to ethics, subordinate to your idea, or your society's idea, about how actions should be performed in the world. You're really using reason to understand God. This creates a second idol, next to Isaac, in this case, to worship, the ethical. But if God transcends the world, why should he be constrained by ethics? Isn't suggesting that God must fit into a preconceived notion of what the divine is awfully presumptuous? If you think about it, you can see a lot of hubris in this view. Hubris comes from ancient Greek, and it means something like exaggerated self-confidence. In ancient Greek tragedies, characters who are hubristic all but inevitably get into deep trouble. In this case, thinking in these ways would be pretty hubristic. If Abraham understands the voice from this hubris-based perspective, you can't find much faith in him at all. If he refuses to sacrifice Isaac because what the voice says makes him think that it's not God, he's lost his faith and found an idol, worldly ethics. If he's on the way up the mountain but just going through the motions, because he knows God is putting him on, then he has no faith either, for the same reason. On the other hand, if God is above ethics, he'll have to look at the situation in a whole new way. Experiencing ethics as a temptation. Usually, sin is understood as the turning away from virtue. So we typically say that sinning is the performance of actions that are ethically unsound or vicious. But Kierkegaard doesn't think of sin as a failure of virtue. He sees sin as a turn from God. Because God transcends ethics, it must be possible that in a certain situation, sin may turn out to be not turning away from virtue, but being tempted toward it. Kierkegaard's new way of thinking about the God relationship shakes up people's intuitions, because most Christians think that being a good Christian is synonymous with being a good person. Because being a good person means aligning yourself with the ethical structures that govern the human community, being a good Christian means playing your proper social role in just the right way. Good Christians tell the truth, they're kind to others, they're generous, they're kind and caring parents, and they feed the poor. Clearly, by this view, sin means giving in to the individual desires that you have that are opposed to those of the ethical community. Thus, to sin is to defiantly assert that you are meaningful and significant apart from ethics, apart from society or the universal. Thus, Christianity interprets sinning as acting selfishly, of ignoring the larger whole. With Kierkegaard's view of sin in your pocket, rethink Abraham's situation. If he's called by God to kill his son, his possible sin isn't to be pulled away from ethics to do something those ethics reject. Instead, because for Kierkegaard sin is always primarily a rejection of God, Abraham's sin in this case is giving in to the temptation toward ethics. Clearly, ethics demands that a father not kill his son, it's not virtuous. So here, ethics and virtue tempt you away from God. The result is clear, in Kierkegaard's view, ethics and sin can be in opposition. According to Kierkegaard, God's command, if Abraham hears it right, forces him to recognize that his relationship to God is independent of ethics, the world. When someone stands in relationship to God, it's not as an individual within the ethical, it's as an individual standing above the universal, alone. Ethics isn't the medium through which you have a relationship with God. In a relationship between you and God, ethics is a fifth wheel. If Abraham hears the voice of God correctly, he understands that in his relationship to God, he, Abraham, and God are outside, and higher than, the universal. Abraham realizes that he shouldn't reject ethics entirely, but he should learn to perform what Kierkegaard calls a suspension of the ethical when God calls for it, because only in God does Abraham find his true significance and meaning. If God transcends ethics, God quite possibly does want you to kill your son, or mother, and will follow through on the request. If you can accept that, and embrace that kind of relationship with God and with the world, Kierkegaard thinks you're starting to get somewhere. Abraham has to see himself as an exceptional individual, one who must strive to see the foundation of his own existence as, to use Nietzsche's phrase, beyond good and evil. Renouncing your worldly self. A faithful Abraham believes that God will take Isaac from him. He has to be bummed about it. But Abraham could kill Isaac and see it as something any good person would have to do in his position. But true faith, Kierkegaard argues, means Abraham must sacrifice the possibility of finding any comfort in what he does. He must not have a worldly way of rationalizing his murder of his son to make it more understandable. He must sacrifice even this kind of connection to the world. Missing what Kierkegaard means is easy to do. To help clarify, look at the ancient Greek story of Agamemnon. Agamemnon is the king of Mycenae, and his country is at war with Troy. To fulfill his duties as a king, Agamemnon has to sail his fleet to Troy. But he has a problem. Some of the gods have demanded that he murder his daughter, Iphigenia, to provide the wind needed to get his ships there. Agamemnon's in a pickle. Ethics makes two demands on him, each motivated by different parts of his worldly identity as a king and as a father. One role demands a sacrifice, the other role prohibits it. These tragic dilemmas were common in Greek plays of the time, typically dealing with clashes of duties like the one Agamemnon faces. In a tragic dilemma, there's no way out, either way you turn, you do something wrong to do something right. Agamemnon does kill his daughter, don't worry, his wife kills him later when he gets back from Troy. Like Abraham, Agamemnon has to give up or sacrifice the worldly thing that he loves most, his daughter. He must make this sacrifice to affirm his more important ethical relationship to his people as a king. That's where the similarities with Abraham end. Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter, but he doesn't have to give up his worldly identity as well because his action makes sense in terms of worldly ethics. According to the ethical structures governing Agamemnon's world, his daughter's murder was required of him as a king, so it actually served the greater ethical good. Faith and Kierkegaard's love life. Philosophers in general have had a pretty sorry relationship with love. In fact, Nietzsche, who had serious issues in this area too, joked that the married philosopher belonged in comedy. Kierkegaard was no exception, but his story is a famous one. Early in his life, he became enamored with a young girl named Regina Olsen. The couple became engaged, but after a short time, Kierkegaard broke off the engagement. One reason was that Kierkegaard wasn't sure he could do God's work, his writing, and trying to wake people up to authentic life, and be married at the same time. To him, it seemed like an either/or choice, he had to choose one. It was a decision that haunted Kierkegaard for the rest of his life. Many think that within Kierkegaard's discussion of the Abraham story is the story of his own tortured relationship. He felt that he had been called upon to sacrifice, luckily, not literally, Regina for God. He waited all his life hoping to get Regina back, as Abraham got Isaac back, but it never happened. She, unlike him, moved on and married another man. Although he's unhappy, Agamemnon can resign himself to the loss of his daughter because it was demanded of him by the universal. He acts in a ghastly fashion, but not immorally. So Agamemnon, and those around him, can rest on his worldly conception of what he's done to understand it. People can pity Agamemnon and be glad that they've never been called to do something similar. Abraham can't rest on world ethics, and that's why his situation calls for more than just a sacrifice of a child. Unlike Agamemnon's, Abraham's temptation doesn't come from within the ethical realm. In Agamemnon's case, the temptation is to act as father. Thus Abraham has no worldly self to whom he can turn to justify what he's doing. When Abraham acts, he leaves his social and ethical world entirely behind him. As a result, Abraham embraces his choice as one that can't be understood or justified within the world. In terms of the world, Abraham is a murderer. Thus, in terms of his worldly self, Abraham can't comfort himself at all. He must simply do it because he's chosen to heed God's call. Essentially, he's prepared to sacrifice his own worldly self as well as the life of his son. It's also worth noting that for Abraham, his son is his immortality. There's no Christian afterlife. So this really is a big sacrifice. This is pretty devastating. Abraham has no safe harbor, no excuse to use. He stands before his relationship with God in fear and trembling. He must choose as an individual alone. Believing the impossible, the night of faith. Abraham is resigned to the fact that God will take Isaac from him. But if that's where the story ends, Abraham is just a resigned guy, not particularly happy. However, he also believes, Kierkegaard argues, that he'll get Isaac back again. He seemingly believes the impossible. That requires faith. It's his faith that allows him to be happy as he travels to the mountain. Abraham is resigned to the fact that he's going to lose Isaac. He knows that it's not a game and that God isn't messing around. As a result, Kierkegaard says that Abraham makes the movement of infinite resignation. He's sacrificed the world for God. But can you be resigned to losing the world and also believe that you'll get it back? If Abraham is actually thinking this, he's really grasping onto something that doesn't make any sense at all. Abraham is embracing the absurd. With God's help, Abraham finally holds together what's fixed and what's possible in his action. He's resigned to the loss of Isaac and the world, the fixed, but also hopeful that he'll get Isaac back, the possible. It's an absurdity, but that's what's needed to live as a true self, to open yourself to the mystery that in God all things are possible. Thus Abraham ceases to try to force existence to make sense. Instead, he opens himself to the mystery of the divine. Why faith must be offensive. Although many existentialists weren't religious, for Kierkegaard, the greatest way of living in truth was to embody the life that contained the greatest passion, and to do that required faith. For Kierkegaard, this makes sense. Living passionately means making a commitment to a life that's full of risk and mystery, like Abraham's, one that requires real courage to will. As it turns out, for Kierkegaard Christianity is the greatest passion. If you make a commitment to being a good person, you can never entirely explain why you made that commitment in terms of reasons and evidence. Even if you claim to have reasons, those reasons themselves require reasons. At some point, you need to make a commitment to this way of life through a leap. Because the leap itself lacks reasons, it requires risk and embraces mystery. Leaping into life embodies passion. Even if reason can't tell you that being a good person is best, choosing this path surely isn't offensive to reason. The problem is just that at some point, reason has to say, I don't know. As a result, for Kierkegaard the ethical life doesn't embody the ultimate degree of risk and mystery that a person can take on. Instead, he takes the Christian requirement of belief in Jesus to raise the anxiety that comes with passionate choice to a fever pitch. He calls this ideal the absolute paradox. Reason isn't indifferent to the absolute paradox, it's offended by it. Kierkegaard has a point, doesn't he? Imagine the Christian who stakes her existence on a belief in Jesus as the Son of God. If her ideal is correct, God, who's eternal, actually became man and made himself temporal and finite. What is holy, transcendent and sacred, God, became profane and ordinary, man. Jesus is the living embodiment of a contradiction. Unlike belief in goodness, belief in the incarnation of Jesus is an outright rejection of reason. Reason doesn't want to reject ethics, but according to Kierkegaard it does want to reject the incarnation. The absolute paradox doesn't just lack reasons to embrace it, there can't be any reasons, because it makes no sense. Here, in the realm of the absurd, you find infinite passion. As Kierkegaard puts it, the supreme paradox of all thought is the attempt to discover something that thought cannot think. In the incarnation, it has found just that paradox. Kierkegaard says that faith requires that you remain out upon the deep, over 70,000 fathoms of water, still preserving my faith. The deep, of course, is the absurd. It's as though what Kierkegaard wants us to do is walk out over an empty abyss, with no foundation beneath us to give us security, and travel from one question mark about existence to the next, in a passionate and committed way. Kierkegaard is suggesting that committing to Christ means shattering the use of reason as the way to forge a relationship with your own existence. To truly exist, and so to live in total truth, you must embrace the absurd. Although Abraham lived before Christ, he too forged a relationship with the absurd. He committed to a sacrifice while believing that what was sacrificed would be restored to him. Neither belief rules out the other, it's paradox that's kept alive by willing both with equal force. That's faith. Here's where people need God's help. Abraham must kneel before God and submit to God for help in achieving this movement. In doing so, he'll become himself. He must humbly ask for God's grace. Proving that God exists. What would Kierkegaard have thought about the contemporary fuss over intelligent design, the claim that the complexity of life on Earth is explained by pointing to the guiding hand of an intelligent designer, and evolution, which suggests that this complexity can be explained by using merely natural forces? Although Kierkegaard lived before Darwin and wasn't exposed to evolutionary theory, he was dismissive of intelligent design theories because he rejected the need to point to evidence for God. For Kierkegaard, a person's need for objective proofs of God is a clear sign that the person's faith is lost. To strive to place a rational foundation under your faith removes the demand for inwardly grappling with the paradox of living religiously. Kierkegaard was also dismissive of a trend toward using historical evidence to prove Jesus's validity. He believed these attempts demean faith and have a common goal, relieving the task of taking responsibility for your faith and placing it on something external, like reason and intellectual analysis. Why Abraham is an existential hero? Why is Abraham an existential hero? What Abraham does, in essence, is learn to live the life that all existentialists think you should embrace. For all existentialists, living authentically means one thing: embracing the absurdity of your existence. Check out Chapter 5 for more on that. You shouldn't shy away from that role, you should joyfully embrace it. Surely Abraham embraces absurdity by being willing to sacrifice his son and believing that his son will be restored to him. But Abraham's existential journey continues long after he leaves Mount Moriah. You may expect that afterward, Abraham would never be able to reconnect with his world again. He would find no passion in his relationship with his son, and he would from that point think of his social roles, and the ethical rules that structure them, as totally meaningless. A lot of people would expect, quite naturally, that Abraham's situation would ruin him by turning him into an angry, disgruntled person. But if Abraham continues to be a knight of faith, this can't happen. Instead, Abraham must love his son with the same passion that he did before he renounced him. And he must embrace his social and ethical world with as much vigor as he did before. But he must do this while recognizing that the significance of his life doesn't lie here, because he transcends the world in his relationship with God. Abraham doesn't return to the world and accept it in the way that a person might accept a broken gift. Instead, Abraham joyfully rejoins the human community. This is the central existential dilemma, trying to figure out how to exist in a world without ultimate meaning while engaging with it passionately. You might find an interesting analog here with the story of Sisyphus in Chapter 5. How do you live in a world that you know you transcend but still live in it meaningfully? For Abraham, or for you, the way you do it can't make sense, and that's why it's absurd. But everyone has that task before her, one that, according to Kierkegaard, you can accomplish only with God's help. The problem with contemporary Christians: they lack faith. As an existentialist and as a Christian, Kierkegaard is concerned about your relationship with existence and, hence, with God. From his point of view, however, the problem isn't that people strive to be like Abraham but fail. Instead, Christians in today's age don't even bother to try. Kierkegaard felt that modern Christianity was watered down by the Church, so the question of grappling with existence just doesn't arise anymore. It's taken a backseat to other, most likely aesthetic, pursuits. Kierkegaard's beef with the Church is based on his distaste for attempts to make Christianity palpable or rational and so more digestible to the crowd. In the end, Christianity winds up being used as a way of giving the social rituals of everyday life a larger context. Christianity becomes less about an anxiety-laden individual's commitment to God and more about being a good husband, or a good business partner, or a regular churchgoer. Religion becomes about what you do, as opposed to a way in which you are engaged with your existence. As a result, in Kierkegaard's view, religion is made common. Kierkegaard starts by distinguishing two things. Christendom, the modern descendant of Christianity. New Testament, the actual way of life required of Christians as Kierkegaard sees it outlined in the Bible. Christendom, as a term, gives the impression of a state or an empire, but not a religion. This is Kierkegaard's point. In 19th century Denmark, citizens were members of the state church, which was Christian, so Denmark was effectively a Christian state and society. Kierkegaard's worry, however, is that making Christianity into a social or political institution is contrary to its real New Testament aim, for the individual to forge a relationship with God. The two simply don't work together. The need to give up the world. To live as a New Testament Christian, Kierkegaard thinks you must acknowledge your fundamental separation from the world. Being a true Christian means rubbing up against the world and living in a perpetual state of worldly friction. Because Christians are supposed to be at odds with the world, you must, as Nietzsche might say, live dangerously. As Kierkegaard sees it, the early Christians always saw themselves as outside the world, society, and politics. They saw that their true place was with God and not with the earthly. As Kierkegaard sees it, Christendom is different. In modern Denmark, living well within the world requires that you be a Christian. In 19th century Denmark, everyone was a Christian. To get along in society, you couldn't buck the crowd, and the crowd was Christian. The success of Christianity has become its greatest threat. When everyone is Christian, no one is truly Christian because the word doesn't mean anything anymore. To Kierkegaard, Christianity has ceased to be religion and started to look more like a country club membership that you need if you want to succeed or live well in a particular society. He has a strong point. In heavily Christian communities, being Christian is important if you don't want to be ostracized or seen as weird. Businesses pride themselves on being run by good Christians to drum up better business. In some communities, you'll have a hard time getting married if you aren't Christian. No one's parents would allow themselves to be known by the crowd as the people who allowed such an unacceptable thing to happen. As Kierkegaard laments, in modern times the typical person is also a Christian, goes to church every Sunday, listens to and understands the pastor. Yes, indeed, they understand one another. He dies. For $10 the pastor ushers him into eternity, but a self he neither was, nor became. Kierkegaard's description of the life of the typical Christian sounds stale and meaningless, doesn't it? That's Kierkegaard's point. Sure, most people attend church regularly. What for? Mostly to keep up appearances, to remind their social peers that they're still one of them, a socially acceptable person. The meaning of Christianity has long since been lost. As Abraham's story shows, your relationship with God isn't found in your involvement with the world. A true Christian grapples with the individualistic question of what it means, for the individual, to exist and what it means to be Christian. Because the church itself is too heavily invested in the business of the world, it's focused on expanding its own membership. So it knows better than to make Christianity about anything that forces people to grapple with difficult subjects or topics or to prepare people to see themselves as separate from the world. Life isn't meant to be easy. Authentic, true living shouldn't be easy, Kierkegaard thinks. Cultivating a distance from the worldly things that typically make you happy is bound to cause you to reach for the aspirin bottle pretty often. As far as Kierkegaard sees it, the spiritual man of the New Testament understands this and embraces what's uncomfortable, unreasonable, or offensive about Christianity and life. Kierkegaard thinks most religious people don't fit this description. Instead, Christianity gets reinterpreted by organized religions so that it authorizes how people already want to live. The church doesn't call for sacrifices anymore, other than the occasional $10 tossed into the offering basket. The life of Christianity within the church is passionless. No commitment. No risk. No fear. Faith is simple and easy. Just live your normal, socially acceptable, happy life, and the Christian part of your life follows along for free. Nothing needs to be difficult, because God wants you to be happy. From Kierkegaard's perspective, when faith and following Christ get easy, something's rotten in Denmark, pun intended. Chapter 11. Nietzsche, Mastering the Art of Individuality. In this chapter, seeing the self as an achievement, understanding why individuality involves power, grasping the life of the authentic noble, describing the life of the inauthentic slave. Existentialists stress the importance of living in accord with who you are. So who are you? For one, you're the kind of being who's irreducibly individual. Every person has a particularity that's unique to him and that can't be understood by turning to meanings and values that are external to him. Because you're individual in this way, only you can give a proper expression of your own meaning. Existing as an individual requires that the purpose you give to your life reflect your individuality. Because your experiences of the world and of yourself change, however, your unique individuality is always undergoing alteration. As a result, existing as an individual means always challenging the meaning you give to your life to ensure that it continues over time to honestly serve as an expression of your uniqueness. A lot of people have a difficult time living up to these tasks. Many times they give in to weakness and define their lives in terms of values exterior to them. Sometimes they reject the need to continually reassess the meaning they've given their lives by holding on to a fixed idea of themselves. Living as an individual means embodying the path of a warrior. You must resist the values of the crowd by taking individual responsibility for creating your identity, and you must perpetually put that identity at risk by subjecting it to constant challenges. In this chapter, we explain how Nietzsche views the self and why he thinks that living as an individual means giving your life a goal or meaning that's always in a state of flux or change. We discuss Nietzsche's archetype of individual authentic living, the noble, and we highlight what it means to live life in a noble fashion. We then discuss how the noble person seeks to create an individual meaning, direction, or goal for his own life, one that he seeks to artistically express and cultivate by avoiding dogma and instead by seeking to increase the number of diverse perspectives on that goal. Such a pursuit means putting your own idea of who you are, your goals, under constant threat, which reveals Nietzsche's belief that a noble self meets the challenges that individual life entails, including the suggestion that noble living embraces the task of living dangerously by developing its own self in a way that puts the survival of that very self in continual danger and at risk of coming apart. We round out the discussion by also highlighting Nietzsche's archetype of failed individual living, the slave. As we highlight, slaves and nobles do not merely differ in how they actually approach life but are also differentiated by the kinds of emotions that characterize their existence. Whereas the noble is dominated by a consciousness of self-love, the slave is overwhelmed by hatred, an emotion that produces a kind of resentment that Nietzsche sees in modern Christianity and that he thinks leads to the slave's rejection of individual living in favor of various strategies of self-deception. We finish the chapter by presenting a more passive way to fail to be individual, to succumb to the weaknesses of herd mentality, or to give in to the temptation to live in sheer conformity to what the crowd or the masses dictate. Investigating who you are. According to the existentialist, yourself is always changing. On one level, this seems an odd thing to say. Don't you feel that there's a you that's survived all the changes your personality has gone though? Nietzsche, for one, doesn't disagree that it feels that way, but he thinks that it's a deceptive way of understanding what it means to be self. In fact, Nietzsche thinks that behind that feeling of unified selfhood is the true you, a battlefield filled with hostile and competing psychological forces called desires. These are drives, character traits, instincts, or impulses. At any point in time, Some stronger desires are dominating weaker ones. As a result, a hierarchy of desires forms that results in what you take to be your perspective on the world, or the way things look and feel from your point of view. Nietzsche's view of the self leads to three central points. Being composed of desires, your self is always biased. You can't help but project meaning or value onto the world. Because changing experiences means developing different desires, the question of who you are is always an open one. Although you are, at any moment, a given perspective, you're never reducible to that perspective. Your identity is never fixed, new perspectives are always possible for you. You can take charge of who you are. Underscoring the mystery of the self, Nietzsche says, "We are unknown to ourselves, we men of knowledge, and with good reason. We have never sought ourselves, how could it happen that we should ever find ourselves?" Commonly, we take our perspective, or our way of engaging with the world, as integral to our sense of our identity. If engaging the world as an individual is important, this would imply that you need to know what it would mean to have a perspective or identity that expresses your individuality. Imagine that elements of your perspective were grafted into you by society. In fact, society may want you to uncritically accept certain ways of seeing things. If you do that, you're engaging with the world in ways created by others. Are you willing to call this perspective an expression of what you are as a unique individual? Well, let's face it, you'd look like a robot programmed to perform a societal function. Society isn't the only thing that can get in the way of individuality in this way. Sometimes people deceive themselves into seeing things in ways that will cause them less pain, showing a key Nietzschean point: being an individual and happiness aren't necessarily correlated. It's also a sad truth, but some people value feeling good over living as a unique individual. Nietzsche would probably see such cases as examples of the slang phrase selling out. One thing is clear: if your way of engaging with the world isn't an expression of your own unique individuality, you're not in control of your own life. Knowing when you've been deceived is important, so living as an individual begins with understanding yourself, which Nietzsche suggests in the earlier quote we're not terribly good at. Living as an individual requires the following: engaging with the world in a way that expresses your unique self. Living self-critically to control elements of yourself that aren't reflective of you. Being honest about the self at all times and avoiding deceptions. You're a sea of desire. Nietzsche wants to advance a new interpretation of what you are. He rejects the notion that there's a fixed you and suggests instead that you talk about the self as composed of a multiplicity or diversity of different desires. If that's right, you change all the time because your desires alter as you go through new, different experiences. Something feels right about this concept. I don't feel in any way like the same person who occupied my body at 15, or 20, or 30, or 40, all right. Co-author Chris is over 40. What accounts for the difference? Well, your perspective on the world changes over time, and that's because the desires that compose your perspective have changed. Nietzsche thinks that the self is composed of desires, and these always change. Those desires compose your perspective or point of view, or your way of engaging with the world. Your desires are always changing, so your perspective is always in flux. Like the 18th century philosopher David Hume, Nietzsche feels that if you try to introspect into yourself and follow a point of view or desire backward, you'd never find a mysterious self or I hiding out behind the scenes. Both of them feel this way because they're convinced that a unified I behind your desires doesn't exist. As a result, Nietzsche thinks that being an individual demands taking account of the fact that who you are is always undergoing alteration and change. As a result, being an individual can never attempt to express a fixed or timeless self. You're biased. You can't help it, it's just you. Today's culture thinks that if you try hard enough, you can escape your own biases and achieve objective or unbiased interpretations about the world. Nietzsche's claim that your identity is really a collection of desires conflicts with this because desires are inherently biased by definition. In typical existentialist fashion, Nietzsche rejects the notion of a right way to see things. He sees no objective truth in the world for you to discover. Instead, he thinks you must understand the world through your perspective, one that always reflects your own specific interests. Nietzsche puts it this way: no, facts are precisely what there are not, only interpretations. Nietzsche surely doesn't think that this is bad, it's natural. Knowing who you are as a self requires embracing this fact. Nietzsche's view is called perspectivism, the view that all descriptions of the world are given from a biased or self-interested point of view. In fact, even science and philosophy, Nietzsche thinks, inherently represent the interests of its practitioners. The belief that objective science or pure reason reveals the truth of things is a fiction. In fact, although most people tend to see science as fact, the existentialists view the truths of science as one perspective in the world among others. You can change, analyzing the false belief that you're a fixed object. One false belief that Nietzsche thinks gets in the way of your goal of living as an individual is the claim that you're a fixed, unchanging object. Still, most people feel as though an unchanging, fixed thing lies behind their thoughts and feelings and desires. Most people feel that the self is an independent thing that has those things. Nietzsche thinks that for us to live in ways that are more authentic to what we are, we need to tackle this false belief and the further falsities that it leads us to embrace. Here are a few of them. False belief number 1, you don't change. If your self is just a solitary, unified thing, changing beliefs and desires won't change you. You'd be the same all the time, because you're different from your beliefs and desires, you're the thing underneath them. False belief number 2, being a self requires no activity on your part. If you don't change, you can't cease to be a self, well, unless you die. If that's right, it would be silly to say you have to succeed at being a self or that you could do something wrong and suddenly fail to be a self. False belief number 3, you can achieve an objective point of view on the world. Being biased always means seeing things from one desire or other. But if what you are turns out to be something that's independent of desire, you're something that's essentially unbiased and objective. Nietzsche wants to challenge all these false beliefs. For one, he wants to suggest that you're not an unchanging thing. Instead, you have lots of internal parts that are always changing and undergoing alteration. Second, those parts have to be arranged in just the right way for you to be a self. So being a self requires actual activity. Last, the existentialists claim that you are always biased in how you see the world. This is a basic truth of existentialism, that you're always projecting meaning of your own onto the world and that this is just an inescapable part of who you are. Camus and Heidegger both make this claim, see chapters 5 and 6, respectively. You can be fooled by your own language. Nietzsche thinks you have false beliefs about what you are for lots of reasons. Maybe society benefits by fooling you into thinking that objectivity is valuable and that its way of seeing things is objectively correct. Nietzsche thinks this clearly happens, and if you are going to be an individual, you need to be on guard against these kinds of deceptions. But another way in which you can fall prey to these false beliefs is more subtle. Perhaps, Nietzsche says, language fools you, you become seduced by the ways you talk. You say things like I went to the store or I desire a steak for dinner. These sentences have an object, the I, and an independent action, the went to the store or desire a steak part. This way of talking suggests that some unified I object does or performs the action and that the self or I is separate from the activity of desiring or doing. Use language like this frequently enough, and you'll start thinking that I refers to some object that's separate and independent from desires, wants, or actions. You soon start thinking that you're a fixed thing that doesn't change, that you don't have to do anything to be a self, and that you're capable of seeing things from an unbiased point of view. Although language simplifies life, Nietzsche thinks you shouldn't let useful fictions, like the word I, affect your way of understanding yourself. It may be helpful in society to talk as though you're a fixed object, but that doesn't mean you are that way. Because language usage leads into deceptions about what you are, you need to be careful not to allow language to affect you in your attempts to engage with the world as an individual. Understanding the self as a chaos made orderly. Existentialism stresses the importance of existing as an individual and so emphasizes that individuality requires making fundamental life choices about the kind of life you find meaningful. So even if the self truly is a collection of desires, you need to learn to structure those desires so that they express your choice of life direction. To understand the importance that choice can play in being an individual, you need to understand that each desire, or component of the self, is a different way of seeing the world. As a result, all your desires are always in competition. This recognition leads to the importance of choice. Being a self requires unifying those warring desires under a central purpose or meaning. So being a self requires mastering yourself by giving your desires a common direction. This reveals two of Nietzsche's central points. The self begins as a kind of chaos of unorganized desire. Being a self requires the activity of mastering your desires and ordering them around a choice that expresses the meaning you've given your life. Getting a handle on your unorganized desires. Your self is really a big collection of desires, each of which is aimed at the world in a specific way. A desire for pizza is aimed at getting pizza, whereas the desire for money is aimed at getting money. To be aimed at the world just means to see the world and to be motivated to act within it in terms dictated by what the desires point to. Seen in this way, the self turns out to consist in many different perspectives all aimed at the same world. As an example, take courage, the kind of desire that can form a part of what you are. Any desire can partly shape your way of being in the world, which means that it contributes its unique way of being aimed at the world to your point of view or perspective. So when you look out at the world and respond to it in terms of emotion or action, courage, if it's part of you, plays a role in how that all happens. Putting your desires into perspective. Think of each desire as having two components. The first reveals that the desire has a particular way of seeing the world that's specific to it. Courage literally sees the world in terms of its aim, courageous action. If courage is part of you, and you see a child in a burning building, you see this as a situation that calls for immediate action. In a sense, the desire points to the building and calls attention to it, shouting to you, "Hey! Pay attention!" Courageous action goes here. The second component of desire is that it's a way of being driven toward the world. As a result of having desires, you're literally pulled toward certain things and away from other things. The courageous person literally feels pulled toward the building and toward helping. He also feels emotional pain if he resists that pull, so being driven includes feeling, which shows that being you isn't just a way of thinking. You're an embodied entity, so you don't see things, and then feel a certain way and are pulled toward or away from things. They all occur at once. One way to think of this concept is to consider a scenario in which someone shows you a picture of an animal that has a combination of both duck and rabbit features. To see the picture as a rabbit or as a duck means that you have a concept of those things to apply to the world. If you don't have a concept of a duck, you won't see the picture as a duck. You can't. The desires at your core work the same way. To experience the world in an X way, you have to have the desire for X. Someone without that X desire will see it in some other way, one according to the specific desires he has. Now you may be saying to yourself that you have a lot of desires, but it always feels as though you have one point of view. How does that work? Well, if you're a collection of desires, that feeling of unity really represents a collection of desires that have come together in some way. Embracing internal struggle as essential to you. Inside of yourself, a vicious struggle is always underway between the desires that compose you. Each desire wants to dominate the rest, to take the lead in determining how you engage with the world. How do warring desires interact? Say that you have a desire, or drive, for money and a desire for social acceptability. Now imagine that you're at a street corner, and a little old, wealthy, lady is standing there, terrified to cross the street. Your desire for money sees her as a source of possible satisfaction, she has lots of money in that purse, and the desire urges you to wallop her with a club and rob her. At the same time, you have a desire for social acceptability also fighting to have its aim represented in your way of engaging with the world. It sees certain things, like clubbing little old ladies, as unpleasant, so it pulls at you accordingly. If you have both of these desires, you feel them, you sense a tension in the way that you see the situation, and you feel your body pulled to behave in contradictory ways. How do you resolve these inner conflicts? Although desires are always in competition, Nietzsche says, they aren't all equally powerful. Stronger drives tend to dominate weaker ones. If the desire for acceptability is stronger than the desire for money, both end up having a place in that person's perspective, but the acceptability desire controls how the money desire gets to express itself. In Nietzsche's language, they fall into an order of rank, with one dominating the other. In this case, that may mean that you agree to help the old woman across the street safely, knowing she'll offer you some money afterward. This way, both desires get expressed, but one rules the other. Money desires are expressed in socially acceptable ways. Now think about it, that's just two desires. But you're a bogglingly large number of desires, and they're all at war. Your way of engaging with the world is determined by the way that those internal battles play out. Striving for selfhood through self-mastery. Everyone knows someone he thinks of as a psychological train wreck. The person seems to lack any kind of control over his desires. For Nietzsche, being a self requires not being a train wreck. It means that you possess a commanding drive that represents a choice about how to unify your warring desires under a single goal or purpose. It means giving yourself a coherent sense of direction through self-mastery. Maybe when the particular train wreck you know is in a certain situation, one desire takes control of him. When he's in a different situation, some other contradictory desire takes control. So in one situation, desire A has control of desire B, whereas in a different situation, B controls A. This kind of person seems to have no coherence or order within his personality. He seems out of control, unpredictable, and unstable, hardly the kind of person you'd want to be around. This kind of person isn't the picture of what an existential individual looks like. Individuals have a sense of direction, they have a goal or purpose that unifies their lives. An individual decides that this is how he wants to engage with the world, and in making that choice, he rejects other ways of engaging. Then he sticks to those decisions. He's not a flip-flopper. Individuals seem to live with a sense of real purpose and direction. Seen in this way, selfhood looks a lot like an achievement, it's something that you're always doing. Your stronger desires don't just tell your weaker desires to do something and then watch it happen. Those stronger desires have to keep making those weaker desires do what they want. In this way of speaking, the self needs a commander. It's a 24/7 job to keep all your desires in line. Nietzsche thinks of self-mastery as a kind of art. He says, only one thing is needful, to give style to one's character, a great and rare art. In a sense, when you strive to be an individual, you are at the same time the artist and the mound of clay. You fashion yourself into a sculpture. You look at the desires that compose you, the clay, and decide what goal or aim you want to posit for your life, what shape you want this clay to take on. This self-formation requires choice. You have to decide that the clay should take on some particular shape as opposed to some other. The self as artist then imposes upon his desires a sense of style by making them conform to that self-chosen shape. Of course, by style Nietzsche doesn't mean the imposition of some contemporary style or fad, but a notion of style as expressive of one's individual creative and aesthetic nature. For Nietzsche, individuals see life as a kind of artistic project. Play the role of artist in creating a goal or shape that their life should take. Play the role of the clay because they're also being shaped. Say that you want to fashion yourself as a studious person. Becoming a doctor is important to you, so you give yourself this goal. Well, this means that in different situations, you're capable of controlling your desires and keeping them in line. If you have a video game console in your room, but you have an exam tomorrow, you need to be able to control the desire to play so that it doesn't interfere with your goal of being studious as a person. In fact, true mastery means that you've trained your desire to get entertainment out of studying. That's how individuals live. They choose, and then they hold themselves accountable to their own decisions. If you submit to the video games each time, you're more of a train wreck, with no real, cohesive sense of self. You're all over the place, with no sense of direction or purpose. This ability to give style to your own person requires a lot of inner strength. Treating yourself as a work of art isn't easy. Think of it like driving a chariot. The strongest charioteer, remember, this means the ruling desire, not a non-desire-based self, can keep all the wild horses driving it pointed forward and moving in one direction, the direction that the charioteer wants. Being an individual means being noble. Making a firm choice about how to give shape to your life is necessary to live as an individual, but being a self still requires more, because the meaning you give your life must be unique to you as an individual. To succeed at being a self means being noble. You don't recognize exterior values or meanings, such as those coming from institutional religion or societal norms, as having an authority over you. So you give yourself a self-created purpose. Nobles truly embrace the existentialists' claim that value comes into existence with you and with your own choices. To become a noble self-creator means loving yourself and having reverence for who you are. You see your way of existing as the definition of the admirable. It also means seeing those people who fail to live as you do, nobly, as pitiful, contemptible, and weak. Nobles are in control of themselves. Being an existentialist means organizing your life in accordance with a purpose or meaning that reflects your own unique individuality. Only in this way can you be said to truly control your own self. Nietzsche thinks of this person as noble. The noble individual is autonomous, whereas the non-noble is heteronymous. The word autonomous comes apart into two Greek terms, the term auto, which means self, and the term nomos, which means law or rule. Taken together, the terms mean self-ruling. Essentially, an autonomous person gives himself his own rules to live by. If your way of engaging with the world doesn't reflect your own self-created rules and purposes, you aren't ruled by the autos, the self. In this case, you're heteronymous, a term that contains hetero, which means other, and again nomos, or rule. That's the description that sticks to the non-noble, he's ruled by the other. Non-nobles engage with the world based on the rules and purposes of others, so they aren't self-controlling. Nietzsche isn't saying that the autonomous noble person, the individual, rejects the rules of those around him and tries to behave like a lunatic. In fact, the noble person may follow the laws of society, but only on the presumption that he has concluded that those rules are worth following. The noble person is always ready to step away from society's rules when they fail to cohere with his sense of how he should live his life. Ask yourself what constitutes your ultimate worth and significance. Is it that you are a member of some group, society, your peers, your family, or your culture? If so, what you are reduces to that. Without that group, you're nothing. If you don't reduce to that group, your ultimate worth and significance transcend it. The noble understands himself as transcending external groups. He may be in those groups, but he doesn't see his significance as wholly exhausted by them. That's why the meaning he gives his life, or how he organizes his desires, must come from what's inside himself. To keep this distinction between different ways of understanding the ultimate significance of the individual, think of one as reductionist and the other as existentialist in character. If you're a reductionist, you believe that what you are, your ultimate value and significance, can be understood strictly in terms of something external. You reduce to those external things. If you're an existentialist, you reject reductionism about your own value. You may be related to other things, but your significance and value are unique and internal to you. Your value can't be explained away. Living nobly isn't easy to do. It requires a willingness to stand alone and apart from the crowd. Could you endure solitude? Can you create your own meaning and purpose, even if they depart from everything you've been told is right and good? Most people will claim they do this all the time. But how many of them are really in self-deception? How much of an individual are you, in actuality? How much about you is mere reflection of the masses around you? How much in control of you are they? Nobles love themselves. A noble individual creates and gives himself his own meaning and never accepts value from the outside. To create yourself in this way is to become like God. You decide what value is and what expresses that value. The noble sees himself as the source of value itself, and not surprisingly, the noble loves himself. In Nietzsche's words, the noble experiences himself as a person who determines value and does not need to have others' approval. The noble does not associate the idea of value or meaning with what's external to him. Instead, value is something that he creates. He lives on his own terms. He writes his own rules. This makes sense in the general existential picture. If God has died, which we discuss at length in Chapter 3, and that means that the notion of value being external is no longer seen as believable, you can't honestly look outside yourself any longer to discover how you should live or how you should interpret the world. As a result of the emptying of meaning from the world, the noble creates his own meaning. As Nietzsche puts it, after God's death, must not we become gods ourselves? The noble takes on the challenge and does. If the noble creates his own meaning, he has to love and admire himself, because he sees himself as the new authoritative source from which meaning flows. Thus, Nietzsche says that when the noble contemplates the question what is good, he naturally thinks about himself and about the kind of life that he lives. His experience of himself is one of complete self-affirmation and self-love. His life just is the good. Noble living requires that you do the following. Experience yourself as the meaning of the good. Be self-affirmative. Love yourself. This may sound pretty egoistic and self-important. It is. But shouldn't it be? The noble has taken on the task of creating his own meaning in a meaningless world. He creates value and imposes value on the world through his way of engaging with that world. He's proud of what he does and doesn't hide from it. Should he be humble about his worth? Heck, no. Of course, you don't want to wrongly exaggerate your value, but you don't want to be shy about your value either. Nobles have contempt for non-individuals. What the noble, self-creating, authentic individual thinks of the other people in the world depends on who those people are. Some will turn out to be good, and some bad. Recognizing these distinctions, being noble means that you have to be harsh and judgmental. You don't see everything as the same. Clearly, if you see other nobles in the world, you'll see them as also being engaged in the project of meaningful self-creation. Fellow artists. You see them as good, because they reflect your standard of what's valuable. As a result, regardless of what, specifically, those other nobles posit as their own goals and purposes, you'll embrace them as equals. The vast majority of people aren't noble. They don't meet the challenges of life honestly. Some don't have goals, they're like train wrecks psychologically. Their lives are scattered and without direction and purpose. Others have goals, but they aren't self-created. As a result, they live in self-deception and hide from their role and responsibility as creators of meaning. Nietzsche calls these people slaves and suggests that the noble experiences them as the exemplification of the bad. What the noble means by bad is that slaves are common or lowly. They're deserving of contempt. Isn't that mean? Not really. The noble believes that everyone wants, or at least should want, to be in control of his own destiny, to live as an individual. Who wouldn't? The slave fails at doing so and thus is seen as controlled by his weaknesses. Thus, the slave is a failure at life. Lacking the strength to posit a unique goal, he turns to the goals of others. But that's a pitiful way to exist, one that should be held in contempt. Slaves fail to tackle life head-on in a courageous and honest way. They're cowards, and the noble is honest enough to say so. You may feel that this viewpoint is a bit rough or judgmental. Well, frankly, it is. If you feel that it's not quite right, that no one should see anyone as beneath him, Nietzsche would say that the slave in you is talking and taking control of your perspective. You need to take control of that impulse before it takes control of you. Face it, greatness is exemplary, it's individual. If you want to dare to be great, you have to recognize that some things aren't great, instead, they're weak or lowly. If you can't handle that kind of judgmental heat, get out of the kitchen, Nietzsche says. Perhaps slave life would be more comfortable for you. Relishing change is essential to a noble life. An authentic existential life requires making hard choices about how to define yourself as a unique individual and then organizing the desires that compose you so that the resulting structure obeys the meaning that you've given yourself. However, it's also essential to the existential notion of the self that the meaning you give to your life makes sense only in a context. When your experiences change, so do your desires, and as a result, new ways of seeing things emerge. Being an individual requires that you are always challenging and rethinking your way of understanding yourself to see whether it remains an appropriate expression of who you are in the unique world you are living in. Noble individuals embrace change not only in the world, but also in their own sense of self. They aren't afraid to give themselves new goals and purposes when their own unique individuality demands it. Nietzsche calls it the need for self-overcoming. To fail to acknowledge this need is to fall victim to dogma, a belief in the timeless value of one way of organizing the self or of understanding the world. Dogma always stifles individuality by leading you to reject change as an essential part of what you are, and in so doing causes you to fail to live in accord with the challenges of existentialism. Nobles embrace change. The self is always in flux. As time progresses, you naturally experience new situations and come to have new beliefs, new desires, and new impulses. As a result, what it means to engage the world as a unique individual is always an open question. The goals you gave yourself at age 15 or the way your desires were organized then likely aren't appropriate to you now. It would seem weird if you were always obligated to engage with the world in the way that your 15-year-old self did. You may have been noble then, probably not, but that nobility was dependent on the way that self was internally made up and on the specific context that self lived in at the time. After you put a self into a wholly new world, its nobility must be recreated anew. This reveals a key existential intuition: you're always ultimately responsible for the way you engage with the world. Saying that you engage with the world in a certain way because that's the way you've always done things is just as inauthentic as saying you interact with the world in a certain way because that's the way others do things. Just as much as the noble person is always ready to separate himself from the ways that society lives, you must be able to maintain a similar distance from your own past self. One of Nietzsche's fictional characters, Zarathustra, from his famous work Thus Spoke Zarathustra, says, "And this secret spoke life herself unto me. Behold," said she, "I am that which must always overcome itself." New situations, Nietzsche feels, call for new, fresh interpretations, and those new interpretations may require different ways of organizing the drives and habits that constitute who you are. Nietzsche calls this essential part of noble individuality self-overcoming. Nobles embrace self-overcoming, the need to continually alter and move past the specific ways in which they engaged the world in the past. In fact, the noble's sense of love for himself demands that he never rest content in an identity that he's already created. What the noble loves about himself isn't some set of meanings or goals that he created, but his role as a creator of meaning. The noble loves his ability to will himself, and he strives to maintain that will. Loving oneself means not abdicating that role. Nobles reject dogma. Most people don't like the idea that being an individual means continually recreating the self. They'd rather create a timeless identity and stick to it forever. Mistaking the noble love of the self as refashioning a changing flux or desires with liking some particular version of one's identity is easy to do. For Nietzsche, becoming wedded to some particular version of yourself or the world is hostile to life. Nobles must reject it vigorously. Nietzsche thinks we need to face up to the fact that there are no timeless truths. There is no right structure to things in world or even to you. Instead, all truth and all value are really functions of a specific context. As discussed earlier in this chapter, all truth is perspectival. If this is so, there can't be some one way to always look at the world. But that's what dogma argues. Always remember that for the existentialists, when you're tempted toward thinking that yourself has an essential timeless structure, it's always a sign that some internal weakness in you is gaining expression. Why do people turn to fixed truths about the world and about themselves? Well, change is difficult, it requires adjustment, the constant reshuffling of desires, and the frustration of not satisfying some desires in you that are no longer seen as appropriate. Change is just painful, and for those who, out of weakness, prefer the security of happiness to being unique individuals, remember, for Nietzsche, these aren't necessarily correlated, timeless truths are just what the doctor ordered. Unfortunately, that doctor isn't concerned with your existential health. Nietzsche, on the other hand, is. Feeling as though you've found the right way to be or the right way to see the world is very comforting. It makes you feel you're in sync with some truth about things that you didn't create and that assure you that what you're doing is valuable. Imagine making a difficult decision. Isn't it easier to make that decision when you can authenticate it on a system of value that you didn't create? How many times have you searched through the Bible, social code, or favorite book of philosophy to justify the way you see or interact with the world? Have you ever tried to justify your behavior in terms of what your own past self would do? Maybe you should just get off that merry-go-round of self-deception. Aren't all these responses really just ways of avoiding your existential responsibility to choose for yourself? To create your own identity right now? Life is self-overcoming. You must always see who you are in a particular situation as transcending the ways in which you've seen things before. The true individual noble rejects, Nietzsche says, worship of the state, the tyranny of demagogues and the tyranny of the crowd. Most of all, they reject worship of their own past selves. The noble life is a path, not a destination. Being a noble individual means organizing the desires that compose yourself around a unique aim or project that gives your life individual meaning. It also means rooting out weaknesses within yourself that pull you toward conformity and dogma, whether about yourself or about the world, so that you always remake and reshape your own self as your experiences change. This path is so difficult that the archetypical noble, Nietzsche calls him the Übermensch, which means superperson or overman, the person who is beyond the form of current humanity, has yet to exist on earth. Nietzsche's pessimism about the actual scarcity of these individuals doesn't mean that you can't strive to be noble. But you have to keep at it. You stay on the road of nobility as long as you elect to do so. It doesn't really matter if you stay on the road for a year if you finally decide, at the end, to turn off it. It doesn't matter that you were on the road if you are not now. Being a self isn't something you are, it's something you do. If you choose this road, many temptations will surface to distract you from the task of becoming an exemplary noble individual. The path will be highly frustrating at times, and painful, and you'll always be making things difficult on yourself, as will others. But whoever said that being in control of your life and expanding on your own creative possibilities as a unique individual should be easy things? Aren't all great things worth striving for? Perhaps even suffering for? Nietzsche's fictional character Zarathustra puts it best when, in talking about the relationship between individuality and happiness, he says, "My suffering and my sympathy for suffering, what does it matter? Do I then strive after happiness? I strive after my work." Indeed, he's right, isn't he? Life isn't about aiming for pleasure or about things being easy or about being happy. These goals are for people who don't have the strength to live nobly. No, for the noble, it's all about the work of continually creating yourself into an individual. Nobility means striving for power. Existentialism argues that you must always subject your self-created goals to continuing challenge, opening the door to the ever-present possibilities of renewed self-creation. But how do you know if you are responding to new experiences in appropriate ways that uniquely reflect your individual nature? Nietzsche responds by suggesting that noble interaction cultivates and pursues power. Power means that after you posit a goal or meaning for your life, you must seek out experiences and perspectives that differ from that goal or meaning. You must meet the new experiences and perspectives in battle, so to speak. Your aim is to learn to express yourself in new and more sophisticated ways, in other words, in the new ways made possible by encountering those new experiences. The result of pursuing power is twofold. Your identity, or way of organizing your desires in line with a goal, is made more beautiful through the ever more complex ways it's capable of expressing itself through new, diverse experiences. Power is increased in this way, because it takes greater strength to hold together a self whose inner tensions are always being expanded through the incorporation of different viewpoints and perspectives. Living nobly means exposing the self to conditions that can make your life goal unstable. Noble living pushes the envelope and requires the cultivation of danger as a lifestyle, putting the current version of who you are in continual jeopardy. Putting yourself on the line takes real courage and inner strength. Only in this way do you really cultivate a sense of power and embrace who you are. Life is all about power. Nietzsche frequently connects life and power. In one particularly infamous passage, he suggests that life itself is essentially appropriation, injury, overpowering of what is alien and weaker, suppression, hardness, imposition of one's own forms, incorporation and at least, at its mildest, exploitation. Although admittedly harsh in tone, Nietzsche thinks that being a noble individual means accepting that life includes the desire for acquiring power in these ways. How? What Nietzsche wants you to see is that acquiring power doesn't necessarily mean dominating other people. Instead, you cultivate a specific kind of self and a specific kind of life that displays or reflects a kind of inner power. In the genealogy of morals, Nietzsche writes, "In the beginning, the noble caste was always the barbarian caste. Their superiority lay, not in physical force, primarily, but in force of soul. They were more complete men." This is an illuminating quote, because in it Nietzsche is making two key points. First, he states that the nobles of ancient times were the most powerful physical force on earth. He's thinking perhaps of the early Romans, but he suggests that this kind of outer power doesn't explain why they were superior. So what did? He says that it lies in their completeness. Here's an example to help clarify this point. When co-author Chris was young, he endured a few situations in which he was bullied at school. His mom said that bullies aren't really powerful. In actuality, they're weak inside, and their weakness expresses itself as the desire to beat up smaller kids. The fact that they're big enough to accomplish this shouldn't fool you into thinking that they aren't actually weak, because it's really their weakness that drives their actions. Weakness, not strength, controls the bully and drives his behavior. Chris's mom was onto something, Nietzsche might say. The weakness that expresses itself in bullies is an inner weakness or incompleteness. They lack real courage. They never put themselves at risk and actually challenge themselves. The ability to put yourself at risk, even if you may not survive, shows a kind of confidence that Nietzsche would say is needed for inner power. Inner power has two elements. First, inner power expresses itself in the demand that you organize and place order on your desires through the creation of a passionate goal for your life. How well can you impose your own goal on your own desires and forge a sense of inner order? Second, inner power hates dogma and the weakness associated with it. Through inner power, the noble wants to see just how far his passionate goal can be expanded in the world against all challenges to it. How far can you overpower other perspectives and incorporate them into your goal and meaning? As a result, you see the following. Noble life requires making risk a part of your life. Noble life requires continual challenge. True power seeks to develop internal beauty. Nietzsche thinks that you must live in a way that reflects your unique individuality. However, he also thinks that truly embracing your individuality means wanting to see how many new, diverse desires and experiences you can incorporate into your life. The ability to incorporate many diverse perspectives within yourself but remain focused on a definite goal or purpose reveals true inner power through an inner beauty reflective of an artistry of living. The way that you give your life a meaning is your way of interpreting and interacting with the world. But what's important isn't the goal you pick, but how you live that goal. Visualize the process of producing a painting. Say that you decide to paint a picture with a specific kind of content, the sea. The question now becomes how you can paint that picture in the most beautiful way. One idea may be to try to paint the picture with as many colors as you can, realizing that this method means producing that content in the most difficult way, the way that requires the greatest ability and power as an artist. Now think of the goal or meaning that you give your life. That's the content of the painting. The question is how many desires and perspectives, colors, you can paint that goal with. The more conflicting the desire or perspective is to incorporate under that goal, the more beautiful that goal becomes when it successfully incorporates those new perspectives through self-mastery. Thus, the more power the self has, the more it seeks to express its meaning and goal through the most difficult situations. It wants to expose that aim or goal to experiences that seem to even contradict it, all in the name of seeking to make that goal's expression even more beautiful. Imagine that you live a religious life. How would you live like this through the cultivation of power? Well, you seek out situations and perspectives that are, or at least seem to be, inconsistent with it. Perhaps you recognize that people say religion and science don't go together, so you strive to learn a lot about science. Your aim, however, is to learn about science, which you view as dangerous to your worldview, with the hope of incorporating science into your way of looking at things, religiously. Of course, you may find your goal weakened and overpowered by what you seek out. That's the risk. You may find yourself defeated, and you may turn into one of those psychological train wrecks we talked about earlier. For this reason, not everyone has the courage to expose his identity in this way. If you think about it, what Nietzsche is really asking you to do here is to live your sense of who you are. If you really believe in your goal, really love it and feel passionate about it, you want to experience all the ways that it can be expressed. Kierkegaard talks similarly about the self as requiring passion. If you're interested, jump to chapter 7 to learn more. In a way, it's like getting a new car and wanting to know how fast it can go. Truly honoring your purpose in life is living it passionately, pushing it to go faster and faster, each time pushing it, and yourself, to the limit. For Nietzsche, the famous song lyric "It's better to burn out than to fade away" characterizes noble living. Powerful nobles ignore neighbors. Some people like to choose friends who are pretty much exactly like them. They look for clones. Nietzsche says these people look to surround themselves with neighbors. Nietzsche despises neighbor-seeking because it means looking to be surrounded by people who don't challenge you. Nobles don't do that, because they always seek to live their identities by exposing them to conflict and challenge. Nietzsche's fictional character Zarathustra points out that your neighbor love is your bad love of yourselves. You call in a witness when you want to speak well of yourselves, and when you have misled him to think well of you, you also think well of yourselves. What Nietzsche means here is that when you don't actually like yourself, or when you don't want who you are to be challenged, you seek people who will tell you that who you are right now is perfectly good and acceptable. Sartre would say that we run around trying to find just the right people, namely, those who will tell us exactly what we want to hear. When this happens, you become seduced away from living in a noble fashion by the good feeling you get from the compliments. Embracing change means exposing yourself to new and different perspectives. The neighbor-seeker rests on his laurels and continues to think of himself in the same old tired ways. He hates change, thus, he hates that aspect of himself and tries to avoid it. Think of today's most popular, young, spoiled Hollywood stars. They're neighbor lovers. They surround themselves with people who are essentially paid to tell them how great they are. Because of that, such people will have a hard time being noble. People who seek neighbors fear that they're too weak to be themselves, which involves change, so they try to secure the longevity of some fixed idea of who they are. They fear, and often hate, the part of themselves that requires change. Nobles cultivate friendships with their enemies. The noble seeks friends because they can help him on his path to becoming more powerful. A friend would ideally share the desire for attaining nobility and seeking power, but beyond that, a true friend likely will differ on the specific path of what being noble turns out to look like, which is required, because you're all individuals. Nietzsche's character Zarathustra recognizes, at one point of the fictional story, that his disciples are looking to copy his specific way of living or his specific goal. As a friend, he must stop them from doing this because he knows that living by the goals of others stems from weakness and fear, and so isn't healthy. To help them, he prods them to leave him and find themselves as individuals. He says, "This is now my way, where is yours? Thus did I answer those who asked me the way. For the way, it does not exist. Nietzsche thinks that a great friend really acts like an enemy. As Zarathustra puts it, in your friend, you should possess your best enemy. Your heart should feel closest to him when you oppose him. He's always looking for a weakness of yours to exploit, to expose you for your own flaws and imperfections. If you've unknowingly succumbed to some self-deception and weakness, the true friend will let you know. According to Nietzsche, the noble friend is a gift giver. Through his actions, he provides you with the ability to be great by challenging you. Given that all true friendships are reciprocal, you return the favor, of course. Co-author Chris likes to read about Confucianism, which holds that living life in a petty and selfish way is unacceptable. Every so often, Chris comes up with a way of interpreting something or acts a certain way in a situation, and his wife says, isn't that how a petty person would see things? This kind of realization hurts. It reveals to Chris that he's succumbed to a kind of weakness within his self that he hadn't yet seen. But this kind of comment is what makes Chris's wife an excellent noble friend. Her aim isn't to create the conditions for Chris's happiness but to create the conditions for his own nobility, to help him take charge of his self and be an individual. What kind of people do you surround yourself with? Do you seek out friends who agree with most of what you believe? Do you get angry with your friends when they tell you the truth about ways that you deceive yourself? Do you expect them to do such things? Or do you really want to be surrounded by yes-saying neighbors? Nobles live dangerously. In an interesting quote, Nietzsche says, "Live dangerously. Build your cities on the slopes of Vesuvius. Send your ships into uncharted seas. Live at war with your peers and yourselves. You have to live passionately, always pushing the envelope." No one could possibly think that Nietzsche actually means that you should literally sell your home and rebuild on the slopes of an active volcano, although the real estate on the slopes of Vesuvius may actually be pretty cheap. Neither is Nietzsche pushing you to go out and become an extreme sports enthusiast, jumping from bridges with bungee cords attached to your feet or leaping from planes and skydiving. He may not be opposed to it, either. At the same time, though, he's saying something very similar. He wants you to engage in the existential version of those things. The bungee jumper, the skydiver, and the Vesuvius home builder all have one thing in common: they don't view the best life as the longest life. Instead, they seem to always want to push the envelope. They view a good and excellent life as one that's always put at risk. That's the only way to truly value and honor life. So how can you do that? How can you live on the slopes of Vesuvius? Simple: go to the library. Read a book on a subject that completely disagrees with the way that you've chosen to live your life. Learn about your history. See whether you're the victim of self-deception. Seek to unsettle yourself, shake up what you think and believe. When you're in public, seek out the kinds of people who disagree with you passionately, and talk to them. Cultivate friendships with these kinds of people. Surround yourself with the seeds of your own destruction. Nietzsche once claimed, "I am not a man, I am dynamite." Well, if you're dynamite, surround yourself with matches. Nietzsche's noble as a warrior. He writes, "What matters long life? What warrior wishes to be spared? Are you ready to be a warrior for your self-created identity and goal? Can you subject your identity to that kind of battle? Do you love yourself enough? Are you willing to die for who you are? Being a slave, rejecting individuality through hatred." Nietzsche thinks that it's important for you to respond to the death of God, see chapter 3, by giving your own life a unique and individual shape and meaning. This means, at least, not passively adopting external notions of what's valuable. But what about people who reject this challenge and define themselves in terms of what's external to them? Nietzsche calls these people slaves. You can become a slave in two ways. One is through what Nietzsche calls resentment and the other through becoming absorbed into what he calls the herd. In both cases, you end up adopting life-negating values, but the way in which you adopt them is different. In this section we look at resentment, and in the next section, we look at the herd. Turning to resentment, the subject of this section, we can say that the slave wants to be noble but finds it difficult to master his world. He can't engage with it in ways of his own choosing. This failure means that he's constantly frustrated, so he lives in pain and suffering. As a way of dealing with this situation, the slave focuses his growing hatred and anger on the noble and his way of living. Through resentment, he creates meaning for himself by negating everything that the noble stands for. Thus, although this gives the slave a negative goal to organize his life around, not being noble, the goal isn't unique and is also decadent, because it calls the slave to deny what he really desires, the pursuit of individuality and noble power. Coping with oppression by changing your interpretation of the situation. Nietzsche thinks everyone desires, on a fundamental level, to master his own world. Everyone wants to be noble. This is a basic existential premise. Everyone strives to engage with the world on his own terms. Some people find this task almost impossible because they're oppressed in some way, perhaps by another group of people. Some people are simply too weak. As a result, part of these people's identity is forced into suppression, and as a result, they experience suffering. One way to fix the problem is to turn to self-deception. Imagine that you live in a time when the group you're associated with is totally dominated by some other group, being a peasant in the presence of knights or being a Jew in the presence of Romans, for example. The dominant group sees and treats your group as the embodiment of what's lowly and deserving of contempt. It's no doubt true that the ancient noble isn't a particularly nice person. He pushes you around, he physically abuses you. He forces you to work 20 hours a day for a pot of gruel and a snickering promise to let you live another day. To him, you're just a tool, and you have no further function or meaning. Your life is one of perpetual violation. The slave, however, is no different from the noble. He also wants to engage the world on his own terms. But he can't. So his life isn't just violation, but also frustration. Whereas the noble experiences himself as power and connection with the world, the slave experiences himself as weakness and disconnection. Fortunately, you'll likely never experience the slave's circumstances, but you've probably felt like the slave in smaller situations in which you sense that you are completely out of control and ineffective in your life. When this happens, the feeling is just unbearable. On some level, you must acquire some kind of feeling of control over your life. But how can the slave do this? When you've been in these situations, how have you responded to them? Well, you do have one thing at your disposal: you can change the way you see the situation. You can use your imagination to reinterpret the situation so that it no longer looks as though you are weak or not in control. If you can pull that off, this life isn't so bad after all. Heck, go for broke. Why not reinterpret it so that you come out to be strong? Nietzsche thinks that to live on, the slave learns to become clever, to cease living honestly in exchange for the ability to endure the unbearable suffering of his own existence. Learning to see through the eyes of hate. To be noble means to experience yourself as the embodiment of power. To be a slave is to experience yourself as weakness. These different viewpoints obviously lead to different perspectives of the self and those around you. A noble's love. The consciousness of the noble is filled with self-affirmation and self-love. On the other hand, the slave's consciousness is filled with hatred and self-loathing. This difference results in very different ways of evaluating the world. The noble interprets and interacts with the world as he chooses. He's a self-creator, and he loves himself and his life. He enjoys navel-gazing, looking at himself and getting caught up in his infatuation with his own nature and life. You can imagine that nobles get together and have lots of parties celebrating their lives. Thus, it's not surprising that when the noble decides what's good and what isn't, he starts with what he's always looking at, himself, and he deems it to be good. After doing this, he does remember that other things aren't noble. He then labels them accordingly, they're the bad, which just means not like me. The noble's way of evaluating the world starts with the value he assigns to himself, then he understands everything else in those terms. Nietzsche calls this way of looking at the world master morality. It epitomizes in structure what it means to take up the existential challenge of creating meaning for yourself. A slave's hate. The slave's life, on the other hand, is filled with frustration and pain and suffering. When he looks at himself and navel-gazes, he feels nothing but his own impotence and weakness. As a result, it's not surprising that the slave doesn't want to do a whole lot of navel-gazing. If anything, the slave needs a way to keep his attention away from himself so that he isn't continually reminded of who he is. So what does the slave focus his attention on? Well, try to place yourself in the mind of the slave. What's the mood in there? Yeah, you guessed it, lots of pervasive anger and hatred. It's hard to blame him. So toward whom should the slave direct that anger and hatred? He could focus it on himself, but that means having to be reminded of his own weakness. But he has a better option, focus it on the noble. The slave toils away in the field, always thinking of the master and how he hates him. Ever done this? Found yourself sitting at some hated job/school/home always seething and thinking of that hated boss/professor/parent and how evil he is? Because the slave's mindset is so different from the noble's, it's pretty evident that his way of evaluating the world is different. If you're a slave, instead of evaluating yourself affirmatively and then evaluating everything else in terms of your self-created meaning, you start by evaluating the object that's always the focus of your attention, the other, and because you think of that object with hate, you evaluate it negatively. So you evaluate the object of your hatred as evil and then evaluate the rest of the world in those terms. Basically, you've learned to paint the entire world in the colors of your hatred. Nietzsche calls this way of evaluating slave morality. Using hatred to creatively reinterpret the world. When you find yourself oppressed and ineffective in your life, hatred and what Nietzsche calls resentment can come in handy. What's particularly impressive is that you can use your hatred at these times to reinterpret your world in a way that makes your own oppression seem like something that's actually valuable. Now, that's a feat. How can you use hatred to reinterpret life and make it more bearable? An example may help. When co-author Chris was young, he was very poor. Just as the slave actually wants to be like the noble and to master the world as he does, Chris wanted to be like the rich. They seemed to live life, they seemed fully effective in their own world. But being young, Chris had no way to be rich anytime soon. So Chris knew his suffering and feelings of impotence were likely to continue for a long time. He wanted to feel effective and in control, but he couldn't. Like the slave, he was trapped. But Chris, like the slave, was clever. He learned to reinterpret the situation. He began to mix his envy of the rich with an ever-present hatred of them, based on a jealousy about what he didn't have and couldn't attain, and the two combined to form resentment. Like the slave, he began to re-evaluate the world through his hatred, in this case, his hatred of the rich. First, he decided that the rich were evil. The rich were inauthentic and stupid, out of touch with reality, and deluded in their splendor. Of course, he noted, no one in his right mind would want to be rich. Power, wealth, and opulence, they were all signs of what was wrong with the world. Of course, this isn't the end of the evaluation of the world, because it hasn't yet produced its goal, making Chris feel effective and in control. In fact, this is the point at which his hatred, or resentment, gets really creative and sneaky. Remember, what wasn't rich was good. So what was Chris? What a surprise, Chris, being poor, was good. Ah, suddenly his suffering became more bearable. By a brilliant turn of self-deception, Chris convinced himself that being poor was really, as the slang phrase would put it, keeping it real, an obvious sign of truth and authenticity. Poor people understood the real truth of things and weren't deluded. They were actual, real, truthful people. Alas, he figured, seeing the truth about things means enduring suffering. Ah, well, Chris said to himself, that's the cross I'll have to bear. What a brilliant move. Now, at long last, Chris's suffering, which was once seen as nothing but weakness and impotence, could be given a new meaning, one that had a positive connotation. Essentially, the more he suffered, the more authentic he was. Suffering and lack of power were now signs of his own greatness. What a twisted artist Chris had become, how creative. Have you ever done that before? How much of your own values, when you're honest, are driven by resentment? Letting resentment take control of your life. Nietzsche thinks when you're weak, you sometimes turn to creative deceptions to rationalize your life. Realizing that you really want something but are too weak to acquire it, you convince yourself that you really never wanted it in the first place or even that you worked hard to reject it. Afterward, you build your life around those deceptions and use them to give meaning to your life and the situations you live in. Still, as much as the slave is organizing his life around a goal, it's not an individual noble goal because it cedes control to something outside itself. So it fails the existential challenge to self-create as a unique meaning. As we mentioned before, when co-author Chris was young, he rationalized his own poverty and his suffering as something good by seeing the rich, or the drive to be rich, as evil. People use this deception all the time. The hopeful soon-to-be cheerleader gets rejected by the squad and then surprisingly discovers that cheerleaders are really superficial and that her rejection by them actually proves that she has depth. How many times have you done this in your life? We don't know about you, but we know that we've lost count. Is this way of giving your life meaning individual and unique to you? It isn't. In this case, you allow some system of value external to you to decide what is and isn't meaningful. How so? In Chris's case, perhaps not surprisingly, he didn't major in business when he was in college. Why not? Well, maybe he'd already convinced himself that only the inauthentic are driven to pursue riches. So he majored in philosophy, in which you can't expect to ever make much money. If you think about this without prejudice, as Nietzsche would say, it looks as though Chris wasn't noble at all. Perhaps he didn't forge a courageous path of self-definition. Instead, he let his resentment against the rich structure the very ways in which he understood his own life. As a result, the value system of the rich controlled him, just flipped upside down. In a way, Chris's actual envy of the rich continued, but negatively. His self-deception allowed him to continue to mirror them, but in opposition. His entire way of looking at the world and interacting with it is still defined by the values of the rich. Chris deceived himself into thinking that he freed himself of the object of his hate, when really all he did was chain himself to it more securely. What this story reveals is that it can't be the case that only those who match the behavior of some external source are conformists. Those who live their lives trying to be the opposite of that external source are conformists too. Think of pop culture. For some people, you can predict with uncanny assurance what their favorite music will be. Just look at the top 10 charts. Some people love what the music industry, and their peers, tell them to love. But don't you also know some people who are the opposite? You can predict that whatever music is in the top 10, they'll hate it. Whatever clothes are chic, they'll wear the exact opposite. Whatever movies are in, they'll avoid. Aren't they just negative conformists? Appearances to the contrary, their lives aren't individual reflections of their own uniqueness. They're just as entirely defined by the values of what's outside them as the normal conformists are, just in reverse. Clearly, if you become a slave, you don't live up to the challenges of existentialism, because you farm out the job of creating meaning or defining yourself to something external to you. Interpreting Christianity as just more slave talk. One of Nietzsche's most infamous claims is that Christianity is slave-oriented. Christianity takes the idea that noble qualities like power, strength, pride, and self-love are evil and the idea that slave qualities like humility and weakness are good, and it gives those judgments a timeless, objective foundation in religion. Religion's timeless truths. A central existentialist point is that values always reflect a context. So whether something is good or bad depends on the situation and the point of view or perspective you have when facing that situation. As a result, nothing is good or bad in itself. To argue that something is good in itself is to claim that value can exist in the world independently of people or of some point of view or of some specific context. Slave morality has to deny that all values are contextual, so it must reject the basic tenets of existentialism. If the slave system is just one perspective among others, it isn't particularly persuasive to the slave as a self-deception, and the slave needs to believe it to justify his own situation. It isn't very convincing to the noble either, and the best interests of the slave include convincing the noble of slave values, of course. One way to accomplish both is to think of the values of slave morality as timeless truths grounded in the authority of God. If that's right, the timeless truths of the slaves are better than those truths that are dependent upon perspective, those of the noble. Slave values are objective and unbiased, whereas noble values are neither. Christianity's slave morality. So religion is a good vehicle for slave morality, but how does Christianity fit in? According to Nietzsche, Christianity is the perfect embodiment of slave values because it justifies the slave's situation and behavior by suggesting that the slave acts and lives the way he does not because he's weak, but because this is the way God commands him to be. Sure, the slave would love to strike at the noble, to take revenge on him for his abusive treatment. In reality, Nietzsche says, the slave is too weak to do so. Christianity reinterprets the situation, however, and says that it takes strength of will to be able to turn the other cheek and to love one's enemies. It's not that failing to strike back is a sign of weakness. Doing what God commands you to do is hard. So turning the other cheek isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of real power to do as God commands. Turning the other cheek is actually a sign of power and goodness. Of course, Nietzsche notes, the slave's life is full of suffering. No matter how you reinterpret that, it still hurts. Pain is pain, after all. So when does the slave get to be happy and free of pain? Well, says Christianity, your reward will come in heaven. As it, not surprisingly, turns out, only those who live slave-like lives get eternal bliss. Only the meek shall inherit the earth, and it's harder for a rich man to enter heaven than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. In heaven, the slave will receive a lot of happiness, if he can just manage to stay a slave, as though he has a choice. Don't forget, the slave hates the noble. This fact is easily given a place. The slave's religion reassures him that hell and the final judgment will deal with the nobles later on. Sure, Those nobles may be having a grand old time oppressing you now, but it'll work out in the end when they live on the lake of fire and have pitchforks jammed in their eyes for all eternity. As Nietzsche sees it, Christianity is a grand lie, a deception meant to serve the weak and allow them to justify their wretched, weak, and untruthful lives. Nietzsche thinks that we're the descendants of the slaves, that our consciousness is permeated with slave values or what he considers to be the same thing, Christian values. This is why the death of God is such a historical event. History has provided us, with the growing sense of disbelief in the Christian God, the ability to free ourselves from these slavish lies and to once again take on the great task of becoming an individual, noble self. Nietzsche suggests, we can actually sense the possibility of being human once again, right there, just over the horizon. We should note quickly that although Nietzsche's view of Christianity as a religion is pretty negative, he appeared to have respect for Jesus. In one work, he referred to Jesus as the last Christian, implying that his followers go on to distort his message. From Nietzsche's perspective, Jesus had some noble qualities. He created his own values, and he stood alone against the crowd. However, the values he created were decadent, as they seem to call for the rejection of the sort of noble living that Nietzsche thinks is essential to authentic life. Mediocrity of the herd, rejecting individuality through conformity. According to the existentialist, being an individual means creating a meaning for your own life that reflects your own uniqueness without the need to borrow or rely on external values. In the previous section, we discuss how a person can cede control of his life, and become a slave, by creating values through hatred. In this section, we talk about another way to lose control and fail to be an individual, giving in to conformity through joining what Nietzsche calls the herd. Nietzsche believes that the herd, his term for the crowd or the masses, fears the emergence of the unique individual. In response, the herd pressures people to cultivate a love for mediocrity and passivity. The herd does this by discouraging people from cultivating a sense of their own difference and uniqueness, instead urging them to develop only those traits that they share with everyone else. The crowd takes away self-control. Everyone has succumbed to the pressures of parents or friends. They want you to do something their way, and you wind up doing it because they see it as right. When this happens, you allow external values to determine your direction and to take control of your life. Sometimes you give up control not to a friend or to a parent, but to the crowd. Think of what your parents have probably said, or used to say, to you numerous times. They say, "Don't do that, what will they think?" Or "Is that what people do?" Who exactly are they talking about? Who are they, and who are people? They clearly don't mean particular people, but the voice of common opinion or of society in general. If you cede control of your life to the masses by letting their values determine your life, you give up on being an individual. We also discuss Heidegger's view of this problem in Chapter 6 and Kierkegaard's view in Chapter 7. What's individual is necessarily in conflict with the motivation to simply conform to what's group-oriented. This doesn't mean that the individual and the group always do different things, but it does mean that the way in which they come to decide what to do is different. The uneasy notion of hell. Many people, including some Christians, find themselves unsettled by the notion of hell, of a place for the eternal torment of those punished by God. Some seem to think that the idea of hell is inconsistent with the notion of a benevolent, loving God. For Nietzsche, of course, this is no accident. The point of heaven and hell is to provide a place for the slaves to get their rewards and the nobles to get their final punishments. Are you bothered by this notion too? Does it seem strange to torment beings for eternity? As Nietzsche sarcastically comments, Christianity isn't a religion of love, it's a religion of hate. In fact, Nietzsche comments sarcastically on the writings of the 13th century Italian poet Dante who, in describing the gates of hell, suggested that it has etched into them the sentence "I too was created by eternal love." Nietzsche suggests that it should have been rewritten to say "I too was created by eternal hate." Is Nietzsche right? Does the notion of hell make you wonder whether the person who created it, or the notion of it, was consumed by hatred? To use an example, imagine that you want to group many objects in a way that's meaningful. You start with two red triangular objects made of wood. At this point, three properties give meaning to the group: red, triangular, and wooden. Then you add a third object. It's red and triangular, but made of steel. To add it, you can't use wooden as part of the group's identity anymore. Now only red and triangular will do. Then comes another object, but it's blue. Now only triangular will do. Each time the group gets bigger, the identity of the group becomes more abstract and less individual. The logic of crowd identity works similarly. The larger the whole grows, the more abstract the identity of the group becomes. When Mom asks, "Is that what they do?" it's this faceless, abstract identity that she's asking you to conform to. Maybe it's that New Yorkers think this, or Christians say that, or that Americans think this or do that. Individuals make decisions based on what reflects the interests of the individual. What defines a person as individual is what that person, out of inner strength, decides is meaningful. As a result, if the interests of the whole become the values that constitute your own meaning, you start to interpret and interact with the world in a way that doesn't flow from who you are as an individual. Conformity requires that what makes you individual be left out of the equation so that you don't let it influence your point of view or your perspective. If that happens, you don't control yourself. You're a robot performing the interests of the faceless crowd. The crowd represents the voice of the weak. Crowds or herds often come together and unify on the basis of some perceived threat. At times those threats are external, and at other times they're internal. In both situations, the group pressures people to develop and cultivate traits that answer to a need that the group has. The second kind of group uniting, on the basis of internal threats, is particularly harmful to the existence of the noble individual. The reason is that in such a case, the group pressures people to acquire what Nietzsche calls decadent values. In other words, these groups ask members to cultivate ideals of weakness over ideals of strength. At times a group forms to meet a threat posed to it by an attack from another group external to it. In these situations, the group encourages its members to develop qualities that favor greatness and strength. Particularly, the group favors the cultivation of strong, warrior traits in its members, a love for exploitation, violence, suppression, and cruelty. If society can produce enough of these individuals, it can use them effectively to fight against the threat it has encountered. If the group is successful, peace becomes prominent. At this point, the group is placed in an odd position. From the point of view of the group, what's common among its members, the presence of the strong, those who were originally beneficial to the group, is now seen as an internal threat. These members are a threat because what's different and unique tends to resist being identified with the group. As a result, the existence of individuals is a threat to the group's survival. Basically, the fate the group once feared from the external enemy, it now fears from the individuals in its own midst. How should this new threat be faced? The group can't face this threat in the same way it faced the original threat. Instead, to succeed in keeping the group cohesive, it needs to change how it influences the development of traits in those within it. As a consequence, it will now teach its members that the capacity for violence or suppression is shameful, those same qualities that are required for nobility, whereas virtues such as kindness and humility will be seen as strengths. Making the emerging new people within the group toothless has a function: it removes the possibility that they'll be a threat to the interests of the weak within the group. Herd values always flow from fear of what's noble and great. As a result, herd values must be resisted by the individual. The crowd preaches equality and mediocrity. Nietzsche thinks that the crowd promotes the interests of the weak in part by preaching mediocrity. Because your nature calls on you to strive to be different, superior, and unique, the way of engaging with life cultivated by the crowd and the individual are natural enemies. How does the herd or crowd convince its members to identify with the interests of the weak? One of the fundamental claims of herd morality is the claim that everyone is naturally equal or that everyone has equal rights. If so, no one has more worth than anyone else. To experience the world as the noble does is wrong because this view rejects natural equality. After all, the noble sees himself as a height and looks down at others who don't measure up. Those people who feel this way, the herd claims, are arrogant, shameful, and elitist. The herd strongly encourages this view in its members. We realize that you may like equality, it seems like a good idea to rear people with. But think about it for a second. Where does this way of thinking lead? If all people are always equal, regardless of how they live, you have no reasons to ever look up or down upon another being. But if that's right, your worth is always the same regardless of how you live. As a result, you have no reason to try to strive to be great. Action means nothing. In fact, striving to be great inevitably brings suffering and pain because it's challenging. But if being great isn't really admirable, what's the point of the suffering it brings? This view has chilling effects, Nietzsche thinks, on the ways you think of yourself and on the ways you think about the task of living life because it suppresses and condemns the effort to be an authentic person, a noble. In opposition to the noble's ideal of the exemplary, unique, self-creating individual, the herd puts up a counter-ideal, the mediocre person. Whereas the noble claims that striving and suffering are natural parts of life because they follow when you pursue excellence, the herd says that no one should strive, because no one can really be better than anyone else. All striving is useless and brings meaningless pain, so instead, you should aim to be average. You should work at not distinguishing yourself and be just like others. Instead of working to distinguish themselves by creating their own meaning, the herd gives its members a different job, keeping sedated and busy through the pursuit of superficial pleasures. Thus, the herd preaches hedonism. Nietzsche worries that one day, the age of what he calls the last man will arrive. This is the age in which everyone embraces herd thought, and the very possibility of the great, self-creating individual disappears. In the society of the last man, Nietzsche says, there are no herdsmen and one herd. Everyone wants the same thing, everyone is the same, whoever thinks otherwise goes voluntarily into the madhouse. In the culture of the mediocre, everyone claims that the goal of his life is to avoid pain and to be happy. The age of consumerism. Some people suggest that society has been overrun by the desire for constant distraction. We examine Kierkegaard's description of this state of affairs in Chapter 10. People don't seek greatness anymore. If anything, their desire to be better than others is limited to making more money and gaining more possessions, not by the achievement of individual greatness. To be great is to own a Lexus when your neighbor has a Mazda. It's to have a 5,000 square foot house when your neighbor's is only 3,500 square feet. It's to vacation often in Acapulco so that you can show the pictures to your neighbor, who can't afford to travel. It's to make sure that you can get plastic surgery so that you look better than your friends. To strive for this kind of consumer greatness, people work harder to buy more things, and the more they buy, the more they need to work. They want to keep up with the Joneses and assure themselves that their neighbors' things don't outshine their own things. Beyond good and evil, breaking away from the crowd. According to Nietzsche, The aim of herd mentality is to prevent the emergence of its great enemy, the exemplary noble individual, the self-created person. After you see that herd morality, just as much as slave morality, isn't an unbiased truth, but just another perspective, and one of the weak, at that, Nietzsche thinks you can return to seeing your own perspective as valuable. After you do this, you'll see that you must break from the chains of slave and herd morality and free yourself from the straitjacket of its limiting customs. Once again, you'll want to create yourself. To regain control. To be what you are, a creator of meaning. Nietzsche says ethical codes and religion have been used as weapons against you. To be fair, although Nietzsche focuses on Christianity, many religions from Buddhism to Hinduism to Judaism could easily be just as blamed in this way. What they have in common, Nietzsche would argue, is that they keep man mediocre and passive. They keep you harmless and toothless and unable to unsettle the weak. But why should your life become organized around goals that protect the interests of the weak? What should your revolution look like? Should you help members of the herd free themselves and become great too? Nietzsche has no desire to free the weak from their own systems of thought. For all he cares, and for all he thinks you should care, you should let them stay bound up tight in their straitjackets of morality. As he puts it, let the ideas of the herd rule in the herd. You're different. As a potential exemplary individual, you're not obligated to live by those rules. You must learn the need to brave the cold, outside the comforts, and distractions, of the mediocre, hedonistic lives that society lauds. You must learn to leave the herd and take on the task of being a self, of becoming the exemplary noble individual you can be. From Nietzsche's point of view, herd mentality has seeped into your consciousness and made you sick. Nietzsche's character Zarathustra, and Sartre himself, often talk about their nausea. How do you respond to it? You must begin the work of healing yourself. This means that you learn to live beyond good and evil, to see that what you are transcends the values of the herd. God is dead, and you should let the idea of external value, whether in him or in the herd, die. But as Nietzsche says, leaving God and external value behind doesn't mean that you'll learn to live beyond good and bad, which was the noble way of understanding value. You must once again regain the right to be noble, to experience yourself as the creator of what's good, and to see others who don't measure up as bad and pitiful. So moving beyond good and evil isn't a call for you to start going around saying, well, who's to say, every time a question of value comes up. Instead, you'll recognize that you are to say, it's high time, Nietzsche thinks, that you return to the hard work of being what you are, of meeting the challenge of creating meaning in a meaningless world. Part 4. The enduring impact of existentialism. In this part, existentialism had its heyday in the early to mid-20th century. Although it's still alive and well today, to some extent it has returned to its rebellious, outsider roots. Mainstream English-speaking philosophers tend to ignore the existentialists altogether. On the European continent, postmodern philosophers look to some of the existentialists as forerunners of their work, but largely reject what's most specifically existential. Still, existentialism has found new life in those philosophies that analyze and give voice to the situations of oppressed people, such as women, minorities, and the impoverished masses that make up much of the world outside of the former colonial powers. Outside of philosophy, existentialism has had a particularly strong impact upon psychology. Thinkers from the German psychoanalyst Ludwig Binswanger to TV's Dr. Phil have appropriated existential concerns and insights to further human well-being and mental health. Chapter 12. Fear and Loathing in Existential Politics. In this chapter, examining how your philosophy relates to your politics. Addressing existentialism's relation to political evil. Navigating the political environment underscoring French existentialism. Seeing lessons in the political bickering between Camus and Sartre. There's no such thing as existential politics. As with most other things, existentialists don't have a unified view of politics. Further, no existentialist ever wrote a great political work like John Locke's Second Treatise of Government, which was widely read and admired by some British colonists in the New World who went on to use many of its ideas in drafting their constitution. Thomas Jefferson never had the opportunity to read Nietzsche and probably wouldn't have stuck a clause in the Constitution about the death of God if he had. Something in existential philosophy resists the very notion of politics. Yet the existentialists were real people who lived in the world, and they often couldn't help but be involved politically or at least have political opinions. For the later existentialists, particularly the French, these opinions often come out in maddeningly opaque references to politics in much of their work. In this chapter, we give you some background and historical context to make reading or studying these philosophers a little easier. Politics has been a central source of criticism for all the existentialists. Often, but not always, this criticism has been undeserved. Basically, the criticisms leveled at the existentialists fall into three categories. Existentialism supports Nazism. This criticism is aimed mostly at the German philosophers Nietzsche and Heidegger. Existentialism supports violent revolution. This criticism is mostly a product of Sartre and de Beauvoir's left-wing politics. Even their friend and fellow existentialist Camus leveled this complaint at their version of existentialism. Existentialism leads to quietism. Existentialism leads to inaction, a refusal to engage in the problems of the world. This may be because it's such an individualistic philosophy, it leads to a lack of concern for other people. Sartre's philosophy was accused of this, or because it leads to resignation and acceptance of injustice in the world. Sartre accused Camus of this. This chapter helps you understand what relationship really exists between the existential philosophies of these folks and their politics. In the process, we assess the justification for each of these criticisms. In the opening sections, we examine how political the existentialists are as a group and whether existentialism as a philosophy lends itself to any particular politics. In the later sections, we concentrate on the politics of the individual philosophers and to what degree those politics were influenced by their existential philosophy. Politics is a subject that's hard to separate from history. Although existentialism began in the 19th century with Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, it developed, flowered, and had its heyday in the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s in France and Germany. For that reason, the philosophy couldn't help but become in many ways intertwined with the events of the time, the rise of fascism, the Nazi Holocaust, and the Cold War. The horrors of the Nazis were devastating to the Europeans, and the events of the 1930s and 1940s colored their outlook for years to come. Their resulting bleak feelings became so intertwined with existential thinking, if not in reality, certainly in the popular imagination, that it has been said that existentialism isn't so much a philosophical movement as a mood. We don't agree with this assessment, but you can't dive into the politics of the existentialists without recognizing the towering importance of these events in that time and place. When we discuss these events, however, we do so to help you understand more clearly what their philosophy means as you read it today. Are existentialists political? The connection between existentialism and politics isn't a simple one. Pause for a moment and consider the type of philosophy existentialism is. Although it drives professional philosophers crazy, the truth is that philosophy tends to be linked in the popular imagination with the study of religion. For the more technical branches of philosophy, nothing could be farther from reality. Subjects such as logic, ontology, epistemology, and a whole host of other long words that sound like they belong in a Harry Potter spellbook have little connection to anything like spirituality. But existentialism, which can be said to have started, conceptually if not chronologically, with the death of God, has closer ties to the study of religion. It studies broad issues like meaning, purpose, and getting along in a world where these things aren't readily provided. For Christian existentialists like Kierkegaard, Marcel, and Buber, separating their faith from their philosophy is hard to do. Likewise, despite their occasional assertions to the contrary, the atheistic existentialists' philosophies are infused with the consequences of their rejection of any religious faith. You're probably not surprised, then, to hear that the relation between existentialism and politics isn't direct or uniform. Like religion, politics seems to have a natural connection to philosophy. The sense is that the philosophy that informs your basic worldview would naturally affect how you see your relation to others and the society you live in. But as with religion, how a broad worldview gets translated into concrete action is by no means automatic or obvious. Also, like religion, existentialism is a broad tent, with many different kinds of adherents under its banner. These differences can lead to wildly different expressions in the political realm and in differences in the degree to which existentialists even enter this realm. So are the existentialists political? Some are political, some aren't. When dealing with philosophy and politics, drawing another comparison with the realm of religion is useful. Religion has priests and mystics. Priests are involved in various ways with other people, whether they're leading sacred rites, doing work for the poor, or arguing with other people about what the religion's rules should be, and then, in all likelihood, working to enforce them. They're enmeshed in the fabric of their communities and in the business of their religious organizations. Mystics, on the other hand, disengage from the world, go out to the desert, and try to have a direct experience of divinity. The thing to remember about mystics is that they're less interested in changing the way the world works and more interested in transforming themselves. They generally get involved with others only to communicate any wisdom they gain from this disengagement. But even then, their interest is generally to inspire other individuals to undergo their own personal transformations and see what they have seen. John the Baptist and Buddha are archetypical mystics. Early existentialists, more mystical than political. Many of the existentialists, particularly the early founders like Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, definitely had a strong strain of mysticism. Nietzsche didn't write most of his books while he was on appointment at a university or even when he was within the borders of his native Germany. The hero of his masterpiece, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, is a mystic who descends from the mountains to share the wisdom he gains in his solitude. We don't want to overstate their disengagement. Both Nietzsche and Kierkegaard write to some extent within an academic and philosophical tradition and for a community that's part of that same tradition. And certainly, they want to influence that community and the wider culture with their writing. But both take serious departures from traditional academic writing. Their works are deeply personal. Kierkegaard continually references a tragically failed love affair and criticizes mainstream philosophy for not paying sufficient attention to everyday life. Nietzsche often speaks of being misunderstood and of writing for only a few isolated individuals who may understand. Although they may have an interest in influencing other people and their culture, this influence is on a deeply personal, spiritual level. When reading these writers, you may feel that they're writing personal letters directly to you. If politics enters such writing, it's many levels removed from their immediate concern, which is how an individual faces the existential situation everyone shares. Later existentialists, politics comes into play. None of the existentialists is exactly mainstream. After all, the whole movement is a departure from the mainstream, but in the larger sense, many of the later writers in the movement were respected members of their university faculties or the broader academic community and were deeply involved in politics as well. These later writers weren't the thinkers who discovered existentialism on a secluded mountaintop, metaphorically speaking. Instead, thinkers like Heidegger and Sartre worked out the details of the earlier, more personal, more immediate writers and turned them into a more systematic philosophy. In doing so, they couldn't help but come face to face with broader political issues. The French existentialists in particular were extremely political. Sartre was no mystic, and his philosophy is especially obsessed with action, with doing, and much of this doing in his writing and his life is concerned with politics. Does existentialism lead to specific politics? We outline some of the philosopher's divergent politics later in this chapter, where you discover that the short answer is no, existentialism doesn't lead to specific politics. We address the specific allegation that it leads to fascism in the next section. Here, we tell you why it doesn't lead to any specific politics. 3 related characteristics about existential philosophy tend to push it away from backing any one political philosophy. Existentialism is more about form than content. Existentialism is extremely individualistic. Existentialism denies any ultimate truth that could lead necessarily to specific politics. When your teacher asks you to write a paper, she usually has instructions for the form: make that 10 pages, double-spaced, and be sure you have an introduction and a conclusion, and a content. Explain how Heidegger's concept of Dasein relates to the prevailing zeitgeist of angst in pre-war Germany as he was writing Being and Time. Fortunately, the existentialists aren't that specific. They're concerned with how you understand your situation and how you do what you do. Unlike traditional religion and morality, existentialism tends to put little emphasis on the specifics of what you do or should do. Existentialists stress, for example, the importance of living with passion, see Chapter 7, and living authentically, see Chapter 5. But these concerns relate to the form, not the content, of your actions. The specifics of what a person should do are often left open to interpretation and individual choice. The existential philosophers, like Sartre, who do venture into the political generally do so only in the most abstract and formal terms, in their philosophical writing, at least. Sartre thinks you should maximize freedom, but that's pretty broad. Americans may tell you that democratic capitalism affords the most freedom and that the poorest man in their country is a king, because he's master of his own destiny. But a socialist may argue that the lower classes are condemned to long work hours, little rewards, and little real freedom to choose how they'll live or what they'll make of themselves. They may argue that the American king is a mere wage slave who's alienated from the products of his labor. Only a workers' revolution that achieves economic equality for all can free the workers to fulfill their full potential. The form of existentialism's conclusions leaves open a wide field of political content. From the beginning, existentialism has been an extremely personal and individualistic philosophy. This individualistic nature affects existentialism's relationship with politics in 2 ways. First, as political as some of the existentialists may have been personally, the philosophy itself is naturally resistant to this move. The focus of politics is on groups and living within and among those groups. It's about what systems, rules, and ideals everyone should adopt. Strong individualists, and extremely individualistic philosophies, often resist the pull of politics toward this group concern. More important, the individualism of existentialism finds expression in the belief that individuals do, and should, interpret and navigate the world for themselves. So presenting an argument for this or that politics is kind of antithetical to the nature of existentialism. Doing so suggests that there's one way of moving through the world, one way of interacting with others. But the existentialists don't have one ultimate truth about anything, so they can't have one final answer to political questions. A right way to act politically? The existentialists say that there's no ultimate meaning, truth, or morality. So you probably think they have no ultimately right politics either. Strong-willed and opinionated human beings, however, can rarely avoid slipping into dogmatism, self-righteousness, and the assertion of absolute truths, even if their avowed philosophy asserts that there are none. Read Nietzsche, and see whether you don't marvel at the dance he does, bombastically condemning this and asserting that, all while denying the existence of truth. Most of the existentialists assert the rightness of their own political philosophies, those who have them, at least, and the natural connection between those philosophies and their fundamental existential commitments. Most often, however, existentialists argue that their individual politics are consistent with their existential commitments, not that they follow necessarily from those commitments. That is, these individuals tend to defend themselves against the charge that they're contradicting themselves, which would be dishonest, and very unexistential. They generally don't try to assert that anyone who accepts their existential philosophy has to think this or that way politically. Generally, they are, after all, only human. So on the whole, existentialism has an apolitical bent and doesn't lead to a specific politics. But a human being, as Aristotle noted, is a political animal. Even when the philosophy espoused by the existentialists wasn't overtly political, there were always those on the outside interested in assessing its political ramifications. The French existentialists were determined to make existentialism political from the inside because for circumstantial and personal reasons, they each had a great concern for the subject. So despite its apolitical bent, existentialism has become intertwined with two political philosophies in particular, fascism and communism. In the remaining sections, we assess the relationship between the existentialists' individual philosophies and their real or imagined politics. Does existentialism lead to evil? In upcoming sections, we discuss the concrete, historical accusations leveled against some existentialists and their politics. The underlying issue may be better stated as a question: does existentialism lead to evil? We address part of the answer to that question in the section on Nazism, but a significant piece of it also rests in the final section on Camus and Sartre, who were decidedly not Nazis. By evil, we have in mind things pretty much everyone agrees are very bad things: murder, extreme cruelty, violent oppression. We specifically have in mind the way these things are justified and perpetrated on a political level, as they were in the regimes of both Hitler and Stalin. The accusation is that the existential philosophers and the philosophies they espoused gave support to political leaders who were evil in this way. The question of whether existential philosophy has a natural tendency to support this kind of political evil is perfectly reasonable. After all, if it does, you can understand why some people would want to hide it from the kids. More to the point, it would undermine the claim we have been at pains to advocate, that the goal of existentialism is to afford human beings a more successful and healthy means of coming to terms with and plotting a course through their lives. If existentialism leads to evil, you would be rightly suspicious that either this isn't the goal or that existentialism fails miserably. But existentialism doesn't lead to evil any more than religion does. The latter has perhaps been more widely abused and twisted to justify atrocities than any other form of human endeavor, inquiry, or expression. The sad fact is that human beings, whatever their religious or philosophical bent, have a tendency to involve themselves in evil and to search for whatever method is most ready at hand to justify that evil. Ironically, humanity's best intentions and highest aspirations are often what lead us astray. It's true that existential philosophy, usually in misunderstood form, has been used to justify evil. It's also true that with the best of intentions, existential philosophers, particularly Sartre, have danced with the devil in hopes that something good would come of it. But as we argue in the preceding section, existentialism as a philosophy has no particular political bent in itself. It is what people sometimes use it for, as with any human idea, that sometimes leads to misery. Real and imaginary flirtations with Nazism. In 1933, a gang of violent thugs gained control of the nation of Germany and quickly started institutionalizing a mythology they had created around their charismatic leader, their race, and the nation they claimed to be saving. To serve their needs, they co-opted every facet of German history and culture that they could co-opt, and destroyed or covered up everything they couldn't co-opt. This maelstrom of mythologizing and propaganda sucked in the thought of two of existentialism's greatest thinkers, Friedrich Nietzsche and Martin Heidegger. Critics often attack or simply dismiss the thoughts of these two thinkers on the basis of their alleged connection to the most hated movement in Western civilization. But the issue is deeper and broader than this alleged historical connection with Nazism. Existentialism is often seen as a godless philosophy that naturally leads to evil. For two of its greatest thinkers to be supporters of Nazism, which to many people is the embodiment of evil, would seem to support this allegation, especially if their philosophy supports Nazism. Nietzsche wasn't a Nazi. You'll forgive us for being a bit peevish on this topic, but really, give the guy a break. Adolf Hitler formed the Nazi Party in 1919, Nietzsche died in 1900, after years of mental and physical illness in an asylum. Okay, maybe it isn't quite that simple. Nietzsche generally isn't charged with literally being a Nazi, but some claim that he influenced Hitler and helped inspire his movement, that his philosophy naturally leads to Nazism, or that he held many of the ideals of the Nazis. So he was a Nazi in spirit if not in name, and he glorified in his writings the ideals that the Nazis would later put into practice. Some even throw out terms like proto-fascist or proto-Nazi, which just mean that he was an earlier or original version of these unsavory things. We think if he's a proto-anything, it's proto-existentialist. Nietzsche didn't influence Hitler. It has been said that Nietzsche was the philosopher of the Third Reich and that his philosophy underscored much of the thinking of Hitler and the Nazis. This simply isn't true. There's no evidence of any such influence or of the Nazis taking his thinking particularly seriously. The connection between Nietzsche and Nazism was largely a creation of his sister, Elisabeth Foster Nietzsche. Through her efforts, Nietzsche became a celebrated thinker in Nazi circles, though not necessarily an influential one. Elisabeth held extremely conservative, anti-Semitic, and nationalistic views. In keeping with these views, she married an avowed anti-Semite. Nietzsche hated him. Unlike Nietzsche, Elisabeth lived well into the 20th century, long enough, in fact, to become a Nazi and even meet Hitler. Although she was never particularly close to her brother in life, she took full control of his estate, including all his manuscripts and perhaps more important, his public image, after his death. Among her more damaging activities were publishing many of Nietzsche's unfinished manuscripts, editing, and even rewriting them to make them more congruent with her own political views and those of the Nazis. But Hitler's Germany wasn't much about reading, it was about icons and images. It was about reaching back and claiming, co-opting, the greatness of Germany's history. By the time of the Nazis, Nietzsche had finally started to receive the recognition he had long been due, and his name was added to the list of great Germans to which the Nazi Party claimed to be the heir. Partially due to his sister's influence and campaigning, Nietzsche achieved the dubious distinction of being accorded a special seat at this table. To cement the mythological connection between Hitler and this great thinker of Germany's past, Hitler made a trip to the Nietzsche archives, run by Elisabeth, naturally, in 1934 and posed for a famous photograph with a bust of Nietzsche. In the picture, the Führer stares at the bust in deep and serious thought. Nietzsche doesn't stare back. But just because the Nazis claimed him, or the picture that his sister presented of him, doesn't mean Nietzsche did, or would have, claimed them. More about this in the next section. More to the point, just because the Nazis claimed an affinity with Nietzsche for political ends doesn't mean they read, understood, or really cared about anything he actually said. There's no evidence that Nietzsche had any real influence over Hitler or even that Hitler read Nietzsche. In short, the real connection between Hitler and Nietzsche had more to do with propaganda and political maneuvering, both Hitler's and Elizabeth's, than with ideas. Elizabeth sold the Nazis a bill of goods on her brother so that she could profit from it financially and, more important, in terms of her personal prestige. All this iconography, posturing, and propaganda were based on the assertion of an affinity between the thinking of Hitler and the Nazis and the thinking of Nietzsche. Even if you reject the notion that Nietzsche had any real influence on the Nazis, asking whether this affinity of ideas really exists is completely fair. See the next section for details. Nietzsche didn't share Nazi ideals. Here are 3 general points about Nietzsche that are relevant to the accusation that his philosophy shares or glorifies Nazi ideals. Nietzsche is very easy to misinterpret. Nietzsche's philosophy is loud, highly critical, uncensored, and often harsh-sounding. He's also intentionally opaque, impish, and playful in his writing. Often, his meaning can be very different from, even the exact opposite of, what it appears to be at first glance. To read Nietzsche out of context or in sound bites is to almost guarantee misreading. In today's society, think of a politician who constantly talks from the hip in passionate and uncensored words. This kind of person is guaranteed to be shredded by the media and her political opponents as they quote bits of her speeches out of context, magnify the significance of minor asides, and give the most sinister interpretations possible to her words. Nietzsche is like this, except that his words are never poorly chosen, rather, he seems to court misreading. Perhaps because he wants to be read carefully or not at all. Nietzsche is fundamentally apolitical. Nietzsche's writing is concerned with the personal and obsessed with the individual and individuality. He critiques societies, as he critiques everything else, but his concern with them is largely with whether they foster or hinder individuality and personal greatness. His tone when discussing social or political topics, even as he dishes tremendous criticism, is often distant and scientific. History is one of Nietzsche's areas of fascination and expertise, and he often looks at such topics from an historical or anthropological viewpoint. But it all comes back to individuals. What does what you learn about the human species from these cultural investigations tell you about what the individual is capable of? Although Nietzsche isn't a Nazi, he's not Mother Teresa or Abe Lincoln either. One of co-author Greg's philosophy professors once said, "If reading Nietzsche doesn't disturb you, then you aren't reading Nietzsche." Nietzsche proclaimed himself an immoralist and an antichrist. Although these claims include a certain amount of hyperbole and impishness, you can't expect the moral terrain to be all warm and fuzzy, or even familiar, when you're reading about Nietzsche. Prepare yourself, because here there be monsters. There isn't one central accusation against Nietzsche concerning Nazism. The accusations don't come from one central place, and they aren't centered on one particular idea in his philosophy. Bits, pieces, and themes in his philosophy have at various times been accused of having Nazi overtones or worse. In the following pages, we review some of the accusations against Nietzsche as they relate to specific dimensions of Nazism. Racism/antisemitism/nationalism. Hitler asserted that the Aryan race, basically, Germanic and Scandinavian Europeans, was superior to other races and that mixing of the races, either culturally or genetically, could only do damage to the superior group. The Germans, of course, were considered to be the finest example of the Aryan race. Hitler's racism was particularly anti-Semitic. That is, targeted at people of Jewish descent. It was the Jews who were accused of being the greatest racial threat to the Aryans. Hitler used the Jews as scapegoats and villains to unite and distract the German people with hatred and fear and to promote his version of German nationalism. Nationalism generally indicates a concern with a national identity, usually thought of in terms of ethnic or cultural connections. In Hitler's case, this was a belief in the greatness and unity of the German people. Accusation: Nietzsche believed that many character traits are inherited, and he regularly criticized groups of people on racial grounds. He's particularly critical of the Jews and refers to their morality as a slave morality. This info is all basically true, but Nietzsche is an almost equal opportunity offender. He skewers pretty much everyone. We say almost because his favorite target is probably the Germans, whom he ridicules mercilessly, particularly for their pretensions to superiority. He would have found the Nazis' arrogant nationalism laughable and inane. Also, he believed the mixing of races was a good thing, because each race had its strengths. He wasn't an advocate of racial purity. Nietzsche had mixed feelings about the Jews, which was typical of his attitude toward most things. He had great admiration for the Jews and their society. As someone whose philosophy asserts that human beings must be creators of value, he saw Jewish society as powerful and original. As he saw it in historical terms, they were creators of a morality that was vastly influential. Most of his criticism of them was directed at the content of this morality, which he saw as being at the heart of Christianity, of which he was also very critical. Pretty much every attack he made on the Jews, then, was also a criticism of the Christians and by extension, his society at large. He had no special animosity toward the Jews, and he certainly didn't see them as inferior. Nietzsche detested anti-Semites and railed against them regularly. One of the major reasons he split from Richard Wagner, one of his early idols, was over the latter's anti-Semitism. It was only Nietzsche's sister's anti-Semitic warping of her brother's philosophy that ever gave this accusation any traction. Certainly, the source of his viscous feelings toward anti-Semites was partially aroused by his deep respect for Jewish culture. He also detested anything common, which anti-Semites, unfortunately, were during his time. In the end, however, we like to chalk this one up to simple good taste. Fascism. Fascism generally refers to the confluence of a number of authoritarian beliefs, such as totalitarian rule, a disdain for human rights, and an obsession with military superiority and police power. These powers are usually said to be part of a hypernationalistic and often racist agenda of national unity and superiority. Accusation: Nietzsche was an elitist who was obsessed with greatness and with the creation of the Übermensch, or Superman. He believed great individuals go beyond good and evil to accomplish their ends. Finally, he had utter disdain for Western democracies and their notions of equality and egalitarianism. Again, this accusation is mostly true, but fascism tends to be nationalistic and racist, and Nietzsche was anything but. See the previous section for details. The Übermensch is largely misunderstood and is more of an individual and spiritual goal. See Chapter 11 for more on this. Nietzsche was an elitist, and he believed people should strive to be great. His picture of a noble, however, is of someone too busy being great, asserting positive values, and slapping herself on the back for being so wonderful to really give a lot of thought to criticizing, let alone oppressing, the inferior people around her. Nietzsche's major criticism of Judeo-Christianity is that it spends too much time decrying evil and making people feel guilt and shame. Indeed, he feels the greatest evil someone can do is to cause another shame. No noble, therefore, would ever treat the Jews, or anyone else, like the Nazis did. This is certainly another source of Nietzsche's vehement anti-Semitism. Nietzsche wasn't a big fan of democracy or equality. He felt very strongly that the worst thing a person could be, to her own detriment, as well as everyone else's, is part of the crowd, and he believed democracy encourages this. Despite this belief, he never supported any particular alternative, and certainly not fascism. The cult of power and militarism. At the end of the day, the Nazis believed in one thing: power. Their understanding of power was principally the simple brutal application of thuggish force. But force wasn't just something to be used pragmatically. It was something to be reveled in and glorified, in speech, in action, and in the arts. Accusation. Nietzsche is obsessed with power and strength and believes that all human beings are guided by a will to power. Here, perhaps more than anywhere else, you can find ample quotes that seem to support the accusation. That's probably because there's some truth to it. Nietzsche spent much of his life in a sickly and weak state, and like it does with many in that condition, strength and power became a bit of an obsession with him. But the will to power is no more a political thesis than Darwin's survival of the fittest. See Chapter 11 for more on the will to power. For Nietzsche, this obsession with power, like most of his obsessions, was ultimately turned inward. He ultimately came to glorify the spiritual strength of the individual, not the simple-minded brutality of fascists like the Nazis. Ultimate power is discovered and exercised in self-overcoming, not the abuse of others. Romanticism. The story Hitler told about racial superiority and nationalism included romanticism about nature and about the German people. He said that what's natural is good, and that the Germans, particularly the German farmers, were the most natural of peoples. Although Hitler utilized technology, particularly military technology, to brilliant and terrible effect, he constantly admonished people to be on guard against moving too far from their rural roots. He glorified natural man and derided the Jews as not only an inferior but also an unnatural people. Accusation. Nietzsche, like the Nazis, glorified nature and insisted that human beings should accept their basest nature rather than accept the limits imposed by a civilized society. This leads to a barbarous politics. Although Romanticism is hardly the greatest of the Nazi crimes, it's not one Nietzsche is really guilty of at all. As an existentialist, Nietzsche believed you must accept what is and create value out of what you have instead of assigning it to some heavenly other world. See Chapter 3 for more on this idea. No existentialist believes nature is inherently good, because no existentialist believes nature is inherently anything. Nature is simply what is, it's the situation you live in. Because the existentialists believe your project is to create value, they believe your project is to create value in the natural world, because that's all there is. Nietzsche doesn't glorify nature. He simply refuses to start where so many other religions and philosophies start, with the rejection of the natural. This acceptance of nature would lead inevitably to a barbarous politics if barbarism is all that humans, as natural creatures, were capable of. If people are nothing but voracious, wanton, little-eyed monsters, hungry to loose their darkest desires on the world, something like Nazism is probably going to be the result. But if that's true, if that's what people are, no philosophy can lead to anything but barbarism. But Nietzsche doesn't just embrace the darkest passions, he embraces everything natural within you, including your will, your self-control, and your highest aspirations. The French, who were far more political than Nietzsche, later approached the problem of political terror with a humanistic attitude firmly grounded in Nietzsche. All problems are human problems, and any solution possible must be a human solution. Return to the past. Like many demagogues, Hitler won over supporters by touting a return to a mythical, glorious past. He made much of the greatness of Germany throughout history and strove to connect himself and his movement at every opportunity to great figures of Germany's past. Accusation. Much like the Nazis, Nietzsche glorified Greek culture and advocated a return to the Greek way of thinking. Such backward-looking thinking leads to ultra-conservative politics, fearful of the present and the future. All existentialists thought something had gone awry in philosophy and that it had lost touch with real life and real living. Nietzsche especially found great wisdom and nobility when looking back at the Greeks. But as with everything else, his feelings were mixed. Nietzsche's project was really to mine everything for the good that could be found in it. It was never to walk in lockstep with any set of ideas, past, present, or future. This individuality of spirit is actually what makes Nietzsche and the later existentialists particularly resistant to the charms of fascism and totalitarianism. Murder, cruelty, and horror. Murder, cruelty, and horror are the real legacy of Hitler's regime, its true meaning, and the real taint that hangs over those associated in any way with his reign. If existentialism is guilty of supporting these things, it's null and void as a philosophy to all civilized people. Accusation, an immoralist, someone guilty of the excesses described earlier, such as his elitism and his obsession with power, is capable of supporting anything, including the horrors of the Holocaust. Claiming that an immoralist could support such things may include a certain truth, but it simply isn't true that Nietzsche did. Furthermore, based upon all the points we make throughout this section and the personal, positive nature of his philosophy, we assert that he would not. Nietzsche simply isn't guilty of the excesses he's accused of. At least, he's not guilty in the simple-minded way his accusers generally consider him to be. This is significant, because it's often stated that such untenable attitudes are the natural result of an existentialist viewpoint. The fact that even Nietzsche, the immoralist, and the other existentialists resoundingly reject such ideals suggests that you must look elsewhere for the source and justification of the Nazi horrors. It also suggests that no necessary connection links existentialism to the acceptance of repugnant behaviors and belief systems like Nazism. Accepting existentialism doesn't necessarily mean someone will accept horrid moral systems or behaviors like Nazism. Unfortunately, accepting existentialism doesn't necessarily mean someone won't accept a horrid moral system like Nazism. The Heidegger problem, a Nazi in the family. In a way, Heidegger and Nietzsche present opposite cases. Nietzsche, especially in small doses, sounds like he could be a Nazi. He shares Hitler's love of colorful rhetoric, and he often rails violently at his enemies. But he was the farthest thing from a Nazi. See the earlier section Nietzsche wasn't a Nazi, for a fuller discussion of Nietzsche's Nazism. Reading Martin Heidegger, 1889–1976, is more like reading a Chinese dictionary in German. His intellect is dizzying, his philosophy dense and highly abstract, and the connection between that philosophy and everyday life unclear. Yet Heidegger was, in the most literal sense, an active member of the Nazi Party during Hitler's Germany. This membership has posed a problem for people who study Heidegger. Should they dismiss this great thinker and his philosophy? Should they view that philosophy as tainted and noxious? Partially because Heidegger's philosophy is so dense, the exact significance or meaning that his Nazism has on his philosophy has never been clear. Also, philosophers and academics are always huge fans of anything so immensely complex that no one seems to fully comprehend what it means. They're kind of like Bob Dylan fans. Heidegger has always had a huge contingent of followers and defenders who are quick to say, "Yeah, but he wasn't really a Nazi," or "Yeah, but it doesn't show up in his work." The Heidegger problem actually breaks down into two sets of questions. What was the extent of Heidegger's involvement in the Nazi Party? How much of its philosophy did he agree with? Did his views on Nazism ever change? How much of a Nazi was he? How did Nazism relate to Heidegger's existential philosophy? Did Nazism influence his thought? Does his philosophy naturally lead to Nazism? The first set of questions seeks to determine to what extent Heidegger is guilty of anything, and the second to determine to what extent the man can be distinguished from his philosophy. Not a Nazi in name only. Heidegger was a Nazi in a fairly robust sense. He never committed any atrocities, and he wasn't a concentration camp guard, but his involvement in the party wasn't trivial either. For years, that involvement was philosophy's dirty little secret, generally swept under the rug. As he and his supporters told the tale, Nazism was a youthful mistake, something Heidegger was never that involved in. He was also often excused by virtue of the fact that he lived in a one-party state where everyone who wanted to advance joined the party. Really, the story went, he wasn't guilty of much more than living in Germany in the 1930s and 1940s. But Heidegger wasn't just some clerk. On May 27, 1933, he was inaugurated as the rector, or leader, of Freiburg University. This was 4 months after Hitler came to power and 26 days after Heidegger joined the Nazi Party. He wasn't a high-level party insider, but he was viewed as loyal, right-thinking, and acceptable. His appointment was part of the reshuffling the Nazis did to put people they could count on in positions of power. And Heidegger turned out to be perfectly adequate in that capacity. Starting with his speech at the inauguration, he established a pattern of rhetorically supporting the regime and its legitimacy. At the inauguration, he gave a stirring and impassioned speech about the spiritual decay he saw in his country and in the world, and the need for leaders, like himself and the Führer, to lead first the nation and then the world out of this decline. By all accounts, Heidegger believed what he was saying and believed that the university, as well as the nation, needed strong leadership. Heidegger would provide that leadership in the way political appointees generally do, by enforcing the policies and mandates of their patrons. Although he seemed to take pains to protect the positions and privileges of some of his professors, including some Jewish professors, he generally acted as a Nazi tool to gradually weed out Jewish influence and the influence of bad politics. In this regard, he acted as both a bureaucratic enforcer of Nazi policy and as a stool pigeon, reporting on the political associations of others. Not an advocate of bloodshed. The best that can be said of Heidegger's involvement in the Nazi Party is that it ends here. In fact, Heidegger resigned his post in the summer of 1934, after what's often called the Night of the Long Knives, when the Nazis killed hundreds of Hitler's political enemies in one night. Think of the end of The Godfather on a massive scale. Evidently Heidegger could stand for dictatorship, exclusion, and the ruining of reputations and careers, but not bloodshed. We say evidently because Heidegger almost never spoke of these matters, which makes their significance even harder to assess. In a 1966 interview, he spoke briefly about that time, but he never mentioned the Holocaust or gave any indication that he regretted or withdrew his support of the Nazi Party. Heidegger was ever the obscure academic, and the only criticism he leveled at the Nazis was abstract and philosophical. The interview is discussed further in the following section. Loose connections between his philosophy and Nazism. No argument has ever clearly made the case that Heidegger's existential philosophy was influenced by, or led him to, his Nazi sympathies. Of course, with a philosophy as dense and abstract as Heidegger's, making that case is hard for two principal reasons. The more dense a philosophy is, the more interpretations it is subject to. One of those interpretations may lead to Nazism, but which one? And is it the right one? Just because you know Heidegger joined the party doesn't mean you know exactly why he did it or what philosophical justification he may or may not have seen in his own philosophy. The more abstract the philosophy is, the farther removed it is from everyday life, and the harder it is to say what consequences that philosophy has in the real world. The only certain connection was revealed by Heidegger himself in an interview with the magazine Der Spiegel in 1966. There, he states, "I see the task in thought to consist in general, within the limits allotted to thought, to achieve an adequate relationship to the essence of technology. National Socialism, to be sure, moved in this direction. But those people were far too limited in their thinking to acquire an explicit relationship to what is really happening today and has been underway for 3 centuries. Heidegger believes technology alienates human beings from their being, from what they most essentially are. Perhaps, then, Nazism's romanticism and the promise of a return to the past, both covered in the preceding section on Nietzsche, were what appealed to him. Certainly, the Nazis mastered technology while extolling the virtues of a simpler life, and Heidegger may have seen in them some way of mastering a relationship with technology that doesn't alienate people. The point is, though, that Heidegger sees the Nazi movement from a bird's-eye, ivory tower view. His biggest concern is not the Holocaust, but the philosophy of technology. At a human level, this is damning to Heidegger. But when you look at him as a philosopher, this info suggests 2 points. He took the most abstract portions of Nazi philosophy and ideals concerning how people would live in the new order very seriously, perhaps even more seriously than the Nazis took it themselves. Whatever connections there may be between Nazism and Heidegger's philosophy, they occur at an extremely abstract level. The level is so abstract that the connection between his philosophy and the day-to-day atrocities of the Nazis is tenuous at best. These points don't defend Heidegger or his philosophy, but they do suggest that if his philosophy and Nazism have an insidious relationship, it is by no means clear and direct or one-to-one. In the end, critics generally agree upon the extent of Heidegger's involvement in the Nazi Party, but they still hotly contest the final significance of that involvement for his philosophy. Now that you have some necessary context, we let you decide the taint it leaves on the man and on his brand of existentialism. Vive la Révolution! The French left. Of all the existentialists, the French were by far the most outspokenly political. If you were living in Paris in the 1930s and 1940s, it would have been hard not to be. Politics for the French wasn't merely something you got involved in, it was something of a blood sport. The leading existential thinkers, Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and Albert Camus, were all involved in one way or another with the largely leftist political scene of French intellectuals. In this section, we focus on Sartre and Camus. Merleau-Ponty was an important figure at the time but is somewhat less influential to American thought. The best way to understand the politics of Sartre and Camus is first to review their place in the cultural and political world in Paris. Then we discuss the largely political feud that erupted between them and how it relates to both their divergent politics and philosophies. The French political scene. Existentialism came of age in Paris in a cultural and political environment that most people can't quite imagine. The major French thinkers in the movement lived at a time and in a place where being a famous philosopher, novelist, or political thinker was like being a movie star or a rock star. Try to imagine if instead of covering Lindsay Lohan and Paris Hilton, People magazine covered people like John Irving, Toni Morrison, Henry Kissinger, and the authors of that important new philosophical work Existentialism for Dummies. Now imagine that instead of being judged on their weight or fashion sense, these celebrities were judged repeatedly, publicly, and ruthlessly, often by one another, on things like originality of thought, use of irony, and their politics. Finally, imagine these big, deep, serious thinkers having skins as thin and egos as big as any Hollywood movie star. Britney and K-Fed have nothing on the battles these people could wage on one another. Paris back in the day had something else in common with Hollywood. It was a relatively small space where all the big names regularly ran into one another, whether in person or in the major journals, magazines, and newspapers they all read, edited, or published articles in. The major French existentialists all knew one another. The superstars, in fact, were quite close. Simone de Beauvoir and Jean-Paul Sartre were lifelong companions, though in keeping with their beliefs about freedom, they never married or made any exclusive commitment to each other. Sartre, de Beauvoir, and Maurice Merleau-Ponty edited a political journal, Les Temps Modernes, literally, Modern Times, together for many years. Sartre and Albert Camus were close friends for years, having similar interests in philosophy, literature, the theatre, and politics. Indeed, even before they met, they had read and written reviews of each other's work. In fact, Sartre first became seriously interested in politics because of Camus. Sartre had always been vaguely leftish in the way academics of his time were almost expected to be, but he wasn't seriously committed or involved. This is somewhat ironic and tragic, because Sartre would later accuse his friend Camus of, among other things, not being political enough. As with today's American society, the left in existential Paris wasn't completely unified. Certain issues, however, dominated everyone's thinking. These issues are referenced repeatedly in the writings of the existentialists at the time, usually in a way that assumes you know the context. Now you will. Nazism and the French occupation, the disturbing thing about both of these things, besides the obvious horrors they had inflicted, was that ordinary people had to one degree or another accepted them. The Germans elected the Nazis to power, and French collaborators aided and abetted the German occupation of France from 1940 to 1944. Some had certainly collaborated at gunpoint, which garnered little sympathy, but many had seemingly done so out of a desire for political or economic gain, which garnered even less sympathy. The middle class, or bourgeoisie, as the writings and translations of the French existentialists almost always refer to it, in particular was accused of rolling over very quickly, whether from a lack of backbone or more insidious motives. In either case, people on the left widely believed that the middle class had abdicated any claim to leadership in the society because of these actions. Living through such times made it exceedingly clear to the existentialists that political choices have real and often severe consequences. This made political involvement seem all the more essential and immediate in its relevance to everyday life. Support of the working class, the alleged involvement of the middle class in the French occupation discredited its people and led to a fairly vibrant and radical left that almost universally supported the interests and liberation of the working class instead. This support was also due in part to the immense impact at the time of Marxist philosophy on the intellectual community. Marxism, today, Karl Marx is known mostly as the inspiration for a series of revolutions that led to brutal dictatorships all over the world. But Marx was also a philosopher who analyzed the effects of capitalism on human beings and has great influence on thinkers of all kinds to this day. Marx argued persuasively that the exploitation and oppression of the working class severely limit and threaten human freedom for all people. For the existentialists, particularly for the French and most particularly for Sartre, freedom is a critically important dimension of human life. So if Marx is correct, any philosophy concerned with human freedom, like Sartre's, must be highly suspicious of capitalism and must support communism. For more on Sartre and freedom, see Chapter 8. The Cold War. The recognition of the Cold War to come starts in French writing even before Hitler's defeat is finalized. For the left, the United States is often seen as imperialistic, opportunistic, and threatening to French independence, which had already received a blow in the occupation. Stalin and the Russian communists were a tough issue. They claimed to be Marxists and to support the workers, and human freedom, but Stalin gives Hitler a run for his money in the epitome of evil contest. The end of colonialism. In the decades after World War II, nations that had traditionally been possessions of powerful European countries like Britain and France started declaring their independence. Not everyone was willing to accept this very quickly, however, and not every revolutionary was a pacifist like Gandhi. Many of the revolutions that followed were violent and often communist in orientation. Before the US-Vietnam War, for example, came the French-Vietnam War, which was similarly controversial and divisive, starting as a war to overthrow French colonial rule. Which left is right? Sartre chooses communism. Politically and to a large extent philosophically, Sartre was first and foremost a devout Marxist. He fully believed that humanity's freedom rested upon the triumph of the working class. His love of freedom and hatred of all forms of oppression led him to be a virulent supporter of anti-colonial movements across the globe, but especially those movements that resisted French colonial occupations, such as those in Vietnam and Algeria. All these positions, along with the ascendancy of McCarthyism in the United States in the 1950s, led Sartre to be fairly consistently critical of, and even hostile to, the United States, its uncontrolled form of capitalism, and, as he saw it, its imperialism. His position toward communism and the Soviet Union, however, was complex and stormy. Most communist parties, and particularly France's, saw themselves as allied with the Soviet Union and, in his day, with Stalin. This alliance put Sartre in a bit of a quandary. Many leftists, including Camus and eventually Merleau-Ponty, fled from any relationship with such an oppressive regime. But Sartre was certain that communism was the party of the working class, which Sartre supported unconditionally, at least in theory. But in practice, the party of the working class was in league with the devil. Further, in a Cold War environment, you had to take sides: capitalist, imperialist, democracy or communist dictatorship. What's a good Marxist to do? Sartre's response was threefold. Adopt a means-ends stance. If the eventual triumph of the working class and the liberation of humanity depend upon a period of authoritarian and oppressive rule, well, so be it, as long as this is done in service of that eventual goal. History moves by violence. The only question is, on which side will you fight? Adjust the level of support as appropriate. Sartre's relationship with the communists was extremely stormy. He had a violently on-again, off-again relationship with various communist parties, and he was never actually a member of France's Communist Party. He felt the party was too uncritically pro-Soviet. Philosophically, he was always with the party, but despite his means-ends stance, he had little real stomach for many of its concrete actions. Work for change from the inside. Although Sartre was never really an insider per se, he believed the only way to criticize the actions of the Soviet Union and the Communists was as a communist sympathizer and as a supporter of their ultimate aims. And to his credit, he did criticize the actions of the Soviet Union and the Communists, vehemently at times, from within the family, so to speak. He was always an anti-communist, opposing anyone who would oppose the Communists on general principle rather than condemning the actions of particular Communists at particular times, as he himself did. In the harsh social and political climate of Parisian intellectuals, this position was guaranteed to bring trouble. Sartre got it, from both sides. The Communists, never the most understanding of critics, accused him of everything from political quietism to being a fascist puppet of the Americans, while those on the more moderate left, including some of his closest friends, accused him of condoning atrocities. Because he wavered between attacking and praising the Communists and the Soviet Union, both sides had ample evidence on which to base their criticisms. With the best of humanitarian intentions, Sartre tried to walk a middle path, being pro-communist but not uncritically so. Camus rejects violence. It is better to be wrong by killing no one than to be right with mass graves. Albert Camus. Camus was, in many respects, the conscience of existentialism. Decent and deeply compassionate, he is rarely placed on the list of philosophers held up to discredit existentialism or tie it to political atrocities. Perhaps this is why his philosophy is not particularly well known. He edited a journal called Combat during World War II and was active in the French resistance to German occupation. Later, he protested oppression as propagated by both the right, such as the French treatment of the Algerians, and the left, such as the Stalinist regime in Russia. Despite his involvement in such movements and his deep commitment to political action, Camus spent most of his life as a pacifist. Though he often sympathized with rebellions, particularly against totalitarian regimes, he rejected violent means of attaining political ends. The roots of his pacifism can be seen in his version of existential philosophy. It rested primarily on 2 points. Death is the ultimate injustice. Whatever evils the current political situation is guilty of, and whatever benefits are promised by revolt, to alter the situation through violence is to involve yourself in the greatest of injustices, and thereby you only increase the injustice in the world. No ideal is worth fighting for. To fight against one political situation is to fight for another and the ideals that underlie that system. But Camus rejects the absolute assurance in any set of values that advocates of rebellion say make the fighting defensible. For Camus, the only way to defeat the absurd situation human beings find themselves in is to embrace it, to accept the fact that there is no meaning. You can assert individual values, but you must remember that any objective values are myths. The problem with revolutionary ideologies, according to Camus, is that they must start with presenting a set of values as somehow objectively more correct than those of the status quo. The result is the creation of a value that's not only worth dying for, but also worth killing for. Camus thinks that after you make this turn, the inevitable result is that the injustices you were fighting against become acceptable in defense of the new, supposedly more just and righteous regime. In reality, what all revolutions do is replace one absolute ideal with another. In the words of the British rock band The Who, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The true absurdist refuses to endorse or fight for any absolute ideal. Camus, then, used his political activism not to erect a vision of a more perfect world, but to eliminate injustice wherever he saw it in this one. He focused his energies on opposing both violent oppression and violent resistance. He advocated treating people with compassion and respect, which he saw as being at odds with oppressive occupations of both the colonial and communist powers. This set him at odds with many on the left, who tended to be more narrowly, and often violently, opposed to the colonial powers while often turning a blind eye to the oppression of the communists. One of those he came into direct conflict with was Jean-Paul Sartre. Politics of Liberation versus Politics of Life. Sartre and Camus met at a dress rehearsal for one of Sartre's plays. They became fast friends, but fewer than 10 years later, largely political tensions between them exploded into a rift that would last the rest of their days. In 1951 Camus published his philosophical essay The Rebel. The Rebel was many things, a meditation on murder, an attempt to develop an ethics, and, most important, an indictment of violent revolutions like those being waged by communists all over the globe at the time. Sartre's journal Les Temps Modernes wrote a damning review, which led to a bitter exchange of letters, published in the journal, between Sartre and Camus. The flap over The Rebel brought out differences between the two men that had been bubbling for some time. Some of the chief issues. Camus believed Sartre blindly and uncritically followed both Marxism and the communists. Camus thought Sartre condoned murder, terror, and totalitarianism in the name of history. Sartre accused Camus of quietism, an unwillingness to engage in the battles for justice he saw being waged around the world. He accused Camus of retreating from a world that he saw as irredeemably absurd. Sartre accused Camus of not supporting anti-colonial rebellions, such as those being waged in Vietnam and Algeria. Camus, he thought, was far too accepting of the status quo of traditional political oppression. The impetus for these differences has many sources, including differences in the way the two think about Marxism. In this section, we stick to the way in which these positions stem from and illuminate differences in their existential positions. One of the central differences between their versions of existentialism is in the emphasis each gives in explaining the source of absurdity in life. For Sartre, the meaninglessness of life comes from human origins. See Chapter 8 for more on this idea. People are born as nothing, with no purpose, and with no meaning to their existence. Going forward, they must create meaning, and so create themselves. For Sartre, the tragedy of life starts at its inception. Only through action can you redeem your life. You must strive to overcome this nothingness through action, and that action must be directed at enhancing human freedom, your own and that of others. For Camus, the great tragedy of life, what makes it truly absurd, is that it ends. What makes life meaningless is that human projects ultimately fail because people don't live to see and partake in what becomes of them. Death, then, is the great injustice of life, and Camus asserts that you can make no excuse for partaking in it, for partaking in murder. By committing murder, the communists weren't freeing anyone, they were condemning people to death on the basis of an ideal that was as ultimately meaningless and absurd as any other. As an existentialist, Sartre should have known better. Sartre wasn't buying this idea. He felt that Camus' excuses represented a foul form of cowardice and, worse, dishonesty. For him, violence and conflict are part of the human situation. They're the conditions in which you must make your choices. If that's the reality, the choice isn't to fight or not to fight, but to decide on which side you'll fight. Sartre was determined to fight on the side of the working class and on the side of human liberation. To him, the status quo threatened this side. Each, then, thought the other guilty of bad faith, of denying his own freedom to choose another path by denying the reality of his situation. According to Camus, Sartre was erecting a false absolute. For existentialists, all absolutes are false, and using it to justify murder and oppression. According to Sartre, Camus was dishonestly denying the effectiveness of action and the reality that he already lived in a violent world of oppression. Hence, Camus accepted and refused to oppose the murder and oppression that were already present. Each position has some truth as well as a lot of falsehood. The simple fact is that although neither was as unwavering as the other thought he should be, each struggled with the issues the other raised. As we discuss in the previous section, Sartre never fully joined the communist movement, for all the reasons Camus criticized it. And although Camus refused to support violent insurrection, he was a tireless political activist. Appropriately enough, for one who thinks the injustice of life is grounded in the death sentence everyone faces, one of his chief activities was his opposition to the death penalty. Chapter 13. Existentialism and Other Schools of Philosophical Thought. In this chapter, understanding existentialism's relationship to modern philosophy, exploring the difference between existentialism and postmodernism, seeing how existentialism is still relevant today. Most of the chapters in this book attempt to tell you who the existentialists were, what they believed, and what existentialism is. In this chapter and the next, we follow up with existentialists and answer the question, whatever happened to them? Or, rather, whatever happened to their philosophy? In the next chapter, we discuss the huge and enduring impact existentialism has had on the study of psychology. In this chapter, we stay closer to its roots. Existentialism, as we present it, is first and foremost a philosophy. It's an important contribution to a discussion of the human condition that's been going on in Western society since Socrates and Plato started it in 5th and 4th century Athens. In the sections that follow, we explain the state of modern philosophy and where existentialism fits in. We start by examining how it gets on with the dominant strains of today's mainstream philosophical thought. Hint, not well. We follow by examining how existentialism has found new life in the philosophies that have sprung up to detail and take up arms against the plight of the oppressed. Existentialism's run in the 20th century. When the works of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche gave birth to existentialism in the 19th century, existentialism was largely ignored and dismissed as the fringe writings of two men who weren't doing real philosophy. At best it seemed more literary than philosophical, at worst it seemed like the ravings of madmen. In the 20th century, existentialism became respectable, among academics at least, after thinkers like Heidegger and Sartre wrote nice, long, systematized works about the philosophy that aimed at discrediting all systems. After a brief, meteoric rise in popularity among professional eggheads, artists, and even the wider public, existentialism seemed to disappear from the face of the culture. Although few thinkers ever embraced the characterization of existentialists themselves, for a time, many of them were characterized that way with some justice by others, and existentialism, its impact, and its meaning were hot topics of conversation. Around the 1960s, however, the movement, if it ever was one, started to wane. After writing his magnum opus of 1927, Heidegger continued to work quietly. Although Being and Time continued to be vastly influential, Heidegger's involvement with the Nazi Party, see Chapter 12, marginalized him as a philosophical personality after World War II. Albert Camus died in 1960. Jean-Paul Sartre, while still immensely important and respected, had his best work behind him at this point. And Simone de Beauvoir became better known and more influential for writing The Second Sex, and as the grand dame of the growing feminist movement, than as an existentialist. After the fanfare died down, existentialism seemed to go away as a significant philosophical movement. Although many of its thinkers remained important and were mined for various contributions to the movements that followed, existentialism became to some extent persona non grata, an unwelcome and occasionally embarrassing member of the philosophical family. Existentialism has returned to its outsider roots and is questioned repeatedly for its bona fides as a philosophy. Existentialism and modern philosophy, a strained relationship. Philosophy itself took an interesting turn around the time the existentialists started making themselves known. In the section immediately following, we examine the split that occurred between, roughly speaking, British and American philosophy and the philosophy of the European continent and where existentialism fits into that split. The philosophy that developed on the continent is generally known as, appropriately enough, continental philosophy, and the British-American version is generally called analytic philosophy. We examine existentialism's relation to each in turn following this section. Two branches of modern philosophy, analytic and continental. Around the 19th century, the philosophies of the European continent veered off from the direction of that of British and American philosophy. Or they kept going and the Brits and Americans veered off course, depending on your point of view. Because this is a book on existentialism and not modern philosophy, we don't dwell on the host of reasons how or why this occurred. We just attempt to give you an understanding of how the two philosophies, as they were when existentialism came about, differ and where existentialism fits in. When Sir Isaac Newton wrote Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy in the 17th century, it's no exaggeration to say everything changed. Newton showed that the entirety of the physical universe could be understood with precise and mathematical certainty by human reason. Thinkers like Copernicus and Galileo had been giants, but it was largely Newton and those inspired by him who started the scientific revolution and made it an unstoppable and undeniable force. The major philosophers of the 18th century tried to emulate his rigor and systematic style as they approached traditional questions of knowledge, ethics, and the nature of the universe. This attempt to be more scientific in the pursuit of philosophy resulted in the following two basic reactions during the 19th century. In Britain and America, the scientific instinct was strong, and philosophers went farther and farther in their attempts to be as rigorous and objective as the hardest of hard scientists. Philosophy became more and more concerned with logic, which is basically the science of making rational arguments in the language they're couched in as precise and objective as mathematics. Many philosophers in this tradition, the analytic tradition, have seen philosophy as little more than a secondary subdivision of science, working on small problems on the fringes. Like the science it tries to emulate, it has become more and more technical, more and more specialized, and more removed from everyday experience. Even when it deals with more human topics, such as ethics or political science, it does so at a great distance, treating human beings as abstract rational agents rather than three-dimensional persons. On the European continent, there was a backlash against this type of thinking and against the pretensions of reason. Philosophy became more and more about unmasking these pretensions, about rejecting the scientific model as both false, because it fails to live up to its own standards of objectivity, and misleading, because the rational scientific method fails to enlighten people about philosophy's most important subjects, human beings. The reaction on the continent was so strong that the Continentals abandoned the specifically scientific model and ultimately rejected the more generally rationalistic bias within philosophy that had held sway to a greater or lesser extent since the time of Plato. Continental philosophers adopted, instead, literature as their primary model. Just as you may interpret a text in high school or college English classes, the Continentals tend to see everything, from philosophical and scientific theories to gender, politics, and pop culture, as textual and open to interpretation. These two basic reactions are to some extent generalizations. The exact nature of the differences is subject to dispute, and the two do overlap in some areas, or so we contend. As it turns out, both camps are heading in the same direction more and more as time goes by. Both are increasingly focused on the importance of language as the medium in which the ideas of all their subjects are conveyed. This turn was itself presaged by the existentialists, particularly Nietzsche and Heidegger, who both dealt thoroughly with the issue of language and brought up many of the problems both camps deal with today. Kant and the limits of reason. One of the 18th century thinkers who tried to emulate Newton was Immanuel Kant, who tried to demarcate the line between religion and science. You can also call it the line between faith and the increasingly expansionist reason. For more on Kant, see Chapter 3. Kant was the last thinker embraced by both branches of philosophy, analytic and continental. His philosophy is sometimes used, in both traditions, as an example of the limits of human reason. Perhaps that argument is made even better in a story from his own life. Kant fell in love only once. He pursued a lovely young woman who was evidently open to his courtship. Kant hesitated, however. Was this the right thing to do? Was this the best choice? For months Kant subjected the decision to reasoned analysis, weighing the pros and cons, doing the relationship calculus, and considering every financial, social, moral, and philosophical consequence. At last he happily announced that he had decided that the math favored the marriage, and he would propose. Unfortunately, by that time his love had accepted the proposal of another suitor, and Kant spent the rest of his life rationally calculating alone. Where existentialism fits in. Where does existentialism fit into the two branches of modern philosophy? The short answer is simple: existentialism is part of continental philosophy. Many of its thinkers are considered giants within that tradition. But what's peculiarly existential about them has often been less influential. Existentialism is, in many respects, a return to the philosophy of the ancients, where philosophy started. We discuss this return in greater detail in Chapter 1. There, we discuss health, but here, we want to discuss poetry and its relationship to existentialism and philosophy as a whole. Poetry is surprisingly crucial to the history of philosophy. When Plato creates his perfect society in the Republic, one of the first things he does is throw out the poets. The poets, he says, communicate their ideas on a level that's irrational. They move people to act on the basis of lovely speeches, stirring tales, and emotionally involving language. They do so without regard to truth and goodness, and so corrupt society. Reason should guide the perfect society, for it and it alone discovers what's true and can guide people to right living. For 2,000 years, philosophy enforced Plato's ban, never seeming to recall that at the end of the Republic, Plato invites the poets back in, provided, of course, that they use their craft to communicate only what's righteous and true. Although Plato was fundamentally a rationalist, a proponent of the supremacy and primacy of reason, he was also, far more than most of those who followed him, a complete philosopher. He recognized, investigated, and addressed all aspects of humanity. The existentialists tried to invite the poets back in. Like Plato himself, they often worked in literary forms, because they wanted to address human beings and human life in a complete way, which acknowledges that people are emotional, passionate creatures who desire meaning. Although often described as irrationalists, they, like Plato, saw the question of rationality as one of emphasis. What they objected to wasn't rationality, but the pretensions of rationality to solve or explain everything. They felt something was being left out. If nature abhors a vacuum, what Western civilization abhors is a moderate. People in Western culture seem to need to see things as black or white. Like Plato, existentialism shares much with the more holistic philosophies of the East. One way of seeing the split between analytic and continental philosophy is that the two traditions took opposing attitudes on the place of poetry in philosophy. By not accepting existentialism's holistic view, the analytics enforced the ban in stricter and stricter terms, sticking to logic, science, and the pursuit of objective knowledge and truth. In the process, questions that involved humanity, emotions, or poetry in the largest sense got pushed to the side. Even quintessentially human topics like ethics and politics were tolerated only if done in the most abstract, logical, and scientific terms. The Continentals, on the other hand, went farther than most, not all, of the existentialists ever dreamed and rejected reason entirely. They didn't just let the poets back in, they put them in charge. Although existentialism is part of continental philosophy, in many respects it's a philosophy without a country. Distinguishing the existentialism from the existentialists is important. Thinkers such as Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, and Heidegger in particular remain influential, but not as existentialists. Whatever the influence of these thinkers, something unique and special was lost to philosophy when their followers ceased to be interested in specifically existential themes. Postmodernism, existentialism's bratty stepchild. The most obvious and most important descendant of existentialism in continental philosophy is postmodernism. Like existentialism, postmodernism is notoriously difficult to define, but we're doing it anyway. Postmodernism starts with the rejection of reason and with the rejection of all supposedly objective systems of thought that claim to provide objective truths. The mission of postmodernism, if we can speak of the mission of a group that defies all singular description, includes showing up reason in all its facets, in all its pretensions. Postmodernism doesn't show up reason through rational counter-arguments but through a process called deconstruction, which aims at exposing the pretensions of reason for what they are and revealing the arbitrariness of not only rational inquiry, but also all interpretations of human experience. The second movement of postmodernism is to go about, tongue thoroughly in cheek, reassessing and reinterpreting all human experience, usually with the aid of methods taken from historical and anthropological studies and literary criticism. We say tongue thoroughly in cheek because the concept of play is very important to postmodernism. Because there's no ultimately right answer, philosophy is seen as a kind of game. Pursuit of the wisdom through knowledge of the true gives way to pursuit of cleverness through the development of the novel, the witty, and the innovative. This reinterpretation, however, does have at least one serious goal, which is overthrowing oppressive systems of thought and the political systems they are said to support. Traditional interpretations were dominant, not only because they were accepted by the majority of people, but also because they were tied together with systems of oppression with which they were mutually reaffirming. Traditional rationalist narratives, it is argued, often share the qualities of the power structures they arose to support. They are, then, imperialistic, racist, totalitarian, and oppressive. This description of postmodernism may sound familiar, and it may sound a lot like existentialism. If it doesn't sound familiar, check out Chapter 3. Well, it is and it isn't. There are certainly similarities, but there's also a deep divide. Read the following sections to get a more detailed understanding of their relationship. Stepchild or stepbrother. The relationship between existentialism and postmodernism goes to the heart of questions like what is existentialism, and who is an existentialist. Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, and Heidegger all had a profound influence on both existentialism and postmodernism. Their literary method and their emphasis upon interpretation and the significance of language gave way very naturally to the postmodern movement. As for the tone of postmodernism, Nietzsche and Kierkegaard both wrote in playful, elusive styles, which challenged the reader and left much ambiguous or open to interpretation. Much of postmodern writing has stuck to this as the model, if coming up with ever new ways of being clever can be called a model, that is. You could argue, then, that the existentialists and the postmodernists descend from the same stock. Both intellectual movements descend from the writings of three giants, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, and Heidegger, who were bigger, collectively and individually, than either movement. Existentialists focused on certain themes in their writings, and the postmodernists developed others. Each movement took its set of themes and marched off in a different, but related, direction. You could say that, but we won't. When push comes to shove, when you examine how existentialism differs from postmodernism, these three thinkers were first and foremost existentialists because they had the same fundamental concerns as the later existentialists. They all believed that humanity is in crisis and that a way forward must be found that will make authentic, engaged, and fulfilling human life possible. The postmodernists developed ideas the other existentialists missed or left to the side, but they removed this crucially important context. The Bratz Rebellion, how they differ. Both existentialism and postmodernism start by challenging reason and rational systems that claim to provide answers. The two systems differ markedly in two senses. The extent and nature of the challenge, although you can find some exceptions, particularly Nietzsche, who was particularly radical in this area, the postmodernists generally went farther than the existentialists in challenging reason. The existentialists' primary objection was that reason is inadequate to provide for the full panorama of human needs. For the postmodernists, the cult of reason is simply false. They consider rational inquiry just another form of interpretation, no more valid than any other. Further, because reason is tied to dominant systems of oppression in postmodern thought, it's a particularly suspect form of interpretation. Where they go from there, for the existentialists, the death of God, reason, and absolute systems is the death of traditional systems of meaning. The project then becomes finding new meaning. The postmodernists are unconcerned with meaning, anguish, or forlornness. Human beings interpret, that's what they do. The project simply becomes finding the best, most useful, most interesting interpretations. Postmodernists see something staid and pious about existentialism. They think it clings somewhat romantically to the interpretations of a bygone era, even while challenging them. This is certainly one reason why, although postmodernism pays homage to certain existential thinkers, interest in the philosophy declined precipitously after the postmodern revolution that started in the 1960s. Once again, existentialism became, even within its home countries, a philosophy spoken only on the fringes and in the shadows. Existentialism and American philosophy. With its abstract talk of being an obsession over emotions like anguish and forlornness, existentialism is seen by many in the United States and Britain as the epitome of continental excess. Conversely, every complaint that existentialism weighs against science, see Chapter 5, can be applied, almost without modification, to the modern analytic philosophy of the English-speaking countries. This has made for an interesting split. In American schools, existentialism is almost universally shunned by serious research universities. For philosophers, pursuing this nonsense is considered professional suicide. Remember, dear reader, this type of nonsense won't get you hired anywhere, except small teaching colleges, where it's wildly popular, which brings us to our next point. On the street, it's another story entirely. People feel as alienated in today's society as ever before. People increasingly sense that their systems have failed them and that science isn't helping. Oh, it can provide you medicines, and space stations, and iPods, and bullet trains, but all the things it shuns, all the things it considers irrational nonsense, that's the good stuff. That's the stuff people need, and that's the stuff the secular, scientific society seems ill-equipped to provide. So walk into any bookstore, and you'll find books by and about Nietzsche, Sartre, Camus, and the whole gang. Existentialism and philosophies of the oppressed. Although mainstream philosophy has largely relegated existentialism to the dustbin of history, existentialism has proved to be fertile ground for a new generation of philosophical and theological rebels. Philosophies such as feminism, liberation theology, and, most directly, Black existential philosophy have mined existential ideas to create unique and powerful new ways of interpreting and confronting the world and the oppressive relationships that too often characterize it. Existentialism has proved to be relevant to these projects for many reasons. We feel the most significant reason, however, is that existentialism has always been about recognizing and asserting human dignity, especially when that dignity is under fire, when it's denied, ignored, or alienated by political, social, or intellectual systems. This is precisely the project of what we refer to collectively as the philosophies of the oppressed. Different philosophies of oppression, even within the same broad tradition, have made use of different aspects of the broad spectrum of existential philosophy. As a whole, however, it's remarkable just how thoroughly these systems make use of existentialism, echoing themes such as freedom and responsibility, feelings of anguish and alienation, and the importance of the concrete, subjective point of view. At the center of all these philosophies are the rejection of systems of thought that alienate and objectify, and the reaffirmation of human dignity. Many have found within existentialism the tools to describe that alienation and to assert that dignity. In the following sections, we discuss just a couple of the aspects of existential philosophy that have found particular resonance and resurgence in modern philosophies of the oppressed. Alienation and otherness. Racism, sexism, and other forms of cultural and economic oppression have often been given legitimacy through tying, either explicitly or covertly, that oppressive philosophy to notions of a timeless, objective truth that reinforces the notion that this oppression is natural, understandable, or necessary. These false systems of thought put the affected class in a position of being, at best, second-class citizens. They become what de Beauvoir has called society's other, see Chapter 16. Each person sees the world starting from his own perspective and sees any other person as an other, outside and different from himself. Likewise, the oppressive societies see privileged classes, men, whites, the dominant culture, as the starting point, the norm. Theirs is the assumptive point of view, whereas the oppressed classes take the role of the alien other. These systems of thought infect even the perspective of those seen by society, and ultimately themselves, as other. The result is a feeling of alienation imposed not only by the overt acts of oppression, but also by the mindset that the oppressive relationship assumes and asserts. Many modern philosophies examine what it means to be placed in this position, along with the psychological effects and the change in perspective it engenders. Moreover, working from the existentialist's first-person perspective, these philosophies reconstruct the perspective literally from those on the other side. These constructions aren't valuable just for understanding a point of view that may be alien to some, they also set up the terms and conditions of the problem, describing the oppression from the inside out. Thinkers in this tradition assert that only with this kind of understanding can progress be made toward conquering oppression in all its most subtle and insidious forms. Racism as inauthenticity. In his classic essay Portrait of an Anti-Semite, Jean-Paul Sartre argues that anti-Semitism, or any form of bigotry, is a form of inauthenticity, or a flight from freedom. The essay has proved to be of lasting importance for the analysis of oppression. According to Sartre, when someone embraces bigotry, fundamentally he's really embracing his prejudices rather than rejecting the object of his hatred. The word prejudice is appropriate here, because what the bigot is doing is reaffirming his own notions, prejudgments, of how things are and should be. By casting Jewish people as evil and focusing on their unfitness for this or that parcel of respect, what's good and what's fit are assumed. Because what's good is assumed, it's never put into question, it doesn't need to be chosen or created. Bigotry, then, is inseparable from the absolute systems and meaning narratives people create to console themselves and distract them from the fact that the world is fundamentally meaningless, and that rather than being a given, the meaning of the world is their responsibility. The bigot evades questioning these systems of thought and is consoled by wallowing in his hatred. Sartre points out that the characteristics of the object of bigotry are irrelevant. The stereotype many have of the Jews, he points out, is that they are smarter and, in that sense, more qualified for many of the jobs they're accused of taking unjustly from good Frenchmen. These details don't matter, though, because what the bigot is affirming isn't a rational principle of comparative qualifications. He's affirming an absolute system that puts everything in its proper place without regard to the concrete particulars of the situation. With the aid of insights like Sartre's, much of modern philosophy starts from an understanding of bigotry as a holistic phenomenon. In this phenomenon, individual occurrences have a direct connection to the systematic values of the entire culture, even if these values aren't obviously racist. These ideas have influenced not only theoretical philosophy, but also civil rights legislation. Legislation such as affirmative action, hate crimes legislation, and workplace discrimination laws don't aim simply at eradicating specific impediments to equality, but also attempt to effect a systematic change in the way people see things. The goal is to sever the link and, hence, reinforcement between institutional systems of thought and individual acts and feelings of bigotry. This is also why much of modern civil rights rhetoric is aimed at getting people to question their assumptions and engage in soul-searching reflection of the nature of bigotry. It isn't simply in hopes that the bigots will realize the error of their ways by learning through these reflections that blacks, women, and so on are human beings too. If Sartre is right, the point of this soul-searching is that it's antithetical to bigotry. If bigotry is a way of avoiding the need to question your assumptions, if it's a way to run from free choice, by confronting people with their free choice and making them confront their most basic beliefs, you give them occasion not just to reject racism, but also to embrace a freely chosen belief system. They are, of course, always free to choose bigotry, but if Sartre is right, much of the impetus for doing so has been undermined. Chapter 14. Doing Psychology the Existential Way. In this chapter, surveying existential ideas that affected psychology, investigating some key existential humanist psychologists. If you've been reading this book from the start, the existential program should be clear by now. Humans are unique. They're individual. They're free, and they're responsible for their situations. They crave meaning and a sense of purpose. They fear death and suffer from anxiety. Because these descriptions are about the nature of the human being, you may expect a possible impact on the field of psychology. After all, psychologists are scientists who strive to understand the motivations and behaviors of the human being. In fact, you may expect an influence on the way some psychologists understand living a healthy psychological life, or even on understanding how people develop any number of unhealthy dysfunctions. In this chapter we look at the influence existentialism has on psychology. Existentialism altered the way some psychologists understood the human being as an entity and how they thought others should understand and analyze the behavior of the human being. First, we analyze a list of basic similarities between existentialism and what later became known as the humanistic or existential humanist movement in psychology. From there, we survey three specific psychologists whose theories of human psychology embody in different ways key existential themes. Points of contact: existentialism meets psychology. Existentialist thinking had an influence on the way some psychologists understood and saw the human being. Previously, psychology viewed the human being as an object that could be studied in the same way that science tends to study all its objects. Before the existentialist influence, most psychologists saw the study of the human as no different from the way the biologist studied the cow or the way the physicist studied the motion of inanimate objects. Psychologists believed they could explain human behavior in terms of natural laws. This way of thinking about humans dominated what was known as the first wave, Freudianism and followers of Sigmund Freud, and the second wave, behaviorism, following B. F. Skinner and John B. Watson. In the first wave, psychologists always explain human behavior in terms of unconscious drives and instincts and the laws that govern them. In the second wave, psychologists always explain behavior by the laws governing conditioning and stimulus, the same way scientists study the behavior of mice in labs. Existential humanism, also known as the third wave, reacted strongly to these approaches. The existential humanists saw humans as irreducibly unique and individual and, therefore, not fully understandable in terms of general laws. They saw the human as creative, possessing free will, striving for goals and the fulfillment of potential, and strongly craving meaning and significance. Stressing the importance of human uniqueness. Existential humanist psychologists often found themselves in conflict with natural science. If psychology was a natural science, they had to see the behavior of individual human beings as entirely explainable in terms of larger natural laws, the same way the behavior of other entities is explained by the laws of physics, biology, or chemistry. The existential humanists rejected this approach, believing that individuals were too unique to be captured by general laws of any type. Think of a ball falling to the ground. You can analyze this event by thinking about the properties of the ball at a given time, its weight, velocity, and so on. Each of these falls under general laws. Dense objects behave in such and such ways, as do objects with velocity. After you think of the individual this way, you eventually understand its behavior completely in terms of those laws. Nothing about the ball as a unique particular thing seems to matter. The existential humanists rejected this approach to understanding human behavior. They said that you can't understand the behavior of Sally without understanding Sally as a unique individual. Abraham Maslow knew this approach would clash with the methodology of science. In response, he suggested that if the study of the uniqueness of the individual does not fit into what we know of science, then so much the worse for the conception of science. It, too, will have to endure recreation. Instead of the existential humanists changing their view of the human to fit science, he argued, science needed to change its method to fit what human beings actually are. Putting the patient's world front and center. Existentialism places high importance on the phenomenological method. Yup, big jargon word, we talk about it more in Chapter 6. The phenomenologist thinks that to understand what's truly important about human beings, you have to pay close attention to how they actually experience things from the inside. In other words, the world of the first-person point of view matters. The existential humanists agree that to understand a particular person or human beings in general, you have to get into the head and see how things look from the inside out. Only by seeing how a person experiences the world, or how that person responds to what she considers meaningful within her world, can you ever truly understand that person's behavior. Today, this theory may seem obvious. If you want to know why a person is having problems in her marriage, it's important to find out not only the experiences she lives through, but also how those experiences are meaningful to her and, as a result, how she feels about them. After you get in the person's world, you can start to understand what motivates her. Of course, you're probably used to living in a "how does that make you feel" culture. So you expect psychologists to talk that way. But this talk about your feelings approach wasn't always important. Earlier psychology saw human behavior as either driven by instincts and unconscious drives, Freudianism, or by learned reactions to stimuli in your environment, behaviorism. Neither approach took the conscious world seen from the inside very seriously at all. Focusing on freedom and anxiety. Existential humanists agree with existentialists that humans are free beings. As a result, understanding their behavior and living in a mentally healthy way means emphasizing the role of personal choice in life. For the existential humanists, freedom is obvious. Living a healthy life requires that a person embrace, psychologically, her own role as the person in direct control of her own life. Of course, most people can point to times when they've felt out of control or powerless. When that happens, you typically get depressed, or you enter some state of denial about what's going on. It's hard to deny that feeling effective in your own life leads to feeling psychologically whole. Of course, living up to your freedom isn't easy. The existential humanists agree that freedom leads to anxiety. Being free to choose your path in life means a great deal of unsettledness. But like the existentialists, they see unsettledness as perfectly natural. The perennial lack of certainty about which way to go is just what it means to be human, it's the human situation. Your response to anxiety, they suggest, is courage. You must have, as Paul Tillich once put it, the courage to be. That means emphasizing the importance of choice in the here and now. Avoiding choices by living in the past or by daydreaming about the future is of no use. To be psychologically healthy, you need to know not only what's fixed in your life, but also what's possible. From there, you can decide which alternative best suits who you are. Seeing the people as goal-directed. The fact that existentialists and existential humanists see the human being as free leads to another central issue, that the human being is essentially goal-directed. You're always reaching out for some project or aim that you can accomplish. Moreover, the existential humanists think that you are driven toward higher levels of functioning. You strive to reach your potential. Unlike the behaviorists who came before them, the existential humanists thought that humans, unlike dogs and other animals, had aspirations and dreams. Dogs don't pace around the house thinking, "So what kind of dog do I want to be, anyway?" On the other hand, it's pretty obvious that humans do have dreams and aspirations. As Heidegger put it, you're always living one step ahead of yourself in the future, thinking of what to do and who to be next. The existential humanists agree, but they stress that you're always striving forward to make the most of your potential. Given this positive dimension to human existence, the existential humanists departed from traditional psychology, which had stressed mostly the existence of defects in the human being. Instead, the existential humanists stressed that these positive capacities, and the psychological components that make them possible, should be studied and brought to center stage. Finding meaning is central to your existence. According to the existentialists, you need to find meaning in things. You just can't help it. And when you can't find meaning, your life gets disrupted. People need meaning like they need air. Both the existentialists and the existential humanists stress this central component of human existence. People today have an especially hard time fitting life into a larger significant plan or purpose. See Chapter 3 for more about existential crises in modern times. You may have a hard time plugging into the world in a way that your ancestors were able to do more easily. As a result, patients in therapists' offices are talking more and more despairingly about their own failure to find a real sense of purpose in life. Are you surprised that the self-help section in the bookstore has so many bestsellers? The existential humanists felt strongly that to live in a mentally healthy way, a person, or a patient, needed to be guided back toward the difficult task of finding meaning in life. The existential psychologists. The preceding section provides a general discussion of the similarities and shared concerns that bind the existentialists and the existential humanists. Now we talk about some of the specific existential humanist psychologists and what they said. What did they prescribe? How did they incorporate some of the insights we looked at earlier in the chapter? First up is Rollo May. May's theories stress the importance of understanding human existence as being in the world, and healthy living means being integrated in the world in the specific ways that are natural for you. Second is theorist Carl Rogers, whose understanding of the self shows clear connections to existential themes of individuality and authenticity. Last is Viktor Frankl. According to Frankl, what defines you as human is your need for meaning and your need to take control over the direction of your life by giving it purpose. Rollo May, Reconnecting with Existence. Rollo May, 1909–1994, was an American psychologist and perhaps the first to explicitly identify his own leanings as existential in orientation. May's thinking has many aspects, so in the upcoming sections, we present one theme, his view that human existence is a way of being connected to the world. May felt that actualizing all these ways of being connected to the world was essential to mentally healthy living. May's notion of human existence: everyone lives in three worlds. Martin Heidegger argued that human existence exemplified what he called being in the world. See Chapter 6 for details. This phrase means that you aren't a separate thing from the world, so you don't exist in it the way that a pen can be in a room. Instead, Heidegger felt that worldliness was a part of the actual way that people exist. Due to this fact, when you live in a way that fails to embrace what you are, thus rejecting the ways in which you are worldly, you're inauthentic. When you succeed in embracing your nature, you're living authentically. Adapting those points to psychology is straightforward. Living authentically means living in a psychologically healthy way, whereas inauthentic living is unhealthy. With these points in mind, May suggests that everyone lives in three worlds, or Welt, which is German for world. They are Welt, environment world. You have natural urges and drives, you possess a body and an unconscious. You're subject to the natural world around you and the laws that govern it. Mitwelt, with world you exist in a meaningful social world. In addition, in the Mitwelt you forge meaningful relationships with others as persons. Eigenwelt, own world you have a self-reflective relationship with yourself. You're conscious of how things affect you and how you feel. You're in touch with yourself. Keeping your worlds in balance. According to May, being psychologically healthy means living in all three worlds at once. You have to keep all in the correct balance. But what does it mean for the worlds to get out of balance? First, look at the Umwelt, or the world in which you are a natural being. Kierkegaard would have called the Umwelt your finitude, see chapter 10. To embrace the Umwelt, you must embrace your natural being. In part, that means accepting your own inevitable death. We don't know about you, but most people we know don't do this very well. As a matter of fact, the way society handles death allows most people to easily avoid the subject until it can't be put off any longer. Although death is always all around you, binding you, you don't talk much about it. In today's society, it's taboo. Your need for Mitwelt existence relates to your need to connect with others as persons. You need to have healthy relationships in which both parties recognize, respect, honor, and trust the other. People often fail to do this. One of the most obvious ways people fail to recognize and honor others is through sex, which is one of the most intimate ways people can have meaningful relationships with others. Many times, people fail to engage in sex as a way of exemplifying the meaningful dimension of a human relationship and instead treat it as a way to manipulate another person as an object, a non-person. May says, individuals need to find each other for the sheer necessity of meeting biological needs. But in this case we are not really dealing with Mitwelt at all but only another form of Umwelt. When you treat the other person as an object during sex, you rob your existence of the Mitwelt and overemphasize the Umwelt. The Eigenwelt is the world of the self-relationship. Clearly, everyone needs to have a healthy relationship with herself. You need to treat yourself as a person. You need to learn to respect yourself, listen to yourself, and be responsive to your own ways of reacting to things or thinking about your life situations. Unfortunately, people often don't do this particularly well. At times, you may drag the world of the Eigenwelt in the world of the Mitwelt or the Umwelt. When you drag the Eigenwelt into the world of the Mitwelt, you seek to become a robotic conformist. When you drag Eigenwelt into Umwelt, you think of yourself as nothing more than a set of biological drives and urges and instincts. In both senses, you obscure the Eigenwelt by objectifying yourself and refusing to acknowledge your own unique personhood. Helping people reconnect. The three worlds typically fall out of balance due to unhealthy ways of reacting to anxiety. May thinks that people feel anxiety when they detect threats to their existence or to their way of being. As May sees it, these threats are normal. It's life, you grow and you develop. Your relationships mature, and your ways of relating to yourself and to your own drives undergo change. So you have to learn to deal with normal anxiety and face the situations in ways that allow your ways of existing to develop. When people refuse to do this, they become neurotic. They create defense mechanisms that attempt to obscure the situations they're threatened by, and as a result, their worlds get out of balance. With this in mind, May believed that the function of therapy was to help people who had become alienated from themselves, by being out of sync in any of those three worlds, to learn to confront their true nature with courage. Ideally, therapy would allow people to reconnect with their being in the world in the right way so that they could eventually live in a way that embraced everything they were. Carl Rogers, Fully Functional Individuals. Carl Rogers, 1902–1987, was an American psychologist famous for client-centered, or person-centered, therapy. He felt that people were essentially good and that you could find the basic motivational structure of human psychology in the fundamental desire to strive for the development of the unique potential of the individual. Rogers's claim echoes the existentialists' emphasis on the cultivation of authentic individuality. For Rogers, a basic fact about nature was that all organisms, not just humans, seek to actualize themselves, which means that they all strive for the fulfillment of their potential. Humans are always reaching out for the possibilities that can help them develop and cultivate the unique individuality that each possesses. So how do you develop your potential? For Rogers, each person can tell what's right for her development in a given situation. So you have the ability to know best how to navigate the changing world of your experiences. What this means, for Rogers, is that you must learn to listen to the inner voice that represents the true individual you. Rogers calls this the organismic self. The characteristics of fully functioning people. Rogers called people who listened to their organismic self and successfully developed their potential fully functioning people. These people have a unique relationship with the world around them. They have a childlike wonder and an openness to experience. If you're fully functioning, you're open. When life changes unexpectedly, you're open to what's new. You desire to have a kind of dialogue with life. You seek to learn from the diversity and novelty of experience, as opposed to making demands on it. You welcome change. Engaged in the here and now, you're not trapped in the past. You don't force preconceived notions onto your present experience. You appreciate each moment as special and meaningful on its own terms. Self-trusting, you trust your own inner intuitions and voice. You listen to what they tell you about experience. You don't suppress your own inner feelings or seek out others to find out how best to understand your experiences. Creative, you accept that no external rules dictate how you should mechanically respond to or interpret experience. Instead, you creatively engage with life, seeking to adapt in an artistically appropriate way what you found in older experience to the new world in which you presently live. Living is an art form that only you can master by utilizing your own inner resources and intuitions. That sounds pretty darn cool, huh? Who wouldn't want to be fully functioning? Unfortunately, some people aren't fully functioning. For Rogers, the capacity to be fully functioning needs to be developed in the right context and conditions. Some people lack those contexts. Specifically, Rogers feels that you need to be at the center of loving relationships that foster self-esteem and the ability to trust yourself and listen to your inner voice. Maslow is typically regarded as one of the founders of the existential humanist approach. From the bottom up, here's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the most basic, Maslow suggests, are physical needs. Here, you strive for physical survival and have needs for air, drink, food, and even sex. After you satisfy these needs, you strive for safety and protection. Once again, when these two needs are satisfied, you turn toward a need for love and belonging among others. At this higher level of human existence, you need respect, admiration, and friendship. After you satisfy relational needs, you develop a desire for self-esteem. You crave a kind of self-confidence about your own abilities and ways of engaging with the world on your own terms. The last level is the most famous and clearly the most existential. Maslow felt that barely 1% of the population typically reaches it. He called it self-actualization. At this level, you begin to partake in an almost spiritual dimension of existence through the fulfilling of your own potential. This is Maslow's version of Rogers's fully functioning person. Some who reach this level, he felt, may have what he called peak experiences in which the person experiences a mystical and spiritual connection to reality. These people develop a real sense of peace with themselves and with their world. Unfortunately, Maslow thought, most people can't reach this level because they find themselves, for various reasons, trapped at lower levels within the hierarchy, seeking to satisfy more basic needs. You may ask, if everyone is running around just listening to their own inner voice, how will society function? Won't things just reduce to chaos? Fortunately, no. Rogers doesn't think that being an individual puts you at odds with society or with the various societal roles that you might play. Instead, Rogers wants us to see that we aren't defined by those roles in such a way that the degree to which we conform to what others want us to do and to be determines our own self-worth. A psychologically healthy person may well live comfortably in society but would always have a very strong sense of self-worth not dependent upon the values of the society around her. In fact, Rogers feels that fully functioning people likely wouldn't stand out at all. It's also important to note that Rogers feels that fully functioning people are driven by a desire to help others reach their own potential. So whereas believing that following your inner voice might lead to a lot of self-centered and perhaps socially destructive behavior, it actually leads to caring benevolent dispositions toward others. The authentic individual self versus conditional positive regard. Rogers says that the abilities of fully functioning people grow and develop in relationships in which unconditional regard is given. Most people tend to get acceptance from other people but only in conditional form. This type of acceptance is actually damaging to the development of fully functioning individuals. Socialization, on the other hand, is more common. By its very nature, it tends not to give unconditional positive regard. Instead, it gives conditional positive regard, programming you to think that you're okay or valuable if you do this or that or if you act in certain ways. It tells you to trust your inner voice only if it says the right things, in other words, what society likes. When you're exposed to socialization or relationships that foster conditional positive regard, you develop what Rogers calls conditional positive self-regard. When this happens, you discount your own inner voice when it conflicts with what you're taught matters or is of value to those around you. Instead of responding to changing experiences on the basis of trusting your individual unique voice, you match your feelings and behavior to what you think you're supposed to do or to what the existentialists might call your inauthentic self, the self that mirrors society, or what Heidegger called the they or Kierkegaard called the public. Rogers's method of therapy aimed at getting people to feel more comfortable with their authentic individual self by being a good empathetic listener and by giving the client unconditional positive regard. As Rogers puts it, the therapist should aim to get the client to develop a friendly openness to what is going on within him, learning to listen sensitively to himself. Thus, the goal of therapy is to help the client overcome oppressive socialization or dysfunctional relationships that stand in the way of full functioning. At its core, it aims at helping to allow a person become an authentic individual. Viktor Frankl, Embracing the Need for Meaning. Viktor Frankl, 1905–1997, was an Austrian psychiatrist who developed a method of treating patients called logotherapy. At its core is a strong existential theme, that all people have within them a strong innate drive for finding meaning. Many neuroses, Frankl felt, could be traced back to disruptions in that need, to holes within a person's life in which nothing held any real significance. As a result, he says that psychotherapy needs to address the patient's need for meaning in life, seeking to fill in the holes that exist. Apart from his theories, Viktor Frankl is himself a man worth studying. In his book Man's Search for Meaning, he describes not only his proposed psychological method of logotherapy, meaning therapy, but also the experience that led him to posit the theory, his experiences in a Nazi concentration camp during World War II. Frankl's description of his experiences and what he learned about human psychology is a must-read. Frankl says that his experiences in the camps led him to develop 3 theses about the human condition. Meaning always exists. Meaning can be found in every situation. Meaning is a feature of your life situations. If you're open to it, you'll come see it. If you close yourself off from it, you won't. Uniqueness. Frankl felt that every person was unique, and so needed to find the meaning in the situation that was appropriate to the uniqueness of her experiences in life. As a result, you can't turn to society or to the masses to explain the significance of a situation. You have to find the meaning yourself. Finding meaning is up to you, you're free, which implies that in every situation, finding the meaning within it is up to you. It's always there. Frankl says that you need to go find it. Although Frankl believes that meaning is always present, even in the Nazi camps, it's not always easy to find. In fact, Frankl suggests that some fail to find meaning and experience what he called an existential vacuum. When this happens, life simply fails to have any significance at all, and the person loses her sense of purpose. She despairs and loses hope and her will to live. As far as Frankl could determine, in the death camps many people lost hope and their will to live not simply as a result of the externalities they had to endure, but because of their inability to discern meaning in those situations. You too can succumb to the existential vacuum and the neuroses that follow from it. If you fail to find meaning, you typically become self-destructive and fall into depression or even into addictive behaviors. Think of Kierkegaard's rotation. See Chapter 10 for more on this. People within the existential vacuum live what Frankl calls provisional existence. Without real-life goals anchored in a secure sense of purpose and meaning, you fail to live in a true sense. The methods of logotherapy. Recognizing that life situations can dislodge a person from living with a sense of purpose, logotherapy aims to get the client to frame her life in terms of meanings. As with most existential humanist psychology, it's crucial that the patient not see herself as a passive victim. The patient learns to take control. Although logotherapy is complicated, two of its methods are worth pointing out. Paradoxical intention. This method aims to cure phobias or neurotic anxiety. One of Frankl's actual cases may help explain. Imagine that you have a fear of sweating in social situations. Instead of waiting passively, like a victim, for the inevitable to occur, Frankl suggests taking the wind out of the anxiety by commanding yourself to sweat more than you typically do. Say, I'm going to sweat a good gallon today. That'll show M. Paradoxical intention, paradoxical because you decide to actively do what you fear most, is interesting because it teaches the person to take control by assigning a significance to the situation. Frankl also suggests that paradoxical intention adds humor to your relationship to your own life. To reflection, this second method goes right to the heart of logotherapy. Imagine any situation in which you find yourself anxious about some kind of performance. Maybe you have to take a big exam, and you always get test anxiety, or maybe the situation is sexual in nature. In both situations you're anxious to participate in some activity because you fear being exposed as a failure. If you've ever experienced this, you know that the worst thing is thinking more about the object of the anxiety. The more you think about it, the more likely you are to fail. In fact, there's a name for this, the self-fulfilling prophecy. Frankl sees the problem this way: your hyper-reflection, intense concentration on what's causing you performance anxiety, has dislodged you from your normal, seamless way of existing in your life. How does the reflection help? Well, it aims to help you reintegrate into flow. It helps you ignore the anxiety and instead concentrate on something completely different, something that would make the activity meaningful in a way unrelated to the concerns of your anxiety. Again, and like paradoxical intention, the aim is to take control and to teach the person to give her activities meaning. Finding meaning. The aim of logotherapy is to help a person find meaning in life. According to Frankl, you can find meaning in at least three central ways. Task-oriented, this way of finding meaning is very common for people. Think of what people often say to someone who doesn't have a direction in her life, someone who seems to just drift aimlessly without purpose. People tell her, you need to find something that's important to you, or you need to find your calling. Often, what they mean is that the person needs to find some kind of activity that she can throw herself into. Perhaps that activity is being a good parent, or being a good teacher. In typical existential fashion, Frankl doesn't insist on this or that activity. What's important is that the patient connect to the world in a way that allows her to feel as though things matter. Experience-oriented, Frankl also points out that humans often experience meaning passively. You're at a museum and see a painting that strikes you. Or perhaps you see meaning in the way that a bee flies around honey. Suddenly, you feel as though you are connected with life in a way that can be very overwhelming. Sometimes such experiences can actually be life-altering. Attitude-oriented, the last way in which people typically find meaning, Frankl suggests, is in moments of intense suffering, moments in which you feel as though your existence may actually be seriously threatened. Sometimes something physical causes these experiences. Some people are faced with terminal illness. At other times, something psychological causes these experiences. Some people are faced with the death of a loved one. In either case, you're presented with a horrifying question: what's the point of life now? Frankl thinks that at these moments, you have to find meaning once again, in those situations. Frankl says that choosing what your experiences are isn't always up to you. Having a terminal illness, losing a loved one, or even, in his situation, winding up in a concentration camp. But you do have the capacity to decide what your attitude will be toward that situation. In an actual case study, Frankl talks about a patient who lost his wife. The man was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't find a reason to live on. Frankl asked the patient what it would have been like if he had died first. The man suggested that it would have been worse, because his wife wouldn't have been able to bear it, because she was less able to endure being alone than he. Frankl then wondered whether his grief was his way of acknowledging that he was giving his wife the last gift to her that he could, bearing the role of being the survivor for the other. According to Frankl, the man's life was changed immediately because he found a meaning to give to his suffering. Part 5. The part of tens. In this part, existentialism has always had a close association with the arts, particularly the narrative arts. Existential philosophers have not only influenced but also produced many fine novels and plays. It's no surprise then that movies, which are the ultimate narrative art form of modern American culture, are replete with existential themes. In Part 5 we review some of the great books, plays, and movies that incorporate, intentionally or not, existential themes. Use this section as a reference guide to expanding your knowledge of existentialism, as a study aid for some of the masterpieces of existential storytelling, or just as a guide to great books and movies to pick up. Read them, see them, enjoy them. Chapter 15. 10 Great Existential Movies. In this chapter, reviewing existential themes at the theater. Perusing a list of movies to see. Art is a very immediate experience. Through pictures, stories, and words, it brings you in direct confrontation with its subject matter. Movies blend all three, making it a particularly visceral medium. Much like painting and sculpture, movies often seem to have a direct line to our emotions. Perhaps this is what makes them such a good way of conveying existential themes. Unlike most other philosophies, existentialism calls you to think and feel, and it reminds you that you always make your decisions and take actions within concrete situations. Movies can present your existential situation in concrete terms and make you feel it. And as anyone who's ever seen the right movie at just the right time in his life knows, movies don't simply make you feel, but also help you process and work through emotions you already possess. The movies have a rich history of presenting existential material. American film noir of the 1930s and 1940s, although not directly affected by the existential furor happening in Europe at the same time, seemed to be coming to many of the same conclusions. Their characters were often thrown into a world where the old rules of morality seemed to have been suspended. Themes of loneliness and forlornness cloaked morally ambiguous characters as they tried to navigate their way through a barren landscape where moral compasses seemed to have gone haywire. Although not always as dark, movies have continued to present characters dealing with existential issues to this day. But where to start choosing the 10 best of these movies? We haven't even tried. Too many films are too good and too existential. Instead, we tried to pick 10 great films with a variety of styles and takes on existential issues. We include movies that we think you should see or, if you've seen them before, movies we think you should see again while reflecting on the existential nature of the stories they present. Despite its reputation as a downer philosophy, existentialism has an optimistic, even hopeful side. Indeed, this is at the core of the philosophy in many respects. As a whole, the mix of movies in this chapter not only presents a world gone mad and unhitched from meaning, but also brings you back and shows you the light these thinkers saw at the end of the tunnel. Akiru, 1952. If you enjoy great foreign films, Akiru is a must-see that you should pencil into your list of what to rent. Like The Seventh Seal, see the next section. The film is enjoyable not only from a purely philosophical angle, but also from the standpoint of pure aesthetics. This fact shouldn't be surprising, because Akiru is, for sure, a masterpiece created by one of the greatest Japanese directors of all time, Akira Kurosawa. Akiru begins its story with a man in his late 50s, Mr. Watanabe, at the doctor's office. He's had some stomach pains and has X-rays performed to discover what the medical problem actually is. Unfortunately, it's cancer. Watanabe has just a few months to live. This abrupt face-to-face confrontation with his impending finitude or death has an immediate and monumental effect on Watanabe. For more than 20 years he had worked as a low-level functionary within civil service management, with no outside life to speak of. Now he suddenly finds that his old tasks provide absolutely no meaning for him. The news of his cancer casts him into an entirely unfamiliar world and forces him to ask, "How do I live?" Translated, the title of the movie means to live. Thus the movie unfolds, chronicling Watanabe's different ways of responding to that question in light of his death. The existential overtones should be pretty clear already. Although the film has many existential themes, the following 3 stand out as particularly important. Death individuates you. Although this is a common existential theme, it's one that's particularly pronounced in Heidegger, see Chapter 9. As Heidegger argues, when you come face to face with death, you strongly experience the mood of anxiety, see Chapter 4 for more about anxiety. Anxiety and death together have a powerful effect on you, they individuate you. In other words, they force you to come to grips with the fact that the meaning of your existence isn't exhausted by the social roles and routines that the crowd demands that you perform. As a result, facing death forces you to feel separate from the way you're expected to live. In the face of death, your routines seem artificial. People strive hard to avoid death. Even though honestly facing up to death can be liberating, people tend not to think about death, and they don't bring up the subject. Watanabe's own doctors don't tell him the truth, they lie about his illness. The film makes clear that before the diagnosis, Watanabe himself hadn't been honest about his own mortality. He lived a dead life, one deeply immersed in what one was expected to do. His relationships were hollow. If death is faced at all, it's wrapped up in social rituals meant to distract people from the actual confrontation with death they need to have. In fact, in Akiru, Watanabe suffers partly because he finds it almost impossible to actually find people who will honestly acknowledge his situation. Death forces you to give your life individual meaning. Because an honest confrontation with mortality is so jarring, people often tend to try to run away from it, either back into the life of the crowd or into various kinds of hedonistic distraction. But if you can't distract yourself, you must face death, existentialists suggest, by creating a meaning for your life that is your own. One person who particularly suggested this was Viktor Frankl. See chapter 14 for details, an existential psychologist who felt strongly that living in a healthy way required finding ways to meaningfully integrate yourself into the world as a unique person. As you watch the movie, ask yourself whether Watanabe ever does this, whether he finds true meaning to life. The Seventh Seal, 1957. The Seventh Seal is a classic existential film that's also a cinematic masterpiece. Directed by Ingmar Bergman, this subtitled Swedish film is enjoyable, and the pleasure of viewing it goes beyond its admittedly clear philosophical dimensions. If you like grim movies, the setting of The Seventh Seal is perfect for you. The film is set at the end of the Crusades and chronicles the return home to Europe of one of the knights, Antonius Block, and his faithful squire. When Block and the squire arrive in their land at the beginning of the film, the knight is approached by Death himself, who has apparently come to take him. The knight protests and challenges Death to a game of chess. They reach an agreement: as long as the game proceeds, Block's life is spared, and if he wins, Death leaves. Thus, the film begins with the portrait of a man who's forced to face his own death, literally, throughout the whole film, as Death returns every so often to continue the game and conversation. As the knight and the squire make their way through the countryside on the way to Block's castle, they encounter a Europe ravaged by the curse of the Black Plague. The countryside itself appears to have descended into total chaos, and they encounter many people who deal with the constant specter of death and suffering in very different ways, including an odd band of actors and musicians who are central to the plot and who seem oddly unaffected. More than perhaps any other film, The Seventh Seal is consciously existentialist straight through. Although the film deals with many themes, perhaps two questions are central. Does God exist? This, of course, is a defining question in existentialism, one that different authors deal with in different ways. One way to think about it is as a series of questions: are there right ways to live or right answers to the questions about life? Or is part of life dealing with the difficulties, trials, and suffering of an ambiguous existence that comes with no assurance of clear answers? Is life meaningless if there is no God? If there are no God, no right or wrong, and no way to live that's objectively true, what's the overall point of life itself? If there is no God, would life collapse into meaninglessness as a result? Should you be forced to despair in such a bleak world? As Block puts it, without proof of God's existence, the idea of God is nothing more than suffering, a suffering that people would be better to do without. The idea of God, as Block sees it, is a reminder to you that you live in fear and despair before the nothingness of the world. As he puts it, why can't I kill God within me? Why does he live on in this painful and humiliating way even though I curse him and want to tear him out of my heart? I want knowledge, not faith. I want God to stretch out his hand toward me, reveal himself to me. When you study Kierkegaard, see chapter 10, Block's request may sound a bit odd. These questions, and many other ones, are raised in The Seventh Seal. Enjoy. Apocalypse Now, 1979. Like war movies? Well, this is certainly a great one by any standard, set during the Vietnam War in the 1970s. Like a few of the other films on this list, Apocalypse Now is worth viewing for more than just the philosophical lessons. It's a cinematic classic brought to you by one of America's most famous directors, Francis Ford Coppola. In the film, Captain Willard, played by Martin Sheen, is an assassin for military intelligence. He's sent up a river in Vietnam and into Cambodia to find another officer, Colonel Kurtz, played by Marlon Brando. As Willard is told at the start of the film, Kurtz was an amazing soldier with a storied career, one whom most people expected to end up in a high position in government. But now Kurtz has gone mad and has set himself up as a god in the jungles of Cambodia, acting with a small army of his own and taking orders from no one. Because Kurtz has gone insane, Willard is instructed to ride on a small navy boat up the river to find him and eventually terminate his command. The movie follows the boat's journey up the river and the experiences of the soldiers on board along the way. Eventually, toward the end, they get to their destination, and if you're not already exhausted in the film, that's when the fun really begins, in the heart of the jungle itself. Of all the films on our list, Apocalypse Now is perhaps the one that's least driven intentionally by a desire to represent existentialism. That said, the film clearly deals with lots of important existential questions. We highlight the central question here. How far are you prepared to go to take on the challenge of self-creation? When you read Nietzsche, see Chapter 11, and Kierkegaard, see Chapter 10, you're presented with a picture of authenticity that demands that you follow who you are in creating yourself. You're to follow your unique individuality to wherever the voice within you takes you. Many existentialists recognize that this journey may require a great deal of hardness, because you may not initially be prepared to go where that voice will take you. For Kierkegaard, following his path as an individual leads Abraham to obey God's command to kill his son Isaac. Just how far are you willing to go to be an individual? Or are your attempts at self-creation always going to be safely enclosed within the boundaries of what you're allowed to do by the masses and the crowd? If so, how self-created are you, really? Existentialists try hard never to give the concept of authenticity a moral reading. Authors such as Heidegger and Nietzsche and Kierkegaard all argue that what you are as an individual transcends moral codes. That doesn't mean you can't be moral, but it does mean that being an individual goes beyond it. As Nietzsche puts it, you must learn to live in the cold space beyond good and evil. This, of course, leads not to a kind of relativism, but actually toward a more demanding form of ethics. In Apocalypse Now, you're asked whether Colonel Kurtz, or Captain Willard, perhaps, is a potential specimen of authenticity. As Kurtz puts it in discussing his own life, he's beyond their lying, timid morality. He knows what the crowd is, here represented by society and the military establishment, and he rejects it. He's beyond it. He's an individual. As you watch the film, pay close attention to how, as the soldiers progress up the river, all semblances of order and structure fall away. This is a clear existential reference to the fact that as you get closer and closer into the heart of what you are, you find chaos there, chaos that only you can organize on your own terms. Blade Runner, 1982. Ridley Scott's sci-fi noir story of a dystopian world in which humans hunt and kill their greatest creation has recently been re-released with a brand new ending, producing a new wave of enthusiasm for the science fiction classic. No matter which ending you prefer, the movie is replete with philosophical musings on a range of topics, including the nature of consciousness and identity, the dangers of capitalism and corporate political collusion, and bio and scientific ethics. But above all, it presents a radically existential view of the world and of the future. Deckard, played by Harrison Ford, is a retired Blade Runner, someone whose job it is to hunt down and kill artificial people called replicants. The replicants are genetically based androids who are used as slave labor and prostitutes on off-world colonies but are illegal on Earth and are destroyed immediately if discovered. Decker is brought out of retirement because he's the best and because 4 particularly dangerous replicants have arrived in Los Angeles. Replicants develop emotions, feelings, questions, and a desire to live. In a very real sense, then, Deckard is an assassin, and Harrison Ford plays him with the haunted, detached loneliness you may expect of one. But Deckard isn't alone. The futuristic world he lives in is one of flattened emotions and alienation. People walk like ghosts through a nightmarishly foreboding urban landscape where it's constantly dark and always raining, even though it's LA, go figure. The most vibrant images are those of the ever-present advertisements and the video spokesmodel on display on giant Times Square-esque video monitors throughout the city. The high-tech ads say it all. This is a world governed by 2 things, technology and commerce. People have no place. The human beings seem tired and resigned to this fact. The replicants, however, are almost youthful in their passion and curiosity. They're designed to have only a 4-year lifespan, so everything to them is new and strange, and their emotions are raw and intense. As Deckard hunts them, he slowly learns from them and begins to recapture his own humanity. Blade Runner presents a bleak landscape devoid of color, meaning, and ethical touchstones. The God of Abraham has been replaced by the gods of science, in the guise of technology, and capitalism. The problem isn't simply that these gods aren't up to the task, but also that their whole orientation is confused. Both work in a mechanistic way to produce results, but the results aren't calibrated to genuine human needs. The replicants represent and give voice to these human needs. They seek their creator for answers and find none, even though they, unlike the humans, are at least granted an audience with their creator. But God isn't the real enemy in Blade Runner. This is a world that lost faith in God long ago and has been lost in a nihilistic stupor ever since. Nietzsche warned that the era beginning with the death of God is a dangerous time. He and the rest of the existentialists warn against taking it too lightly and plunging heedlessly forth in hedonistic glee, and they warn against trusting science and rationalism to save us. Science won't save you. Technology won't save you. Reason won't save you. These things won't save you because they can't address your most basic human needs, for meaning, purpose, and a sense of self. The emotions of the replicants, their yearning for purpose and for answers, aren't solutions to these problems. Rather, they point to the direction in which something was left behind. When the nightmare world the replicants and the human Blade Runners both live in was created, something was forgotten and not taken into account. It is, in many respects, the world that the existentialists predict will come if people allow their humanity to be taken out of the equation, if we allow the mechanizations of rationality, science, and technology to go unchecked, and undirected, by human ends and true human needs. Crimes and Misdemeanors, 1989. Cliff, a strange man defecated on my sister. Wendy, why? Cliff, I don't know. Is there any reason I could give you that would answer that satisfactorily? Woody Allen's existential masterpiece of choices and consequences, or the lack thereof, in a godless world is like an old-time morality play, without the morality. It's an anguished cry against a universe without justice, a quiet expression of hope that somehow we can find a way to live in that universe, and the humble suggestion, brilliantly expressed, that the only way we can and do get through it is by loving one another. The movie tells 2 distantly intertwined tales. In one, Woody Allen plays a riff on his usual neurotic intellectual. Cliff is a director who specializes in biographical documentaries that make no money and that no one is interested in. His wife persuades him to take a job working for her brother, Lester, played by Alan Alda, directing a biopic of his life. Lester is a TV producer and Cliff's polar opposite, shallow, arrogant, self-confident, and, of course, highly successful. Soon, Cliff finds himself competing with his nemesis, Lester, for the beautiful Holly Reid, played by Mia Farrow, all the while making a documentary in which he compares his brother-in-law with Mussolini. Meanwhile, Martin Landau plays Judah, a respected ophthalmologist who's having mistress trouble. His mistress, played by Angelica Houston, insists that he leave his marriage. She calls his house, sends a letter to his wife, and even threatens to expose him as an embezzler. Judah goes to both his brother, who has mafia connections, and a friend who's a rabbi for help. Fittingly enough, the rabbi is going blind. Suffice it to say that the mafia brother has no such handicap. By the end of the movie, you finally see Cliff and Judah together, and their two stories have painted a picture of a strange, indifferent universe and a few of the people struggling to understand as they wander through it. Crimes and Misdemeanors deals with the choices you freely make, how those choices determine who and what you are, and what your life will be. It's about making choices in a world in which the only consequences are human consequences and the only results are human results. In a world where God is absent, there's no guarantee of the results, no guarantee the wicked will be punished or the just rewarded. More than anything, though, it's a meditation on a fact that all the existentialists acknowledge and even stress: life without God, without ultimate justice, is hard. The anguish and forlornness you feel when you face this fact is felt even by those who, being wicked or doing wicked things, benefit from the lack of any ultimate consequence. But this is a comedy, and as Lester repeatedly reminds us, in a comedy things are funny as long as they bend but don't break. Just when it seems everything is hopelessly broken, Cliff reminds us, as the existentialists do, that in a lonely universe, you can still find meaning in the people, projects, and activities with which you engage yourself. In this, there is hope. Leaving Las Vegas, 1995. The value of life cannot be measured. Friedrich Nietzsche. If the optimism presented in the movie Pleasantville, see the later section about that movie, is a tough optimism, the optimism of Leaving Las Vegas is downright brutal. In many ways, the two movies resonate with each other, though each certainly stands on its own. Director Mike Figgis presents two characters, Ben, played by Nicolas Cage, and Sarah, played by Elizabeth Shue, who seemingly, and to a large degree, really, have no hope, no prospects, and no future. She's a prostitute with an abusive pimp, and he's an alcoholic intent on drinking himself to death. They fall in love, and nothing much changes besides the fact that they're living these lives side by side. Leaving Las Vegas is a challenging movie. It challenges moviegoers to look at two stock, cliché-ridden characters as people. It challenges the assumptions you have about those people, their lives, and the value of those bleak, often despairing, lives. The movie meets you halfway by presenting characters and events that are more complex, specific, and three-dimensionally human than a superficial description would lead you to expect. Having done that, it makes the events that unfold all the harder to watch. After you recognize its characters as people, the movie challenges you to watch without flinching as they bleed, often from self-inflicted wounds. The result is something beautiful and transformative. Few films can reacquaint you with your own humanity and the humanity of those around you, but Leaving Las Vegas manages to do both. Watching Leaving Las Vegas is like an exercise in what Nietzsche calls the re-evaluation of all values. We have for a very long time seen the world through the glasses of a certain, specific morality. We see and judge the world through this lens and 100 others we routinely adopt from various systems of thought. These systems of thought inform how we judge right and wrong, what is and is not of value, and the way we see how things are and the way things should be. For the existentialist, these notions must be reassessed at best and more likely abolished. Nothing in leaving Las Vegas is life as it should be, and nothing about it is the way you were told drunks, prostitutes, life, or love are. Certainly, this is Hollywood, and probably no story like this could ever really happen, but the concrete humanity of everything on screen is so undeniable that it shatters the limited notions of what life is or should be. Seeing the beauty in the ugly landscapes traveled by this movie forces you to reassess, rediscover, and even recreate those most fundamental notions. Pleasantville, 1998. David's mom: when your father was here, I used to think, this was it. This is the way it was always going to be. I had the right house. I had the right car. I had the right life. David: there is no right house. There is no right car. Pleasantville is an existential fable, an eccentric fairy tale journey that combines comedy, drama, and fantasy with deep passion and belief in its underlying themes. On one level, it's a metaphor for and commentary on the radical and jarring changes that swept society in the 1960s. The commentary may be summed up in the words of Billy Joel: the good old days weren't always good, and tomorrow ain't as bad as it seems. It shows a world in which things fall apart and some genuinely sad things occur. Who can see the lovable George Parker, portrayed by William H. Macy, lose his wife and not feel for him? In the end, however, it shows a world it believes you can be optimistic about, a world where, despite all your troubles, you'll be okay. The movie stars Tobey Maguire as David, a high school loser obsessed with the TV show Pleasantville, a Leave It to Beaver-style TV show from the 1950s in which everything is just so. Dad goes off to work at a job where he's respected and valued, Mom keeps the house tidy and has dinner ready when he comes home, everybody knows everybody else, everybody knows what his role in the town is, and everything just makes sense. The town consists of Elm Street, Main Street, and Town Hall, and as the school's geography teacher points out, that's all you need to know. One day, David and his sister Jennifer, played to perfection by Reese Witherspoon, find themselves magically transported into their TV set, into the world of Pleasantville. Their interactions with the townspeople slowly start to change everything. The once idyllic little town, in which everything was once, literally, black and white, begins to change, and life begins to become more complicated and, at the same time, more interesting. Pleasantville contains a host of scenes that give voice to existential themes. One of our favorites occurs when the townspeople gather to discuss what to do about all the disturbing changes happening in the town. Big Bob, the closest thing to a villain in the movie, gets up in front of the crowd and advises, "The first thing we have to do is to separate out the things that are pleasant from the things that are unpleasant." This is what the old concept of the true world, which Nietzsche and the other existentialists rail against, tried to do. See Chapter 3. It's one of the principal things that the existentialists say you must learn can't be done. If there are no heaven and hell, all the good in universe and all the evil are both right here on earth together. If you're to accept life, it must be an acceptance of the imperfect world that is, not an idyllic world you wish for or that you imagine exists elsewhere or existed once upon a time. By the end of the movie, the people of Pleasantville slowly learn to accept this. More than anything, however, the movie is existential because its narrative about the journey of a small town mirrors the narrative the existentialists tell about the journey of the human species. When Nietzsche first proclaims the death of God, he does so with a mix of sorrow for what had been lost and excitement about what could now be. The excitement is about the possibilities given life by the shattering of the old dogmatic ways of thinking and the potential for a new human flourishing out of the ashes of the beliefs that used to comfort us. If you boil down the existential narrative, it goes something like this: many existentialists would reject the notion they have a narrative, but in one way or another, we all do. We used to believe in God, the church, human reason. We used to believe that there were answers to everything and that those answers could be provided from the outside. Life made sense, and we believed it had meaning. The stories presented by the church and other purveyors of truth were comforting, but they were false and limited in scope, much like Pleasantville's geography or the black and white thinking of its residents. When we lose these traditional ways of thinking, we experience anguish and forlornness, but these feelings only call us to engage in the world and take responsibility for what it will be. When you cast off the old systems of thought, everything doesn't then become okay. You're never fully rid of anguish. Rather, you're able to face the fact that things were never really okay, and you start to create a new world and new values. Pleasantville tells this story metaphorically and brings great questions of God, meaning, value, and the history of the human species down to a very intimate, concrete, and human level. This in itself is an existential approach to big issues. Most of all, it tells the story with the passionate but grounded optimism of the best existential writings. You won't find the right house, but that's okay, because there is no right house. You'll make a worthwhile life in the house you choose. Fight Club, 1999. Fight Club has a great cast, starring Brad Pitt, Edward Norton, and Helena Bonham Carter. The film begins in a place that most people probably find eerily familiar. It tells the story of a person who's deeply lost or immersed within the life that society expects him to live. He works his job robotically, and it seems to hold no real meaning for him. When he gets home at night, he dedicates his time to decorating his house with new furniture in the hopes of getting it just right. Essentially, the film sets up the story of a man trying to do his best to be a vague abstraction, an everyman. But then his apartment, which he sees as the embodiment of his very self, blows up while he's away on business. Forced to find a new place to live, he boards with Tyler Durden, who's portrayed as a bit of an oddball, to say the least. Very soon into the film, these two characters start a fight club, a basement club dedicated to just that, a place where men can come together with the object of beating the tar out of one another for enjoyment. Along the way, the members of the fight club begin to take on missions designed to disrupt the smooth operation of the conformist world that exists outside their hidden underground club. The fact that the film deals with existential themes is clearly intentional. It drips with existential metaphors and has a lot of dialogue meant to highlight themes you see in this book. Here are a few questions to get you thinking about this interesting movie. Does your existence demand struggle and confrontation? The film clearly presents you with a portrait of modern life as one in which struggle and confrontation have been, for the most part, either done away with or channeled towards society-approved projects. Most people live safely immersed within their very set routines. Desires to creatively express yourself, or even to struggle with existence, are redirected toward an addiction, or distraction, with consumerism, hence, the obsession the main character has with fixing up his apartment. As Durden puts it, the things you own end up owning you. If you listen to writers such as Nietzsche, however, this kind of life is missing an essential component that's needed for health, or authenticity. That component is self-definition, and it requires that you continually fight new battles in trying to further challenge what you take yourself to be at any given moment. As Carl Rogers puts it, in Chapter 14, you must strive to develop your potential. For Nietzsche, the authentic person is like a warrior, one who's constantly testing his mettle against perspectives that are contrary to his own and always striving to develop himself further. Due to this need, healthy living requires doing battle not just against society, but also against yourself, against your weak desires to flee the battle and rejoin the safety of the herd. Those people who interpret Fight Club as a movie about a strange club in which men beat one another up lose the main point. Instead, see the Fight Club as a metaphor for the need to engage with that primordial need for struggle. The Fight Club represents your need to be a warrior in life and to resist the goal of society to subdue you and make you tame. Do you create yourself? Does existence precede essence? Jean-Paul Sartre's main point about self-creation lies at the heart of the film. While society or the herd will have you believe that you're really just the roles that you play in the world, you can always change all that and define yourself in a way that suits who you are as an individual. Unfortunately, after too much time in society, people forget these things. They start working on the furniture in their apartment. In an interesting scene, Durden pulls a gun on a poor store owner and threatens to kill him, asking him what the man always wanted to be in life but gave up on. After the man tells him, Durden lets him go, telling Norton's character that the man will now see his life differently, having been freed to become himself through this deadly encounter. As Durden puts it, it's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. Stranger Than Fiction, 2006. The moment I set eyes on him I instantly push him from me, I myself leap backwards, I clasp my hands and say half aloud, "Good Lord, is this the man? Is this really personification of passion? Why, he looks like a tax collector." Søren Kierkegaard, Fear and Trembling. This movie is a strange delight. One part romantic comedy, one part absurdist fantasy, it's presented with the kind of care and passion rare in movies today. Its story resonates with existential concerns of passion, death, and meaning, but the movie never gets too deep and never allows itself to get pulled down under the weight of its underlying themes. Even at its most dramatic moments, it's too busy being funny. Very, very funny. Will Ferrell plays Harold Crick, an IRS tax auditor who starts hearing a woman's voice inside his head. The voice follows him wherever he goes, narrating the events of his life. It isn't a very exciting life. As the movie opens, you hear, as does Harold, a thorough description of his very detailed and precise method of brushing his teeth. Of course, this is very disturbing for Harold because he's not used to hearing strange voices narrating his life. Things really take a turn, however, when the voice refers to Harold's imminent death. The rest of the movie finds Harold splitting his time between searching for the meaning and origin of this voice in a desperate attempt to save his own life, and pursuing Anna, played by Maggie Gyllenhaal. We figure that if you are in a race to save your own life, pursuing Maggie Gyllenhaal is about as worthwhile a distraction as you can find. In real life, people tend to avoid those they see as serious, boring, uptight, and disconnected from the rest of the world. In literature and the movies, however, these people are often heroes. We love characters like Harold Crick, because although we like to think we're more fun at parties, we feel just as alienated. Most people fear their own lives are as small, empty, and meaningless as the lives of characters like these, and they want to believe they can somehow come to live more full and rich lives, as the characters do by the end of their stories. It's an existential concern given voice by hundreds of Harold Cricks in hundreds of stories about learning to love life. But this movie is richer. Some things to notice. Absurdity. Every scene in this movie has a touch of absurdity, including the movie's premise, Harold's relationship with Anna, the fact that he's about to die, and most important, the decision he makes with regard to that fact. As Camus and Kierkegaard were especially adept at pointing out, that absurdity can be cruel and painful, but you must ultimately embrace it. This movie embraces that absurdity, and so does Harold, ultimately. Death. The whole movie is about facing the reality, inevitability, and absurdity of death. As Professor Hilbert, Dustin Hoffman's character, points out, you will die. You will absolutely die. Even if you avoid this death, another will find you. Only in facing this fact does Harold finally learn what it means to be alive. Narratives. Harold doesn't merely face death, he faces an omniscient narrator, played by Emma Thompson, who defines not only the action, but also the meaning of his life. When you watch Harold brush his teeth, it's interesting because the narrator describes it with so much wit and insight that it becomes meaningful. The way in which our lives have been defined by external, absolute systems, see Chapter 3, or narratives of meaning, and how we must become the writers of our own narratives are central existential themes. Watch how Harold and, ironically enough, the narrator herself struggle with this narrative, what it means, and how it should be written. Passion. This is a movie about living with passion. For Kierkegaard, this was epitomized by the Knight of Faith, a figure who seems no different from an ordinary person but lives with total commitment, total involvement, and total passion. See Chapter 7 for details. By the end of the movie, we like to think Harold Crick has become something of a secular Knight of Faith. Even Harold's test at the end of the movie is reminiscent of Kierkegaard's favorite Knight of Faith, Abraham. See Chapter 10. Both are asked to do the unthinkable, and incomprehensibly, absurdly, both find the courage and passion to make an impossible choice. But perhaps what's most existential about Stranger Than Fiction is its optimism, the optimism that life doesn't have to be rote drudgery and that the absurdity of life doesn't have to defeat you. By engaging in the world passionately and exercising his human dignity, Harold is able to save himself. The existentialists tell you that you can too. Superbad, 2007. Superbad tells the story of three teenagers in search of sex, booze, and a good time. The plot is familiar, but the actors and the script have a warmth that transcends the typical teenage sex comedy. Seth and Evan, played by Jonah Hill and Michael Cera, are best friends and high school losers who get invited to a party hosted by the beautiful and popular Jules, Emma Stone. The catch is, Seth has bragged about his ability to supply the party with alcoholic beverages, so the two can't show up empty-handed. To accomplish this task, they enlist their friend Fogel, Christopher Mintz-Plasse, who's recently obtained a fake ID that says that he's 25 and that his name is McLovin. Just McLovin. Every good teenage sex comedy has one guy who even the geeks find embarrassing to hang around with, the loser among losers, the geek among geeks. In Superbad, it's Fogel, aka McLovin. Naturally, everything that can go wrong does go wrong. The night turns into a string of surreal and sometimes dangerous encounters. All the while, Seth and Evan argue as only best friends who truly love each other can, while Fogel is busy being Fogel. By the end, Seth and Evan have stopped arguing and learned a few things about love and friendship, and Fogel has become who he always was, McLovin. Every high school movie is a little existential. The history of the human race repeats itself, after all, in every human life. You start enmeshed in and clinging to the narratives your parents have spun for you, and at some point, you break away. That time is filled with anguish, uncertainty, and alienation as you find yourself adrift from any fixed meaning while you try to find your own end. In true Sartre fashion, create yourself. Seth and Evan certainly go through this. They're discentered from their traditional sense of self-identity, primarily in the re-evaluation they make of the nature of their own friendship. Fogel, however, makes Superbad exquisitely existential. Nietzsche tells us we must become who we are. He says we must create ourselves, preferably with some style. He speaks of the coming of a new type of man, a bold new conqueror of himself and a free spirit. He speaks of the emergence of the Übermensch, the Superman. Behold the Superman, behold McLovin. What makes a character like Fogel a geek among geeks is that he's immune, utterly immune, to the opinions of others. He is who he is, as bizarre and unacceptable as that may be, especially in high school, where individuality is particularly frowned upon. Seth and Evan try and fail to fit in. They aren't seen as cool, but they aren't total train wrecks either. Much of their discussions have the form, okay, you gotta say this and you gotta do that. The goal is to be acceptable, to fit in, to get the girl. As interesting as you, as a viewer, may find them, they spend much of their time fleeing their individuality and trying to get into the high school herd. More specifically, Seth works at joining the herd while Evan struggles to come to terms with his own individuality. Meanwhile, Fogel has created himself in an image that may not please anyone else, but it pleases him. By the end of the movie, his proud statement early on, "I am McLovin," has proved prophetic. His image is transformed by then, but he hasn't become anyone he wasn't from the start. In true Nietzschean fashion, his self-creation is a matter of sheer will, creativity, style, and self-acceptance. Chapter 16. 10 Great Works of Existential Literature. In this chapter, understanding why literature matters so much to the existentialists. Discovering the classics and then some. Creating a list of books to read. Existentialism has been called as much a literary movement as a philosophical one, and this statement contains some truth. Many of the existentialists at least dabbled in novels, plays, or even poetry, and a few became quite proficient. In fact, it has been said of the two kings of French existentialism that Jean-Paul Sartre was a philosopher who dabbled in literature and Albert Camus was a writer who dabbled in philosophy. We tend to think they were each pretty good at both, but such sentiments highlight the degree to which the movement was deeply involved in literary concerns. Unlike our list of 10 movies, see Chapter 15, our list of literary works is populated, in part at least, by full-blooded existentialists, philosophers straight in from the front lines. These works not only give voice to existential themes, but also represent a working out and further development of the specific ideas these philosophers were dealing with in their more straightforwardly philosophical work. Existentialism is also considered a literary movement because of several authors whose works are seen as not just borrowing existential themes, but also as being original and independent statements of the issues with which the existentialists dealt. Writers like Kafka, Dostoevsky, and Tolstoy are seen as precursors of, or even influences on, later existentialist thinking. We include some classics by them, move on to some great books by the heavy hitters of existentialism, and complete the chapter with some other terrific works that deal with similar themes. Hamlet, by William Shakespeare. There's nothing new in the world. If there ever was room to do something new, it seems, Shakespeare did it. Shakespeare wrote more than 200 years before the existentialists, yet there's nary a theme anywhere that hasn't made at least a passing appearance in his work. This fact underscores the fundamental truths of the human condition with which both he and the existentialists were dealing. Existentialism is considered a modern philosophy, but it wrestles with age-old questions. In Hamlet, the title character must come to terms with the death of his father. He sees the ghost of his father, who informs Hamlet that he was murdered by his brother Claudius. Claudius has since married Hamlet's mother and ascended to the throne of his murdered brother. In a traditional revenge tragedy, the rest of the play unfolds organically and inevitably. But Hamlet is anything but traditional, and nothing is quite as expected. Hamlet mopes, he questions, and he waxes well, existential. Has there been a more existential line in the history of English literature than Hamlet's query to be, or not to be, that is the question? Hamlet reflects upon this question, the question of suicide, and upon death and how it's the equal fate of kings and peasants alike. He reflects upon questions of action and certainty, justice, and retribution. With his father dead, he finds himself in a bleak landscape where the moral order has been overturned and where he alone must decide what to do. Even seeing his father's ghost, who tells him of Claudius's betrayal, doesn't settle the question of what to do. He considers the possibility that he may be mad, that some demon may be deceiving him. Kierkegaard says Abraham must ask himself just these sorts of questions when God asks him to sacrifice Isaac. Hamlet doesn't make any kind of leap of faith, however. Rather, he devises a test to see what the truth is. Hamlet is an existential hero, then, in part because he feels anguished and forlorn about making his decision. He can feel these feelings only because he doesn't succumb to seeing his life in terms of a traditional, pre-written narrative. He finally does make a choice, but like all choices, after he makes it, it's out there in the world, and he can have no control over it. Virtually all the characters experience the absurdity of this same phenomenon. Plot after plot is made only to backfire in unexpected ways. One character agrees to spy on Hamlet but is killed when Hamlet mistakes him for Claudius. Claudius poisons a goblet meant for Hamlet, but his wife, Hamlet's mother, drinks it instead. Finally, Hamlet does kill Claudius, dying himself in the process. Hamlet was the rightful king of Denmark and was to ascend to the throne upon killing his usurping uncle. Instead, Fortinbras, prince of rival Norway, appears intent on leading his army against Denmark. Finding the country headless already, he simply fills the vacuum and takes the throne. Literature is non-dogmatic. Most good literature raises issues, concerns, questions, and emotions, and it allows you to walk in the shoes of another person to understand and appreciate a different point of view. Existentialists were always quick to avoid even the appearance of dogmatism, and literature allowed them to do this while tweaking the perceptions and emotions of their audience and helping them see the world from the existentialist's perspective. Existentialism is about creation. When you recognize that there's nothing, you have to start making something. If God is no longer a viable, absolute source of meaning and purpose, it's up to you to create it, to remake yourself and the world through an act of will and creativity. What better way to communicate this fact, to illustrate it, and even undertake it than by engaging in the act of creation? Authors create worlds from nothing, and this is precisely what your task is as a human being, to narrate a meaningful story for your life and the world that makes sense and has emotional resonance. Notes from the Underground, by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I am a sick man. I am a spiteful man. I am an unattractive man. I believe my liver is diseased. However, I know nothing at all about my disease, and do not know for certain what ails me. So begins Dostoevsky's masterpiece of the misanthropic. Notes from the Underground is the story, often told in rambling, even nonsensical terms, of this man, how he lives, how he sees the world. The novel is split into two parts. The first is basically him kvetching like this at length, taking on such topics as illness, spitefulness, rationalism, and utopianism. The point that comes up again and again is that rational and utopian systems have it fundamentally wrong because they assume human beings are basically rational, and we're not. In the second part of the novel, the underground man interacts with the outside world. He gets into a dispute with a police officer, falls in love with a prostitute, but is ultimately brought down by his own pettiness and self-loathing. In something like a self-fulfilling prophecy, he watches as things fall apart. Plato once said that to know the good is to do the good. When people act in ways that are harmful to themselves and society, it's because on one level or another, they believe the act is good, that it will bring them happiness or success. For example, the underground man, whom Dostoevsky never names, rejects this kind of thinking out of hand. He speaks of his own experience of doing wrong precisely at the moment he's most sure it's wrong and describes his delight in his own degradation. If logic and rationality, of the type that tell you that twice two is four, are a stone wall, the underground man is happy to bang his head against it, even if he'll never break through. Although the underlying target of much of his ramblings is the utopian socialism that was to become so influential in the history of his native Russia, his irrationalism speaks to the larger urge of religious, scientific, philosophical, and political systems to try to provide neat, orderly answers to everything. What all these systems have at their center is an assumption that human beings, whom these systems supposedly serve, are fundamentally rational creatures. As such, their well-being can be served by rational calculations. But if human beings are irrational, we neither want, nor will be served by, nor will cooperate with such systems. One traditional existentialist complaint about these systems is that they dehumanize us. But Dostoevsky's Underground Man turns this on its head, stating that these systems will ultimately fall apart because even if they're good for us, we're too warped, stubborn, and irrational to cooperate. The Death of Ivan Illich, by Leo Tolstoy. The importance of death in existentialism is famous, but it's sometimes misinterpreted to suggest that existentialists are always depressed, walking around moping and muttering about their eventual, approaching, and dismal end. That reputation is only half true. On the one hand, existentialists do care about death and finitude, but they don't see anything ultimately depressing about facing up to it. If anything, they think the consequences of not facing death are depressing. With that in mind, try to pick up this great Russian novel, The Death of Ivan Illich. Clearly, Tolstoy, although not an existentialist himself, recognizes the importance of facing death if you want to live an authentic life. When you avoid death, Tolstoy clearly believes, in agreement with later thinkers such as Heidegger, that your life tends to fall apart and lose its focus. You drift. You're alive, but you're really like a zombie. You may as well be dead. The book starts with the wake service for the main character, Ivan Illich. It's an interesting start to the novel, because Tolstoy wants you to see that no one at the wake ceremony seems to be addressing the actual death of poor Ivan, the protagonist, and what death represents for each of the individuals in the room. Sure, they know he's dead, but death has significance to them only in ways that allow them to avoid the actual subject of dealing with what death means in each of their particular lives. Instead, death turns out to be something totally impersonal for them all. For Ivan's wife, his death means the possibility for her to receive his pension. For Ivan's colleagues, it means a possible promotion in the court system. He left a vacancy, after all. For still others in the room, it means having to perform the right rituals, such as kneeling before the body and making the sign of the cross. After setting up this theme, that people avoid the realities of death, Tolstoy takes you back into time, back to just before the time when Ivan contracts the disease that eventually winds up killing him. As the story proceeds and Ivan contracts his illness, Tolstoy masterfully shows how Ivan is no different about the subject of his own death from the guests at his eventual wake at the start of the book. Instead of facing up to his own finitude, Ivan hides inside a whirlwind of distractions, all of which succeed in allowing him to concentrate on achieving worldly and community success. He redecorates his house, he plays cards with the right people, he networks. He's intimately concerned with assuring that they think he's living the right kind of life. As the book progresses, Ivan begins to recognize what's happening to him. Tolstoy beautifully explains how this starts to change the ways Ivan sees his world. The social network that once meant so much to him begins to mean nothing. He begins to suffer from the recognition that no one around him sees him as a person or an individual, but simply as a social role. In avoiding the subject of his death, they avoid him, and he feels it. How does it end for Ivan? Well, you know he dies. But does he first completely face up to his mortality? Read this short masterpiece and find out. The Trial, by Franz Kafka. If The Trial had been written after writers like Sartre and Camus, it would be tempting to read it as a relatively straightforward parable reflecting the way human beings are condemned to be free, condemned to try to make sense of a world that refuses to be sensible, and, of course, condemned to death. As it is, the book is wonderfully elusive and refuses any such simple, direct interpretation. Denying its existential themes, anguish, forlornness, death, the elusiveness of answers to your most basic questions, and, most important, the fundamental absurdity of life, is difficult, however. The predicament of the trial's protagonist, Joseph K., is certainly absurd. One day, he's abruptly arrested and told he's on trial. He's never told what he's being accused of. In fact, K is shortly allowed to go home and, despite the title, doesn't really spend any time at trial. He spends much of the book in a fruitless attempt to understand and gain access to the mechanizations of the law. He tries to hire a lawyer, but the lawyer is as unhelpful as the men who arrest him. Whatever he does, it seems, a sentence is hanging over him, and he has no way to get answers as to why or what he can do about it. In what many consider the centerpiece of the story, a priest discusses his case with him. The priest, whom Kay seemingly meets by chance, knows about his case and tells him it isn't going well. In the course of the conversation, he tells Kay that Kay is deluded about the nature of the law, and he tells Kay a parable to help him understand. In the parable, a man from the country tries to gain admittance to an entrance to the law. A doorkeeper repeatedly refuses to let him in. The man grows old and eventually dies trying to gain access. At the end of his life, the doorkeeper tells him that this entrance was meant only for him. This, of course, is absurd. Kay objects to what he sees as the dishonesty of the doorkeeper, to which the priest responds that what matters isn't the truth of things, but their necessity. This sums up K's situation in many ways. He's stuck in the inexorable movement of a machine. The truth of his innocence, as well as all human truth and humanity itself, is irrelevant. All that matters is the movement of the machine. It's worth noting at this point that Kafka himself, like K in the story, was a bureaucrat. The world of the trial is filled with nameless, faceless functionaries carrying out the perceived necessity of the system of which they're merely parts. The absurdity K faces, then, isn't just the absurdity of life, but also the absurdity of the impersonal and absolute systems that human beings create to manage their interactions with an understanding of that life. Like the man from the country in the parable, K is kept at arm's length from the truth he seeks by all the mechanizations of the law and all its functionaries. But ultimately, the joy of Kafka's The Trial is that, like K's situation, the book is so inscrutable. What matters isn't so much discovering a final, true, one-to-one correspondence between its events and themes and existential notions about the nature of life. What matters are the very direct and visceral emotions it conveys and the vague sense you get from reading it that there's a very deep truth here. That truth alters your perceptions of what it means to be alive and resonates powerfully with the works of the existentialists. Fittingly enough, Kafka left The Trial unfinished at his death. Although you know K's ultimate fate, you, like he, may never fully understand it. The Stranger, by Albert Camus. Quite simply, The Stranger is the existential novel. The lead character, Misault, goes through life with flattened emotions. He takes great joy in physicality, whether it's making love to his lover, Marie, or going for a swim. Mostly, however, he wanders, aimless and detached. He attends his mother's funeral but doesn't cry or become upset. When asked to involve himself in a cruel scheme of revenge by a neighbor upon his girlfriend, he agrees with a morally noncommittal shrug. In the central action of the book, he walks along a beach and sees an Arab. His friends recently had a fight with some Arabs, including this one, while he was present. He could walk away, but he continues forward in a detached haze. When the Arab pulls a knife, Masalt, without really thinking or deciding to do it, pulls out a gun and shoots the man. The Stranger is a short but rich novel. Among other things, it's about alienation and about how most of the time people wander through life without really recognizing its meaninglessness or absurdity. As the deadpan Masalt illustrates, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Only when something dramatic happens do people start to re-evaluate things and see them in a different way. Masalt's transformation after killing the Arab and being sentenced to death is largely one of perception. Being in prison, he doesn't have the freedom to change the way he lives his life. But the way he understands and interprets life does change, as does the way he interprets the death sentence to which he has been condemned. Many existential works deal with death, but few do so as passionately and succinctly as The Stranger. As Masalt faces his own death, he finally starts to understand the meaninglessness and absurdity of life. At the same time, he gains a new appreciation for living. He says he finally understands, for example, why his mother got involved with a man and made plans for marriage in the nursing home just before death. He rejects the judgment of the court not because he embraces his crime, but because he considers the court unfit to judge him. In facing his own mortality, he understands what he took from the Arab in a way the court doesn't. Perhaps nowhere is the essence of existentialism more succinctly put than in Masalt's observation concerning the priest who comes to visit him as he waits for his execution. The priest, he says, didn't know he was alive because he didn't know he was going to die. The same could be said of the court that has sentenced him. In the end, he faces his sentence hoping only to be greeted by the cries of hate. It's a final act of rebellion reminiscent of Camus' hero Sisyphus. See Chapter 5 for more about Sisyphus. He embraces the absurdity of his situation and, much like Sisyphus, rejects the interpretation of his situation imposed by those who have foisted it upon him. By embracing life passionately at its end, he rejects the death sentence imposed by both the court and by the universe. No Exit, by Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre says again and again in all his works that your choices make you who you are. You're the product of your own self-creation. Your will and creativity unite to boldly make a being that starts as nothing into something. It's a macho story of action and lone wolf individuality. You rely on no one and make of the world what you will. The nagging problem is that after you ascend the mountaintop to stand proud and majestic, surveying all you've accomplished and all you are, one of your friends can always walk up behind you and say, "Wow, dude, you really look kinda goofy in those shorts." You're constantly defining and interpreting the world before you, but for other people, you're not the center of the universe, you're just one more object in their universe to be interpreted and defined. Yet you live among them, you both need and want to interact with them, and you crave and desire their love and approval. But as soon as you seek them, you put yourself in jeopardy by making yourself, or allowing them to make you, into an object. This is the existential dilemma posed by Sartre's play No Exit. The three characters, Garçon, Estelle, and Inez, are in hell. At the beginning of the play, Garçon is brought to a simple drawing room where all the action takes place. Inez and then Estelle soon follow, and the three characters engage in an extended conversation in which they fluctuate in their allegiances and affections, at turns seeking validation from one or the other companion, accepting and then rejecting each other's approaches. The recurring theme is that people need and want validation from one another but are fundamentally separated and incapable of getting it. As Garson puts it in the play's most famous line, "So this is hell. I'd never have believed it." You remember all we were told about the torture chambers, the fire and brimstone, the burning marl. Old wives' tales. There's no need for red-hot pokers. Hell is other people. What makes No Exit a masterpiece is the way it takes grand psychological and existential themes and has them play out in a way that, despite the eccentric storyline, is essentially familiar. The intimacy of the characters' conversations at times seems strange for characters who have just met, but the emotions they express are thoroughly familiar. You can feel for these characters because you understand their needs and disappointments. Sartre may be wrong, and there may indeed be a way to bridge the gap between two consciousnesses, each trying to define itself. But it's certainly not easy, and No Exit is a brilliant explication of the perils you face when trying. The Blood of Others, by Simone de Beauvoir. The Blood of Others may be subtitled Exit this way. Whereas Sartre is convinced that human relationships are inherently frustrated by needs that can't be met, see the section on his book No Exit earlier in this chapter, de Beauvoir is convinced that your relationships with others are essential to your freedom and its expression. She explains this philosophically in The Ethics of Ambiguity but illustrates and communicates it brilliantly in this masterpiece of fiction. The story concerns two main characters, Jean and Helene. Jean is a young bourgeois who can't bear the weight of responsibility that all people bear for their actions. He runs from this responsibility, particularly in the realm of politics. After a friend dies in a police raid on their communist meeting, he becomes neutral and apolitical. When the Germans invade Paris, however, he finds he can no longer run away, and he joins the French resistance. Helene is a passionate free spirit. She considers herself to be someone who never thinks of others, but in reality, she finds herself living through her lovers. She is likewise shaken by the invasion and eventually gets involved in the resistance. On one level, the book is about how these two people learn to live authentic lives by taking full responsibility for their choices. But it's deeper than that, because it's also about how others must be involved in those choices. Sartre believed that people always experience one another as objects and that this is inherently destructive of their freedom. The Blood of Others reflects de Beauvoir's insight that although we can see one another as objects, and this is oppressive and destructive to each of us, it isn't the only possible way for us to interact. Even de Beauvoir's use of pronouns heightens your awareness of the ambiguous nature of our relationships. The book itself vacillates between Jean's first-person voice and an impersonal third-person perspective. Within Jean's narration, he wavers between the pronoun you, as though he were speaking directly to Helene, and third-person pronouns such as she. This mimics elements of the action later in the story. When Jean chooses to engage in sabotage, he does so knowing the Germans will respond by killing innocent French prisoners. In this case, Jean is choosing death for these people, and their wishes or choices play no part. In that sense, he's objectifying them in his attempt to foil the Germans. But as Jean finally learns to accept, his role as leader isn't just a matter of choosing by himself to risk and sacrifice others. When it comes to the lives of his comrades working in the resistance, the situation is significantly different from the case of the innocent prisoners. Those people in the resistance choose, for their own reasons, to align themselves with him and to make their sacrifices. Interacting with these people in a way that doesn't turn them into objects is not only possible, but also essential. They freely choose to join the resistance and sacrifice their lives, which allows him to bring his own project to fruition. Likewise, his free choice to make use of them allows them to fulfill their convergent goals. When presented like this, it all sounds very obvious. But the truth is, people often have trouble recognizing and affirming the free choices of others. We fall into treating people as objects out of selfishness, thoughtlessness, or even, as is the case with Jean, an overdeveloped sense of responsibility. Both Helene and Jean slowly develop a recognition of their need for others on multiple levels. In the end, this recognition frees them. Waiting for Godot, by Samuel Beckett. Vladimir and Estragon, the main characters in Samuel Beckett's tragicomic play Waiting for Godot, do nothing. They sit. They talk. They wait. And while they wait, they try to pass the time. They're aided in this attempt by the passing Pozo and his servant, Lucky. In the first act, Lucky entertains them by dancing and thinking. Yes, thinking. In the second act, Pozo is blind and Lucky is dumb. They don't remember meeting Vladimir and Estragon the night before. At the end of each act, a boy appears and tells the characters that Godot won't be arriving today but will definitely be here tomorrow. Much of the action of the play is repetitious and absurd. You never find out who Godot is or why they wait for him, but they seem unable to stop waiting even when they try. Indeed, they often decide upon a course of action only to remain immobile. They consider suicide to escape the emptiness of their endless wait but decide against it principally because they don't have effective rope. Estragon repeatedly suggests they leave but is reminded by Vladimir that they can't because they're waiting for Godot. Waiting for Godot doesn't line up point for point with any existential philosophy, but it raises fundamental existential questions and problems that all the existential philosophies attempt to address. The play explicitly has the characters recognize that they represent all humanity. Godot is traditionally interpreted as being God, but even this is open to debate. Beyond that, the play is wonderfully open to interpretation and, at the same time, resistant to any single interpretation. Much of its significance lies in its evocative nature and ability to elicit a direct emotional recognition of desolation, anguish, and forlornness. Still, a lot of what's going on is worth noticing. Here are some things to notice and questions to ask yourself while reading it or seeing it performed. Is meaningful action impossible in a world without God, or is meaningful action impossible only while you're waiting for God, while you continue to look to an absent God to supply your meaning? Why do Vladimir and Estragon decide that suicide is an appropriate response to their situation? Is it? In the end, of course, they don't go through with it. Why are they unable even to perform this act of surrender? Estragon identifies himself with Adam. Where's Eve, and would they be better off with her around to pick some apples? Who are Pozo and Lucky, and why are they there? For all the absurdity of the play, do you see something familiar here? In what sense are you like Vladimir and Estragon? Interview with the Vampire, by Anne Rice. When it came out in 1976, Interview with the Vampire redefined and reawakened the vampire subgenre. It tells the story of Louis, a 200-year-old vampire in search of meaning. The most groundbreaking thing about the book is the way it humanizes the vampire, making it psychologically and spiritually normal, rather than some bestial creature of pure desire or a half-alive shade of pure evil. Transformed in this way, the vampire ceases to be a mere external threat or some powerful force of sexuality and violence that the human characters must survive. Rice's work allows you to step directly into the vampire world and develop the vampire story from the inside out. In Interview, she uses this device brilliantly to tell of an existential search for meaning. The story begins and ends in New Orleans. Louis tells how he was turned into a vampire by the flamboyant, callous, and thoroughly amoral Lestat. Believing the tales he's always heard, he naturally assumes that he has become a creature of pure evil. He quickly finds, however, that he still has a conscience, and he can pick up crosses freely and take a bath in holy water if he wants. This drives Louis crazy. He's a moral vampire, horrified by what he has become, Surely, he feels, something as traumatic and terrible as becoming a vampire must have an obvious meaning. Surely now that he has become a supernatural creature, he must have some kind of direct knowledge, or at least direct sense, of God and the devil, good and evil. But this isn't the case. As his father Lestat repeatedly tries to teach him, there is no meaning. Louis, Lestat believes, should learn to enjoy the power and decadence of vampirism with the same relish that he does. But this isn't an option for the pensive Louis. He resists Lestat's tutelage, tries to survive on the blood of animals, and continues to question. Eventually, after being subjected to many of Lestat's sadistic and manipulative schemes, Louis breaks from the man who made him a vampire and goes in search of answers. But of course, he never finds any. Everyone he meets is just trying to fill the huge void of eternity, with knowledge, with love, with destruction, or, in one of the book's most prevalent themes, with beauty. The book is beautifully sensuous and drips with eroticism and passion for the physicality of the characters and their surroundings. Using vampires instead of humans to describe the human search for meaning allows Rice to shift perspective in two ways. The vampire point of view, like the movie Blade Runner, see Chapter 15, interview brilliantly uses non-human characters to help you take a fresh look at very human questions and problems. The vampires look at human beings from a vantage point you generally don't have access to and are able to see truths that people often miss when seeing things from the ground level, so to speak. Awakening your inner vampire, vampires, when they're turned, wake to a new world. Their senses are heightened, they see things they never saw before. Similarly, when you look at the vampires struggling with very human issues, the drama and intensity of the vampire mythology color and heighten your perceptions. That drama awakens you to the powerful mystery and significance of existence, something you normally take for granted. Rice's powerfully provocative prose is particularly adept at doing this. The book also includes a wonderful convergence of existential and vampiric themes. Take, for example, the following. Death becomes them. Existentialists aren't concerned with just the meaning of life, but also with the meaning of life given the reality of death. Because death isn't inevitable for vampires, they're a perfect medium for exploring the significance of death and how its presence or absence affects the value of a life. All vampire stories are about death. They kill others to stay alive, but more important, vampires are the undead. They're defined by what they are not. By redefining and putting into question what it means to be undead, Rice simultaneously raises the question of what it means to be alive. Sensuality versus the eternal. Traditional philosophic and religious systems sharply divide the realm of the eternal and the temporal. We here in the dirt on earth are separated in a fundamental way from the perfection of mathematics, God's heaven, and everything eternal. The existentialists try to refocus not just attention, but value, on earth. Nietzsche in particular is keen on instigating a wholesale transformation of values that would extol the natural world, as the only world available to extol. Chapter 3 talks about this in more detail. Lewis's transformation is a wonderful allegory for this transformation of perspective. When he becomes a vampire, when he becomes eternal, he finds that it doesn't lead to any grand revelation of truth. He finds there's nothing more to existence than the world as he knows it. The eternal is the temporal, only longer. Yet his perception of that world is heightened, and he's able to see it more vividly and intensely than ever before. If he could embrace what he sees there, as Lestat does, his existential transformation would be complete. Rice wasn't trying to write an existential novel. At the time she wrote Interview, she says, she thought she was an atheist, and those themes seeped into the novel. But like any good writer, she's able to find the universal in her personal concerns. The result is a brilliant explication, whether intentional or not, of central existential questions and themes. Run with the Hunted, by Charles Bukowski. If one of the misanthropic characters from an existential novel got up and walked around in real life, he'd probably look a lot like Charles Bukowski. Bukowski was one of America's greatest and most controversial poets and novelists. Alienated, alcoholic, lonely, poor, and even homeless for long stretches of his life, he wrote semi-autobiographically about the world he lived in, a world of flophouses and bars, racetracks and menial jobs, prisons, hospitals, and graveyards. Oh, and libraries. Being homeless and/or unemployed much of his life, he spent vast quantities of time in them, reading voraciously without guidance or structure, bias, or preconception. A literary man without pedigree, Bukowski didn't write about an existential perspective, he lived it. He once said of Camus that he wrote about death like a man who had just had a fine steak dinner. In his late middle age, he became famous and successful, but for much of his life, there were few steak dinners for Charles Bukowski. Run with the Hunted is a posthumous collection of his short stories, poems, and excerpts from his novels, arranged chronologically, not in the order he wrote them, but in the order of the period of his life from which they're taken. The result is a fictionalized biography, a literary portrait of the man as he recreated himself in his work. It's an act of self-creation, and in that there is, of course, some artifice. But what strikes the reader is the degree to which his writing is raw, unvarnished, and uncolored by romanticism or apology. In true existential fashion, he stubbornly refuses to look away from the world as it is. What emerges is a kind of existential saint, one who adheres to no moral code but who consistently acts in what Sartre calls good faith, seeing the world and acting within it in a way that's totally honest and doesn't abdicate responsibility. The world he presents isn't one you'd normally call pretty, but it's often beautiful despite Bukowski's refusal to doll it up. His characters and situations all have an immediacy and an intense humanity. Many of his poems read almost like personal letters, and you get the rare experience of feeling a direct, unadorned connection to the writer and, ironically, to all humanity and our shared human condition. Bukowski certainly has his nihilistic tendencies, which would place him in direct opposition to the existentialists. Much of his work is deeply cynical, even resigned. But poems like Nirvana and The World's Greatest Loser help illuminate, in a way no philosophy, and perhaps no novel, could, the beauty and wonder that you can see in this imperfect world when you accept it as it is without falsifying it or romanticizing it, and without hiding its scars or justifying its ugliness in terms of some more perfect world of which it is a part. Bukowski arranged for his tombstone to read simply, "Don't try. Acceptance or surrender." Maybe a bit of both.